Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Unlocked Unlimited Strength. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The meeting that changes Izuku's life doesn't happen under a bridge or on a roof. There is no villain bursting through the sewers, no hero to jump in last minute and save him. It happens in a library, when Izuku is just barely 6 years old. He sits on the carpeted floor, alone but for the two half-empty bookshelves that hold the library's entire alchemy section. Most of the titles have proven useless to Izuku after a brief skim, being too complicated and filled with difficult kanji for him to understand, but one or two of the simpler tomes seem promising. Clutching a thin introductory guide to alchemy to his chest, Izuku flips through the dictionary laying open on his lap. It's a tedious process, consulting the dictionary so many times in a single sentence, but it's Izuku's only way forward. Asking others for help is off the table, since nobody but his mom would take him seriously, and the last time she helped him with a passage, she'd fared little better than he did. Izuku knows that alchemy is a difficult subject, requiring swathes of background knowledge, careful study, and incredible luck to even get started. That's why most people don't bother. It's an obscene amount of work for what amounts to a parlor trick at best. At worst, it's a dangerous red flag. Only quirkless people can perform alchemy, after all, and that's not a weakness to share lightly. But surely Izuku can do something with alchemy. Even if it's just making little paper shapes or mild bursts of light, it's something a quirked person can't do. Alchemy is versatile and rare, which means it could be a useful skill. It could even be helpful in the right situation. Izuku could be helpful. He has to believe that. Being an alchemist must be worth something. Frustration burns hot in Izuku's eyes, but he scrubs at his face with a sleeve before any tears can escape and ruin his penciled notes. It doesn't matter if his progress is slower than he'd like, or if the dictionary isn't as helpful as he hoped. He's already leagues ahead of where he started. Months of piecing sentences together have taught him that alchemy isn't a magic trick at all. It doesn't disappear and reappear things at a whim, it reshapes what's already there. The how of it escapes Izuku, but maybe that'll come once he figures out what comprehension has to do with equivalency or a matrix. Or so he hopes. With a sigh, Izuku scribbles down yet another word he can't find an understandable definition for. He shuts the dictionary and refocuses on the alchemy guide. Maybe he can guess its meaning from context clues alone. As he pores over the book, he completely misses the uneven footfalls of someone's approach. It's not until a shadow falls over him that he jumps with a startled squeak, jerking his pencil haphazardly across his notebook before whirling around in a panic. An apology hovers at the tip of Izuku's tongue, but he falters at the sight of blonde hair blotting out the ceiling light. Hot sparks and raised voices rattle unkindly in the back of his head, and it takes a moment too long to reassure himself that this person isn't Kaken. This person can't be Kaken, not with those golden eyes and lengthy ponytail. Kaken would never come to the alchemy section of the library, anyway. Hardly anyone ever does. No wonder both Izuku and the stranger look equally surprised to see the other. Izuku stares for a beat too long to be polite, distracted by an errant thought of is that eye color part of a quirk? Before ducking his head in a self-conscious bow. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up all the space, he says, moving to shuffle all of his studying materials out of the way. Wait, the stranger says, and Izuku freezes. Are those your notes? Are you studying alchemy? Izuku says, very eloquently. He shrinks back, thinking of the ringing jeers of a rowdy class that he no longer feels safe in, and can't bring himself to say anything else. That's pretty advanced for schoolwork in your grade level, kid, says the stranger, unfazed. Their words lilt on an unfamiliar accent, but their Japanese is fluent enough. It's not I'm not doing it for school, Izuku says nervously. It's something I have to do. The stranger frowns. Something you have to do? It's the only way I can save people, Izuku says, and winces into the ensuing silence. With a comment that obvious, he might as well have called himself quirkless and invited the stranger to rain judgment down on him. Everyone judges alchemy. The verdict is always the same. Useless, useless, useless. I thought you lot couldn't do any alchemy, the stranger says, slowly, because you've got those quirks instead of a instead. So that means you don't have one. Izuku shuffles his notebooks together instead of responding, praying that the stranger will lose interest before the inevitable condescension and teasing starts. Huh, the stranger says, crossing their arms. And you're serious about learning alchemy? Most people struggle to understand it even as adults, you know. That's not what the reply is supposed to be. Caught off guard, Izuku says, W's. It takes a lot of work, the stranger says, going wildly off script from the conversational pattern that Izuku has learned to expect. Are you sure you're ready for all that? He isn't being ridiculed. Izuku opens and closes his mouth wordlessly, at a loss of how to respond to someone who isn't immediately inclined to mock or disregard him because of his quirklessness. It's an uncomfortably new change, but welcome. The stranger looks to him expectantly, and Izuku realizes he hadn't actually answered. Flushing pink, he waves his arms a little as he tries to get his thoughts in order. Why, I know it's really hard, but I want to do it. I want to help people, and save them with a smile, like All Might. Emboldened by the thought of his favorite hero, he lifts his chin. I want to be a hero. I want to be a hero more than anything, and alchemy can. A sharp shushing noise cuts through the room, and Izuku claps his hands over his mouth, mortified. He hadn't meant to be that loud, he'd just gotten excited, but now the library staff's going to get mad at him and well, none of them are stomping over to throw him out right this second, but they're probably running out of patience. At least the stranger isn't angry with him. If anything, they look pleasantly surprised. Izuku can't find any disapproval in their expression as they prompt, Alchemy, Ken? Izuku sends another furtive glance over to the source of the shushing, and makes sure to keep his voice as low as possible. Alchemy can help. I thought it could help with that. With me being a hero, he adds, practically whispering. The stranger considers him for a beat, and then grins sharply. You're the first person I've met here with that kind of attitude, they tell him. It's kind of refreshing, actually. I think I might be able to lend you a hand with that, kid. My name's Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, he corrects, and then realizes, of course, who else would be interested in this part of the library but another alchemist? Do you know alchemy, then? Are you a pro? A professional? I mean, I guess I was certified and everything. The stranger waves a dismissive hand. Never mind, don't bother with all that. I'm just Ed, and I do know alchemy. Might be a bit rusty at it, but I'm still good enough to show you the ropes. I can definitely do better than these books, anyway. They won't do you any good, they're incomplete. Izuku brightens, quickly picking up on Ed's familiarity with the subject. What's it missing? He asks eagerly, already reaching for his pencil and notebook. What isn't it missing? Ed returns drily. Pointing to Izuku's forgotten alchemy guide, he elaborates, that one, for example, just doesn't have a good grasp of the science. It's not wrong, but it's a weird way to start someone off, and it's definitely got a few holes in its explanations. The others don't do much better. Can you teach me then? Izuku bursts out. I've been trying to learn, but there's no tutors, and if you say these aren't good enough, then please? I don't know if, Ed hesitates, trailing off. His gaze flickers between the various books shelved neatly around them, and then he finally blows out an exasperated sigh. You know what? Sure, why not? And then, before Izuku can get too excited, I'll get you started on what these books aren't telling you, but for anything further than that, you've got to show me that you really understand what you're getting into. Got it, kid? Got it, Izuku says eagerly. Great, Ed says, digging through one of his pockets until he pulls out a leather-bound journal of his own. It's smaller than Izuku's full-sized notebooks, but much older, too. Izuku leans in as Ed flips through it, and quickly realizes he can't read any of the characters scrawled across its pages. What's that? Izuku asks. I encoded my research into a travelogue, Ed explains. Encryptions make sure nobody can use your research against you. Like a secret language? Izuku glances down at his notebook. But I don't know any other languages. It doesn't have to be another language, Ed says. I write in Emestrian because it's easier for me, But the cipher can be it doesn't matter, we'll get into that part later. Leaving the basics of alchemy uncoded isn't going to do any harm. Izuku wouldn't have been able to encode it anyway, since he doesn't travel anywhere besides the library, his school, and home. Maybe he should try and stick his classmates on their adventures again, even if they pushed and shoved and yelled at him whenever they saw him. For now, Izuku's happy enough to flip to a clean page and start scribbling down notes as Ed talks and talks. They're both careful to keep their heads and voices down, somehow managing to avoid getting kicked out, though that might be because Ed glares at anyone who looks in their direction. Izuku shakes out his hand as Ed's spiel starts to wind down. His fingers hurt a little from all the writing he's done today, but a little cramping is definitely worth the information that Ed imparts. At this rate, he's going to need a new notebook. He can't help but feel a little giddy. Having a real person to listen to and ask questions of really makes all the difference. He's learned more in this past hour than he had in all his months of trudging through the topic on his own. Izuku could cry with relief, honestly. Are you crying? Ed says, alarmed, which means that 1 or 2 tears must have escaped. Oops. What's wrong? Nothing. Izuku insists, quickly wiping his face. I'm glad you took all this time to explain alchemy to me, Ed. Thank you for, agreeing to reach me. Ed snorts. Don't thank me yet, he says. This is just basics, the kind of stuff you could teach yourself if there were any published alchemy books worth their salt in this place. I'm good, but I'm not Shiisuke, so it's not like I can reproduce them for you. Will you be back tomorrow? Izuku fiddles with his pencil, peering hopefully up at Ed. I have to go soon, my mom's going to come pick me up. But I want to learn more from you, so... I'll be around, Ed says. If you want to make this a regular thing, though, it's going to take up a big chunk of your time. Do you do any sports? Or know any self-defense? Izuku blinks at the seeming non-sequitur. Not really. Running away from his classmates probably doesn't count. Why? To train the mind, one must first train the body, Ed says. The way he says it sounds almost lyrical, with a rhythm of habit smoothing out the edges of his accent. Being a good alchemist, especially if you want to keep up with the heroes out there, means knowing how to fight. We can't do that inside a library, so how about you find a park or something for us to borrow, and we'll train. There. The idea of fighting makes Izuku nervous. He could ask his mom for suggestions on a park easily enough, or find a spot in one of the forests he used to explore, but he can't help but think he'll disappoint Ed. If Kaken had taught him anything, it's that Izuku is at holding his own in a fight. Not good at fighting, he confesses in a mumble. Yeah, that's what the training's for, Ed says without a hitch. Are you worried about matching up to those hero powers? Izuku nods. Heroes have all their cool, powerful quirks, and all Izuku has is alchemy. He used to be able to imagine himself as a sidekick, as a pro hero, but he's out of practice now. The better heroes out there are more about good application than raw power, Ed informs. Also, I'd bet a whole year's worth of state funding that you've only ever seen those half-baked alchemists making fools of themselves. It's not a good representation of what we can do. Ed bumps his fist to Izuku's shoulder, so light it's barely a tap, and crooks a grin at him. It's insulting. If I don't see a semi-decent transmutation soon, I'm gonna lose my entire mind. Izuku can't help but giggle at that. Why don't you just do one then? I'm retired, Ed says, leaning back and shoving his gloved hands into his pockets. Which is why you'll be the one to show those heroes of yours how it's done. For the first time since being diagnosed quirkless, Izuku feels lighter. Like the sky isn't falling in on him anymore. Like there's something he can do, and people he can save. For the first time since arriving here, Ed thinks, maybe there's a chance after all. Izuku doesn't keep track of alchemists the same way he does for heroes, but not for lack of trying. Heroes are easy to track. Popular, public, and beloved by all, they appear in news sites and discussion forums constantly. Alchemists, on the other hand, rarely announce their presence. Their field is a mark of ostracization in and of itself, after all. Which is to say, despite getting to know Ed rather well over the next several weeks, Izuku still has no idea who he really is. A master alchemist who knows the material forwards and backwards, sure, But despite his prowess in the topic, Izuku hasn't found so much of a whisper of him in any articles or studies. Oddly enough, the same goes for a lot of the theorems he talks about. Izuku would chalk it up to the private lifestyle of alchemists in general, but even the way Ed talks about alchemy is different from everyone else. There's no shameful secrecy, no treatment of alchemy as a poor consolation prize for missing out on a quirk. If anything, they're the ones missing out on alchemy, Ed says, flipping the end of his ponytail over his shoulder. Where else are they gonna learn the skill to approximate mass at a glance, huh? That takes a while to build up. You'd be surprised how many alchemists don't know how much material they need. Next thing they know, the dirt wall they raised for a shield shoots up so high it overbalances and falls right on top of them, and suddenly all of the exam proctors are ushering them out the door. Izuku, laying flat on his back in the grass, squints up at the overcast sky. I don't think anyone's ever had that problem before, he says once he catches his breath. As he remembers, the largest recorded transmutation was about the mass of a few textbooks at best. Most alchemists struggle to get a reaction at all, so transmuting too much of something simply isn't the kind of problem they have. What kind of exam involves people performing alchemy, anyway? It's more common than you think, Ed says, which throws Izuku for a loop before he realizes that Ed isn't talking about exams. Having too much material is better than too little, 'cause rebound's always a pain in the butt. He amends, because Mom had given her approval for him to teach alchemy, not swearing, but letting excess transmuted material sit around is bad form. Wasted energy. I thought the energy didn't come from us, though, Izuku says. You said it comes from tectonic plates in the ground. For the transmutation, yeah, but you waste your energy keeping that extra material in calculation, Ed says. You should be thinking about your next attack, not keeping track of where the non-essential elements go. Oh, I didn't think of that, Izuku says. He doubts anyone else would have either. Ed's perspective of alchemy as a combat ability is novel but well-practiced, honed by years of personal experience. Izuku lays there for a little longer, wondering if Ed's perspective of alchemy is one of a kind or if alchemists like him just never step into the spotlight until a boot nudges into his side. Hey, you awake down there? Ed says, his lecture momentarily on pause. Are you done for the day? We've been at it for over an hour. I'm taking a break, Izuku says. He deserves one, after finally managing to grab a fistful of Ed's red jacket in his most recent attack. It took a whole day of planning and a dash of luck to get there, and he'd been too stunned by the success to actually do anything with it, but it's significantly better than his prior inability to land a single hit. Ed drops down into the grass beside him, and Izuku fights the urge to jump out of his skin. There's that too, he says. There's what? Izuku says. In a blur of movement, Ed's hand comes down towards his face. Izuku flinches back instinctively, covering his head with an arm. Nothing happens. He peeks out to see Ed already pulling away without having touched him at all. That, Ed says. You flinch way too easily, kid. What are you so afraid of? Izuku bites his lip. It's a good question and one that Izuku doesn't quite know the answer to, because for all the times that Ed sent him tumbling across the ground, he'd never gotten hurt. Bruised, maybe, and a little sore, but not hurt, not bleeding hurt. Not the kind he's used to from explosions that grow bigger and punches that grow stronger and bullies that grow bolder. Whenever Izuku cries out, Kaken hits harder. Kaken likes to tell him that crying's the only thing he's good for, that target practice is the best he can be, that he's a stepping stone for others and nothing more. Whenever Izuku cries out, Ed stops. Boys. So Ed's right. What is he so afraid of? Nothing, Izuku says after too long a pause. I mean, it's nothing. Anyway, why do we have to do the fighting and the studying at the same time? I could learn faster if I wrote it all down first and practiced fighting after. Ed doesn't look convinced by the change in topic, but to Izuku's relief, he doesn't press. A fight isn't gonna pause just so you can go do your research, he points out. Having a set circle is well and good, but sometimes you're gonna need something new, and you're gonna need to come up with it while you're in the heat of battle. When someone's coming for you, you gotta think fast how to counter. That's why we're practicing it like this, so you can get into the habit of mixing actual attacks along with your alchemy. Izuku pushes himself up to his elbows. How come I haven't been doing any alchemy then? Your circles are too wobbly to give a consistent output, Ed says, to Izuku's pout. Keep practicing that, 'cause if you start messing them up in a rush, you'll screw up your matrix. Which might cause a rebound, right? Izuku says, remembering that term as part of the whole speech Ed gave on equivalency. And why is that? Because, if the formula's written wrong, then the transmutation might not be equal, and the reaction might go out of control. It would try to stabilize itself by using anything within reach, and that could put everyone around it in danger, including the alchemist. Right? Ed nods. Either that, or it just won't work at all. That's why keeping a clear head in battle is important. And sometimes, that means you have to admit that alchemy isn't the best solution to your current issue. Is that why you don't use alchemy? Izuku says. Alchemy's a little overkill for your sparring level right now, isn't it? Ed says wryly. I don't mean when we're practicing, Izuku protests, though now that Ed's brought it up, he's relieved that he doesn't have to deal with that alongside Ed's hand-to-hand. You don't use it ever. Ed hums, raising a brow. I told you I'm retired. Does that mean you won't show me what it looks like? Have you ever seen one before? Not right in front of me, Izuku says, because clips on the internet didn't count. Ed smirks. In that case, no, I'm not gonna show you. What? Izuku tries not to wilt and fails. Why not? Because, Ed says, you'll get a better grasp of what it's like if the first transmutation you experience is by your own hand. Don't look at me like that, it's true. I promise it'll be much better if you do it on your own than if I show it to you. It won't even take that long, you're almost there already. It sends Izuku a pointed look. Though you'd get there faster if you memorized all those principles I told you about instead of eating dirt. That's your fault, Izuku says. Fight smarter, Thun. Izuku huffs, and finally starts getting back to his feet. I'm trying. I try to listen and remember everything, but you're always throwing me back, so it's hard. It would take anyone forever to learn everything. Not forever, Ed says. I did it in a few years. Izuku straightens, surprised. Wait, you did? Yeah. My teacher taught me this way. He stops, reconsidering, and then laughs nervously. Well, harsher. She stranded us on an island for a month once, so there was that, but yeah. And then lower, fonder, I pulled a lot of dumb moves back then. Thinking back to all the first dozen times he'd gotten bowled head over heels, Izuku shudders. She sounds super scary, he says. A snort escapes Ed. She wasn't okay, she was scary, like really scary, especially when she was mad, but she wasn't mean about it. It was good practice, and you can't argue with the results. By the time she was done, we were one of the best alchemists around. Izuku says. Ed inclines his head, but the smile melts away. Me and my brother. He's fine, he adds before Izuku could come to a horrible conclusion. I made sure of it. But he's very far away from me right now. I wouldn't wish him here for anything, though this place is so indescribably messed up. It's not that bad, Izuku says, feeling obligated to defend his perfectly good hometown. It's messed up, Ed reiterates. He stands up as well, reaching out to ruffle Izuku's hair. At least not everyone's an idiot, so there's that, I guess. Izuku swats Ed's hands away with a pout, because his hair doesn't need to get even messier than it normally is. Thanks. You picked up alchemy really quickly, Ed tells him. How about, if you're that ready to actually transmute something, I'll walk you through how to perform your first transmutation if you can do a little bit of homework. Homework? Izuku doesn't like homework, but he does like alchemy. He's never had alchemy homework before. What kind of homework? It's just one question, Ed says, raising a finger. You ready? One is all is one. What does that mean? If you can figure out the answer to that, then I'll show you how to transmute something for real, and I'll keep helping you with alchemy for as long as you want. Just one riddle? Izuku can do that. Really? Really? I'm glad, Mom says. Izuku looks up from where he's practicing drawing circles and straight lines, and when his mom beams at him, he immediately abandons the notebook to scurry onto her lap. She wraps her arms around him and says quietly, You seem happier, Izuku. I am, he says. Mom hugs him closer, running a hand through his hair. I'm glad you found someone who can teach you alchemy, she says, her voice thick with relief and joy. I was so worried about you. I didn't know what to do. Izuku thinks of a computer screen in the dark, of tears in his eyes and an apology in the air and every dream he'd ever had withering away into dust. Back then, she couldn't have given him an answer, not with what she knew of quirklessness and heroism at the time. But now, with what Izuku knows, he says, Mom? Yes. I think I can do it. He has his own answer. Like clockwork, every day after school, Izuku meets up with Ed. They spend anywhere between an hour or two sparring in the soft grass of a forest that Izuku remembers traipsing through with his classmates, a time that both feels forever ago and not that long ago at all. They don't take this path anymore, thankfully, which means he's free to practice to his heart's content. Izuku lunges at Ed, teeth gritted, only for Ed to pivot on one foot and dodge him entirely. He catches himself before he can trip over his own momentum or a gnarled root, for that matter, but a quick shove against his back to sends him toppling over anyway with a yelp. By the time Izuku regains his balance and turns to face Ed with eyes narrowed, his tutors already put distance between them again. Figured that wouldn't work, Izuku mutters to himself, because the straightforward jump-em tactic is only effective for people with a quirk that lets them expand their range beyond their fingertips. Still, it was worth a shot. The law of natural providence is bound to the smallest of scales, Ed is saying, not even winded by Izuku's onslaught. It's not as simple as transmuting water into something watery, it's about the elements hydrogen and oxygen, and whether or not you're precise enough to change states of matter or shave protons. Hey, what's the holdup? A frontal tackle can't be all you've got. Izuku shakes his head, trying to think around Ed's defenses. After a moment, he lurches forward again, clenching his fist as though aiming for another straightforward swing. But just as Ed starts pivoting away again, Izuku sticks his arm out to grab Ed as a grounding point for his own pivot, turning with him and staying within melee long enough that he can get his arms around Ed and Izuku doesn't have the leverage to tip him over. Unable to carry out the rest of his makeshift idea, he hesitates. Ed takes prompt advantage of the pause to wrench himself free, dropping Izuku into the grass with a slight grunt of effort. In doing so, however, his pant leg rides up several centimeters. Izuku's position on the ground gives him the perfect vantage point to glimpse the flash of metal instead of flesh, and he freezes, eyes wide. Is he seeing that right? Is Ed a robot? It can't be a quirk, Ed's an alchemist, so he doesn't have one. Better, Ed allows, and then catches Izuku's gaze. He follows it down to his leg, but his pant leg has already fallen back down, so he doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. What? Are you wearing metal socks? Izuku asks, because that's the least outlandish answer he can think. Are those even a thing? Ed says, bemused. He hikes up his pants anyway, revealing the gleam of metal where his left leg should be. If you're talking about this old thing, it's my automail. What's automail? It looks too encompassing to be a brace or form of armor, Izuku figures, so is it a fake leg? It's a mechanical prosthetic that hooks up directly to my nerves, Ed confirms. Automails is a lot more mobile than other kinds of prosthetics, but it also requires some tough physical therapy. The port gets bolted to your bones, and learning how to use them usually takes 3 years. Even that somewhat scary description doesn't put the stars from Izuku's eyes. I've never heard of automail before, he gushes. That's so cool. It's like a support item. Like that one hero recently, ectoplasm. His legs were hurt when he was fighting a villain, so now he has prosthetic ones. Not like your automail, though. Automail seems really obscure here, but it's actually pretty common where I come from, Ed remarks. Where are you from? Resemble. Where's that? Ed shrugs, rubbing the back of his head with a hand. His smile turns a little less comfortable. Amestris. It's in a foreign land that's really far away, but don't worry about it. It's not important right now, you gotta focus on your training. That last attack was a pretty good idea, but you didn't follow through. Izuku makes a defeated noise and droops. I thought it'd work. I saw All Might do that one time, he went wham. He tackles the air to demonstrate, wrangling an invisible foe. And it worked for him. He knocked over a huge villain that way. All Might, Ed echoes. He's the one that looks like he'd fit in with the Armstrongs, I think? Yeah, you just don't have the bulk to tackle someone and immobilize them like that. And then, when Izuku abandons his pretend fight to sulk, hey, I Asiki when I was your age too. Borrowing someone else's style of attack is clever, and shows you've got an eye for tactics. I can't use a lot of them, though, Izuku says. There's a lot I can't copy because I'm quirkless. Ed wrinkles his nose disdainfully. That's a stupid term, he said bluntly, to Izuku's surprise. You're an alchemist, simple as that. Just because you have a gate doesn't make you any less or lacking than anyone else. What's a gate? Izuku says, instead of focusing on Ed's odd vocabulary preferences. That's a more advanced concept, we'll get into it later. It won't make any sense until you master everything else. Ed scowls, and then visibly shakes himself out of his thoughts. Anyway, back to natural providence, you did memorize the table of elements, right? I did. Izuku's good at memorization. He has to be because his things get messed with so often. Once you get the composition of common materials down, that should be all you need to prepare to start actually transmuting. Ed raises a brow at Izuku. Assuming you have an answer for my question. Izuku scrunches up his face, which makes Ed snicker. He's thought about it between training sessions, of course, but he's not sure if his answer is right. Was it? I was thinking that if one is all and all is one, then a carton of eggs is one carton, but it also has many eggs, so it's all eggs too. Ed coughs. It's a really obvious attempt not to burst out into laughter. Technically, you're not wrong, but you're thinking too specific. You aren't fitting all the eggs in the world into one basket, right? What's big enough to hold all of anything? Izuku wonders. Better think of it quick, or I'm gonna run out of theories to teach you and focus more on the fighting instead, Ed says chirpily, as though he would love nothing more. Izuku balks. No, I'll solve it, he reassures quickly, and then gathers himself for another attack. Hopefully, it'll distract Ed from that particular train of thought. Ed sidesteps his attack just as easily as before, this time making sure to stay clear of Izuku's flailing arms. Or I'll just start listing elemental compositions of cement and plastic and various types of metal, and you'll have to memorize all of them, he adds. That option wouldn't be nearly as bad, Izuku thinks. At least he'd have a chance at it, since he's already been learning to memorize things while throwing punches and chasing his tutor around the forest. Honestly though, Izuku knows that his lackluster fighting skills are what's holding him back. So maybe he should focus on that part. How do I get stronger? Izuku says aloud. I mean not for alchemy, but Ed rocks his weight to the ball of his feet. In general you mean. That comes with time, and lots of getting your butt handed to you, Ed says. And then, apparently on the same page as Izuku, he decides, you know what, getting any further into theory won't do any good if you haven't transmuted. I've made up my mind, let's focus on your self-defense. Once you can give me that answer, we'll continue with the alchemy. If Izuku gathers up his school supplies a little more gingerly than normal, nobody comments on it. Not in sympathy, at least. There always has been and always will be mockery, but other students assume his careful movements are from the last time Kakin and his sidekicks chased him around the playground with their quirks running at full power. The teachers are arguably worse, stern and angry at his attention-seeking behavior and tendency to pick fights with classmates. Izuku just keeps his head down and nods when they talk at him, because the last time he tried to argue, they'd threatened to call his mom. He doesn't think she'd take their side, but he'd be a burden to her either way, so he doesn't try to explain himself anymore and just nods and apologizes meekly. Thankfully, the teacher isn't interested in keeping him behind to scold him today. Izuku shrugs on his backpack without interruption and sends Kakin's empty desk a wary glance. The literally explosive star of the class and his followers had been quick to leave the room for reasons Izuku couldn't guess, but they could be lingering right around the corner, talking amongst themselves as they wait for suitable prey to stray too close and fall into their clutches. Izuku quickly shakes that thought away. That's a mean way to put it. It makes them sound like villains, but really they're going to be wonderful heroes in the future, and Izuku should be nicer to them, more patient, because quirks are hard to control and he wouldn't understand and he wouldn't want to get in the way and make things harder for them, right, Deku? No telltale firecracker noises spill through the walls, so Izuku gathers the courage to poke his head through the doorway and look around. All clear. Maybe he'll actually get out of the school without being seen today. That would be nice. Trying to make himself as small and unobtrusive as possible, Izuku makes a beeline for the nearest exit. It's not the main entrance, because Kaken's crew usually takes that route, but there's a branching hall not far from it that leads to a side exit. It means Izuku has to secretly carry his outdoor shoes with him in his bag, but getting a little dirt on his homework is worth a clean escape, in his opinion. He's 2 steps from swerving into that smaller hall when he hears it. Someone is crying. Izuku stops. The stifled sobs don't, and oh, that's definitely the distinctive crackle pop of explosion at work, a precursor to the lofty voices of the classmates Izuku used to call friends. He turns to see them cornering someone he doesn't recognize, a student from another class. They're just out of view from a teacher watching the main hall, but well within earshot. Still, the teacher ignores them. Teachers always ignore them. The student cries out, and Izuku doesn't think twice. In the space of a breath, he hurls himself between Kaken and the other student. He keeps the latter behind him, arms extended to keep the semicircle of bullies from closing in to flank him. Kaken jerks back at Izuku's sudden appearance, briefly shocked, but recovers quickly with a burst of fury. "Oi, Deku," he snarls as Izuku silently nudges the person behind him to go. "What do you think you're doing, huh?" Somehow, somewhere, Izuku finds the courage to lean into Kaken's space, taking up his entire field of vision so he won't notice the other students scrambling back to their feet and running off. Or maybe he does notice, but he doesn't care, because now he finally has Izuku. He has Izuku. And the other students gone, lost to the flow of the main hall that eddies around them, and it's just Izuku alone. Explosion crackles loudly in Kaken's palms. Wherever that spurt of courage came from, it vanishes just as quickly. In its wake, Izuku's body freezes up without his consent, limbs locking in place. He can't turn his head to track his classmates as they circle him, can't look towards the teacher that's still ignoring them. He's trapped in his own body, coiled tight with nowhere to go, no space to run, nothing but echoing panic ringing so loudly in his ears that he can't even make out what Kaken's yelling at him. He needs to move. Practice has taught him that his strength lies in agility, not power, so if he wants to get out unscathed, he needs to already be moving. Please move. Instead, when Kaken's hands spark, all he can do is watch. Izuku really is useless. He can't move, doesn't have a quirk, can't defend himself at all, and they're right about him serving no purpose but to be a punching bag for others, spineless and useless and quirkless and… No, that's not right. Izuku is an alchemist. He's an alchemist and he's going to be a hero, like All Might, like all the others, like Ed, and he knows from watching them for so long that they don't do this, his body helplessly unmoving as Kaken swings with a fistful of heat and knocks him down. His knees bruising against the floor as Kaken shoves him lower, gloating, gleeful at Izuku's welling tears. Heroes don't give up, and they don't hurt their peers. Izuku has been careful to never hurt Kaken or Kaken's future. But Kaken, for a split instant, he dares to think, it's not a hero that's attacking him right now. Kaken hurts Izuku and refuses to stop. Izuku is going to be a hero and he's going to save people, and how is he going to save anyone if he can't even save the 1 in 5 chance of someone else standing where he is now, quailing under an unpunishable bully with a perfect quirk? How is he going to save anyone if he can't even move? His forearm swings up to meet Kaken's exploding palm. Pain rushes up his arm as heat pierces his long sleeves, and then Kaken wraps his fingers around Izuku's arm and Izuku can't pull away. He yanks, but Kaken only tightens his grip and shouts in his face, spitting vitriol about how dare he fight back and how pathetic and awful he is, detonating bright red skin all the while. Deku, he scorns, in syncopation with the snapping explosions. Deku, Deku, Deku. Izuku doesn't listen. He thinks instead of the way Kaken focuses so much on his hands, on his precious quirk, which leaves his legs underprotected. Aiming for his shin, Izuku lashes out a sharp kick and Kaken stumbles, his grip loosening in shock. In the split instant it takes for Kaken to regain his balance, Izuku's already spun around and fled. Having his back to Kaken feels wrong and makes his skin crawl, but he's already moving and he's too scared to stop. He needs to get away as soon as possible, as far away as possible, because the cramped hall makes his agility useless and he needs space to work. A forest, he thinks, and hurtles towards the exit. If anyone berates him for running in the halls, he doesn't notice. A voice in the back of his head berates him instead, insisting that he shouldn't have done that, insisting that the teachers are going to be mad and Kaken even madder. He can't take his actions back, though. So he runs, throwing himself around a corner as Kaken careens past him, screaming, "Die, useless Deku." They're definitely turning heads now. Izuku shoves by silent bystanders, ducking when Kaken makes a second pass for him. Kaken's grip digs into his backpack, and if Izuku wasn't already past the point of SBMison, that alone would have made him give up and let the consequences of his actions roll over him like salt water over open wounds. Instead, Izuku slips his bag. He can't shoulder past Kaken, so this exit is a dud. He'll have to charge through the front hall and the main thoroughfare anyway, with Kaken howling obscenities all the while. He's close, feet pounding on the floor, just barely out of reach of the pack nipping at his heels. He's so close, the exit is right there. If he could just charge past the threshold and lose them on the streets. Crimson wings spring open overhead, forcing Izuku to duck. Two long fingers tug at his ankles, tripping him, and Izuku barely chokes out a gasp before a hand sizzles against his shoulder and he hits the ground hard. No. Tears gather in Izuku's eyes as he squeezes them shut, unable to breathe past the terror thumping wildly in his veins. A door swishes open and then, with the clarity of a ringing bell, "Izuku?" The weight vanishes from his back and he surges up like a diver in search of air until his eyes lock onto his mother's horrified expression. He doesn't know why she's here. A part of him wishes she wasn't, that she wouldn't see him at his most pathetic and Kaken at his worst, but he dives for her legs anyway, sobbing, the base of his neck aflame from where his blistered, burned shoulder sends waves of agony rippling through him. "Oh, baby," she says, heartbroken. She scoops him up into her arms, and Izuku doesn't have the breath to protest that he's too old for such treatment. Izuku, I'm here now, it's going to be okay." He nods, and then quickly hides his face in her shoulder so he won't have to see anyone else. He doesn't need to see her gentleness freeze over, not when he can feel her stance shift from defensive to that of someone who knows that a heart counts as a small object. "I think my concerns have just been proven right," Mom says firmly to someone Izuku can't see. "Midoriya-san. I'll be taking my son home now," she continues calmly, the unwavering eye of a furious storm. "He will not be returning until this behavior is addressed and stopped. Am I clear? You can't just... Am I clear?" There's some hurried murmuring and shuffling around, and Izuku catches a glimpse of Kaken's tense posture when he lifts a hand to wipe his cheek. He looks angry. But then again, he always looks angry. Izuku buries his face in his mom's shoulder and tunes it all out. "Izuku," his mom says, "are you okay?" On the way home, Izuku had resolved not to say anything. But now, with Mom crouching in front of him on the couch, all worry and watery doe eyes, he can't help the answer from slipping out. "Marm hurts," he mumbles. Guilt immediately starts eating away at him, so he adds, "Kaken didn't mean to. I put my arm in the way, he didn't mean to." Mom takes a deep, shuddering breath. Where was he aiming to begin with? This time, Izuku doesn't respond. He could have said the floor just as easily as he could have said me, but he's afraid of choosing one over the other. Getting Kaken into any more trouble makes him feel like a villain, which he hates, but the thought of trying to pass it off as a misunderstanding feels wrong too. So Izuku bites his tongue and doesn't answer. After a moment his mom looks away. Slowly, Izuku follows her gaze. "Oh, it's here." Izuku hadn't noticed him come in, but it's good that he's here. That means Ed isn't waiting along in the forest for an Izuku who wouldn't show. "You good, kid?" Ed says, noticing Izuku's stare. Izuku shrugs, and when Mom finishes dabbing burn cream on his arm, He rolls to his uninjured side and curls up and screws his eyes shut. More than anything, he wishes he'd been able to escape school without being noticed, so he could be training with Ed instead of sniffling quietly in the living room like he is now. "I know you've been teaching him alchemy," his mom says after a long moment of quiet. They probably think he's asleep, and he doesn't correct them. "You're teaching him to fight too?" "Training the mind comes hand in hand with training the body," Ed replies. "Teaching him alchemy is the priority, since there isn't anyone else who can, but that means nothing if he can't hold his own without it. He needs to know self-defense anyway, with what he wants to be. A hero, yes, but he's quirkless, Elric." Her voice lowers, barely loud enough for Izuku to hear. "Quirkless people don't become heroes. It's too dangerous." "This world is dangerous," Ed points out. "Everyone around him is born into powers he has to study for years to match. Even if he wasn't aiming to become a hero, I've seen how the powerless or strange are treated here. It's not pretty," Mom says, "and even with that danger, you think he should still try to be a hero." "Alchemists are supposed to help people," Ed says, which Izuku mentally adds to the list of things Ed says about alchemy that he's never heard before. That's what I was, Inko. The hero of the people." He sighs. "I get it's different here. I don't know where that philosophy went, or why everyone thinks alchemists can't do shit, but I bet it's because none of them have seen a proper alchemist. I didn't, not until I started teaching the kid. If Izuku has to be the first heroic alchemist in this truth-forsaken world, then so be it. Izuku already knows he's going to be a hero, but to have someone else believe in him, too, that's new. That's new and precious, a memory to be folded away for grayer days." Mom doesn't say anything for a while. Izuku nearly falls all the way asleep before she finally speaks up again, saying, "He never told me." "How did you know?" "I had a hunch, but I wasn't sure." Etiskis. "I recognized the signs from a different situation. With another kid it's very common." Quieter, "It's familiar. I'm starting to think there's a larger issue going around with the way the heroics industry runs. Some pro-heroes feel like the way state alchemists worked, but not quite. There's something else there." "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Something about this whole thing rubs me the wrong way." Another sigh, world-weary. "Maybe I'm just paranoid." Mom scoffs. "Your paranoia had me at that school just in time to save my son from someone I thought was his best friend. I think it's earned a little faith." "If you want," Ed says, slowly, "I have some suggestions. That situation I mentioned before was a little different, but Eraser left me a list of places that don't have a track record of enabling this kind of sheet." "Language?" "Yes, sorry." He doesn't sound very sorry. "You want a copy of that list?" Mom says he's changing schools. Izuku believes her, but he's also pretty sure he's suspended or something too. Two observations have brought him to this conclusion. First, he hasn't been in school for a couple of days, which seems like a lot of needless downtime for the move to go through. Izuku doesn't know how quickly school transfers get officialized, but surely he'd still attend his soon-to-be old school in the meantime. Second, and more importantly, Mom's been trying to contact his dad. She doesn't like relying on him and his mailed-in checks from overseas. That's why she still keeps a job. But she tries to reach out to him when she's distressed, like when Izuku was first diagnosed quirkless. And that's how he recognizes her frustration and sadness for what it is. Getting suspended Izuku's worst school infraction, yet would definitely qualify as distressing. He asks Ed about it, because Ed at age, whatever age he's at, 18, is more involved in the grown-up talks than Izuku is at age 7, but Ed just jabs a finger at a list of common compounds and tells Izuku to memorize them already. Izuku takes that to mean Ed doesn't know either. Either way, he's grateful for the break. It gives his arm and shoulder a chance to heal, and even though they don't hurt as much anymore, they're still pretty tender. It's definitely the worst he's felt after a brush with Bakugo. Not because of the injuries, exactly, but because he can't pull his mind away from the trouble he must have caused. Mom and several other adults witnessed Bakugo's attack, so they probably can't sweep it under the rug the way they usually do. They'll have to leave it in as a mark on his record, which means a prestigious hero school might decide not to accept him. And does that make Izuku guilty of hurting all the people Bakugo would have saved as a hero? Would it be his fault that there's one less hero in the world? Bakuga's misery would definitely be his fault, no matter what. Izuku stares down at the half-hearted notes he'd been taking, trying not to cry. He doesn't want to hurt anyone. He only ever wanted to help. Oi, Ed says, snapping his fingers in front of Izuku, who flinches into his chair. Ed pauses, waiting for Izuku to straighten up again, and then says, "You were completely spaced out. Are you in the mood for this or what?" Izuku huffs at him. "I am," he says. "Yeah, sure." Ed squints, poking Izuku's forehead, and Izuku very proudly does not flinch at all this time. "You better not be making things out to be worse than they really are." "Huh. You're very obvious when you sulk," Ed says flatly. "What's wrong? Still thinking about that school?" Izuku nods. "You don't think they should have gotten away with having teachers look the other way while kids get the sheet beat out of them, do you?" "Of course not," Izuku says defensively. He fiddles with his pencil, avoiding Ed's gaze. "It's not like that. I just catch Bakuga's amazing," he lets out in a rush, "with a great quirk, and he's really smart, and if they can't ignore it like they usually do, then if he can't be a hero because of it. If he doesn't end up being a hero, then it's because he bullied his classmates," Ed drawls, "not because of you. Unless you mean to tell me you picked a fight with the guy on purpose to try and ruin his future career?" Izuku shakes his head so hard he almost gets dizzy. "No. There was another student, and I wanted to help them. But I think..." The words lock in his throat, and he realizes that he can't regret interfering. He shouldn't have done it, but he can't regret it either, because the other student had been so scared and Izuku had been able to help, if only for an instant. "People who think they're at the top of the world," Ed says, "who surround themselves with people who only affirm that, are in for a rude awakening one way or another. Better to have that happen in school, from a pipsqueak like you, than on a battlefield with real lives at stake." Izuku says, "He could save so many people. If he hurts people like you, then who is he saving really?" Izuku doesn't want to think about that. He doesn't want to think about comparing a hero who saves everyone against a hero who always wins, and he doesn't want to think which of those could even be defined as heroic, because then, that would mean, "You better not be making things out to be worse than they really are," Ed said. "So what's the most likely thing to actually happen?" Bakuga won't let this stop him. He'd still aim to be a pro-hero, and there are plenty of schools out there who'll gladly turn a blind eye to one little fight for a quirk as great as his. He'd still hate Izuku. His behavior wouldn't change, probably. But that doesn't mean Izuku bared his teeth for nothing. Maybe he'll see Izuku's face the next time he raises a hand against a student. Maybe he'll see Mom's face and hesitate. Unlikely. But maybe. At least Izuku saved one student, for one afternoon. He isn't good enough to save a whole world of people, but he can start with the all-shaking victims he throws himself in front of when the bullies close in. Their saving is important too, because he can't save all the people if he leaves out smaller incidents that most adults don't bother with. That rings a bell, and Izuku tries to trace it back. There's no all without the one, he thinks, which one is all, and all is one. Oh. Izuku has the answer. "It's the world," he shouts, nearly lobbing his pencil at Ed. Ed, caught entirely off guard, says, "What's the world? The world is all, and you're one." The following day, Ed shows up with a thick plank of wood that he plops onto the floor in the middle of the living room. "All right, kid," he says, brushing his hands off. "Get to it." Izuku sends him an incredulous look. "You said you were going to help me." "I am," Ed says, and tosses Izuku a pencil. "I'm helping supervise." Mom, poking her head in to investigate the slab of wood against the ground, laughs. "Just don't make a mess," she calls over to them, "or at least pick up after yourselves afterwards. If you need anything, give me a shout." She ducks back to her office afterward. Just because Izuku's got a few days off doesn't mean she does, and there's a lot of forms she has to fill out for Izuku's new school. Ed salutes her with near militaristic precision before sitting down next to the plank. He pats the floor, inviting Izuku to join him, and says, "Right, so. You remember the stuff that wood's made of, right?" "Cellulose," Izuku says, nodding. "And some other stuff, but mostly lots of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen." "There you go," Ed says. You know how to handle that. Even better, Izuku knows exactly which array to use. It was one of those basic all-purpose arrays that Ed showed him because it felt with a pretty common substance. In this case, the circle was made to transmute woodwork. The wooden plank isn't perfectly flat, but it's smooth enough that Izuku manages to mark out a neat matrix in short order. It takes a little longer than it should have, since his hands keep shaking with excitement, but Ed doesn't comment and Izuku takes his time to precisely denote how the cellulose and structural lignin should be handled. There, Izuku says once the last line is in place. Done. Ed leans over, tapping his fingers together before touching the edge of the array and inspecting it for flaws. Looks good, he says shortly, but Izuku's head is already in a whirlwind of worry. What if the transmutation goes wrong? What if it rebounds? What if it doesn't react at all and Izuku isn't actually an alchemist and can't perform alchemy and all of this was for nothing? An elbow to his side knocks him out of his muttering spiral. You're constructing a wooden figure. Stop worrying, Ed says, exasperated and amused all at once. Even if it does rebound. Which it won't, because you have plenty of wood and your circle is balanced. That's why I checked your work. I'll step in. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Izuku stares at him with wide eyes. Promise? Yeah, I promise. Taking a deep breath, Izuku steadies himself. He reaches for the wooden plank in front of him, pressing his fingers against the edge of the inscribed circle. There's a beat of terrifying silence, and then the circle hums to life. Pale blue light illuminates his face as energy crackles over the inscribed array, and Izuku feels something sharpen, coming into focus in his mind's eye. Lightning flickers across his vision as the circle tugs his attention to the wooden plank resting on the floor, and suddenly he's all too aware that the floor is made of wood too, but he doesn't want to touch any of that. Tentatively, he gives the plank the full weight of his attention, and the cellulose begins to reshape itself to his will. Izuku carefully avoids rupturing its native structure, instead carving out material from the plank in precise shapes to layer together, trimming out pieces that don't fit and reusing the scraps to fill in the hollow parts of the interior. The plank loses chunk after chunk of itself to the flashing circle until a wooden lump rises from the lost material, slowly refining itself until it vaguely resembles a person. And then the circle hushes, leaving the wooden figure to rest on the butchered remains of the plank. Izuku's mouth hands open. I did it, he breathes, and then louder, I did it. He grabs Ed's arm with a delighted noise, pointing at the doll-like figure. Look. I'm looking, Ed says, and even though he tries to hide it, he sounds pretty pleased. As Izuku jumps out of his chair with a whoop of excitement, he continues, it looks a little rough around the edges, but it's not bad for your first go. He reaches over to poke or pick up the wooden figure, but Izuku shrieks and dives in to stop him. Wait. Don't touch it yet, I want to take a photo first. He springs up, looking around, and then makes a beeline for his mom. It's not going to fall apart if I just touch it, Ed shouts after him with a roll of his eyes, unless something went very wrong inside it, but you would have felt that. Izuku ignores him. Luckily, Mom isn't in a call or anything, and is all too willing to be pulled out of her office for a quick photo. Look, he says as soon as they get to the living room, pointing at the wooden doll on the floor. Ed sits cross-legged next to it, one brow raised at the way Izuku's practically bouncing off the walls with joy. I did it. It's my first ever transmutation. Mom beams at him. That's wonderful. Alchemy is the coolest, Izuku decides, because it is, and he's an alchemist now, so he can say that. Even cooler than heroes? Musks. Izuku scrunches up his face. Well, maybe not cooler. They're both amazing. I'll take that, Ed says wryly. Weren't you going to ask for something, kid? Oh. Izuku tugs on his mom's arm. Can you take a picture of us and the thing I made? I want to remember this forever. With a laugh, Mom agrees. The trio hastily reposition themselves around the table once Ed convinces Izuku that yes, he'll be careful to move the wooden figure there, and no, it won't fall apart at a touch, so everyone is crowded together in the frame. Front and center is the little wooden figure, of course, laying on its side, its features too blurry to make out whether or not it was meant to have a recognizable face. In the slightly unfocused background, Izuku grins widely with his mom's arm around his shoulders and his tutor pretending to be exasperated in the opposite corner. They're all smiling. He prints the photo as soon as possible, even though they don't have any of the special shiny photo paper on hand. Even the normal paper version is good enough to be taped onto the first page of his newest journal. In a fit of bravery, or maybe to tempt bravery, Izuku brings his journal with him on the first day at his new school. It doesn't feel very different from his old one, at first. Some people still stare through him rather than at him, while others openly gawk at a face they don't recognize. Izuku maintains his habit of keeping his head down all the way up until his new homeroom teacher asks him to come to the front of the class and introduce himself. "Hello," he says, hoping nobody notices the waver in his voice. "I'm, Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you all." He shuffles back to his seat without fanfare. Nobody pesters him about his quirk. Nobody even uses their quirk in class, which meant it all feels very, very quiet, even when the teacher starts the lesson. Izuku isn't sure he's going to like this school much better, and despite himself, he misses the friend he used to have. But at least his items are all still in one piece by the end of the day. That's a welcome improvement. "So," Ed crosses his arms, eyes bright, completely unaffected by the fact that he's perched on top of a very dented microwave sitting half buried in the sand. How he keeps his balance is anyone's guess. "You know how to transmute now, on a basic level. That means it's time to step things up in practical training." Izuku wrinkles his nose. "Is that why we're in a trash heap?" he asks, which was a little bit of an understatement. There's a veritable mountain of junk here at the Takoba beach, containing everything from tires to scrap metal. People have been piling up their trash on this beach for a long time, longer than Izuku can remember. Maybe even longer than he's been alive. Once you figure out how to maneuver on terrain this difficult, everything else will be a breeze, Ed says, which means that yes, they really are going to train in a trash heap. Especially once you start ripping up the ground. Plus, there's tons of different material here, so you've got the chance to practice with a little bit of everything before you. Specialize. Distantly, Izuku remembers Ed explaining specialization. Alchemists narrow their fields of focus because there simply aren't enough hours in the day to understand every possible alchemical field out there, a mind-boggling realization at the time. Now, with a couple of carefully guided transmutations under his belt, Izuku has a much better idea of what he's dealing with. "You specialize in earths and metals, right?" he asks Ed. "Among other things. Then aren't I going to do the same? I can't really learn specialties that you don't have, right?" Ed hops down from his microwave podium with a huff. "Of course you can. Alchemy's a science, remember? Once you know the foundational stuff, research is your best friend. Not that you have much of that here, but just because, say, Colonel BSDRD's gloves aren't my specialty doesn't mean I can't figure 'em out." And then quickly, "But don't actually pick fire, fire's a beach to control." "I'm not going to pick fire," Izuku says agreeably, because his experience with fiery power has not been great, and also because it would be redundant to point out that nobody's ever done alchemy about fire before. Over a year into their collaboration, Izuku's learned a lot about Ed's differing history. "Good," Ed says. "You're going to want to innovate your own arrays if you get into anything new. Better for control, since it makes comprehension easier." "I have to make my own circles?" Izuku says, worried. "You've already got all the tools you need to do so," Ed says dismissively. He glances down at his right hand, as though checking for scrapes. "Goes better with a research partner, but hey, that's what I'm here for." Izuku peers at one of the larger trash piles, plodding close enough to nudge an old refrigerator at the bottom. One of its doors thumps open at a touch, and Izuku jumps. A couple of fridge magnets tumble out, mangled and misshapen. At some point, they might have been bright green or blue letters, but now they're nearly gray with grime. "Isn't this kind of dangerous?" Izuku says, towing at a pair of faded magnets. "Because of the sharp things and the germs and everything." "We're not going to roll in it," Ed says. "Don't touch anything without gloves, don't play around with it. We're here to train." "By running through trash?" "By cleaning it up," Ed corrects. He makes a broad gesture at the polluted beach and says, "Letting all of this wash out to sea isn't good for anyone. You're learning to help people, right? Help them see the ocean again. Staring pointedly at the trash that extends from one end of the horizon to the other, Izuku says, "All of it." Ed gives him a light shove. "Yeah, all of it. Why do anything halfway? It's going to take time, and you don't have to start off with the heavier things, but you can definitely clear up all the smaller stuff." With that bit of instruction and a tossed pair of thick gloves, Ed leaves Izuku to his own devices. He doesn't actually leave. Izuku, of course, his tutor keeps pace as Izuku picks through the dump, making sure to warn him about broken glass and unstable handholds, but he doesn't offer further instruction, letting Izuku decide where to start and how to transfer all this waste into the proper disposal bins. It takes less than an hour for Izuku to decide that running handfuls of trash back and forth isn't very efficient. There has to be a faster way to do this, Izuku says, mostly to himself. Ed pps his head to the side, listening. "I'm wasting a lot of time trying to find and grab all the tiny pieces." He wiggles his fingers through the gloves to demonstrate. Ed shoots him a grin. "If you want to get creative with it, I won't stop you," he says. "Creative?" Izuku repeats. He looks around, searching for ideas, before remembering what Ed said about practicing different materials. Oh. A quick pocket check reveals a marker, which Izuku brandishes triumphantly. "Alchemy won't be the perfect answer for everything," Ed says as Izuku stars looking for a good-sized piece of garbage to draw on. "But you're barely familiar with transmuting, so some extra practice is good." "Got it," Izuku says distractedly. He was going to find a non-load-bearing fridge to strip for metal, so he could make buckets to ferry the smaller pieces around, but his gaze lands on a half-rotted sofa instead. That works too. Sofas, as Izuku remembers, could be made of a variety of fabrics, but cotton and polyester are the most prevalent options. Izuku hurries over and flips the torn cushion to reveal the less tattered underside, and quickly traces a relatively large circle before filing in the array. Textiles are somewhat complicated, because they involve a lot of weaving on a scale that alchemy didn't enjoy trying to mimic, but Izuku's practiced with some of his outgrown clothes, and given his mom quite a laugh over the mismatched patterns that resulted, so in theory it should be fine. After a bit of squinting and side-eyeing Ed to make sure he hadn't made a disastrous mistake, Izuku carefully claps his hands together before touching the circle. Alchemical energy crackles through the array, lighting up the ink in blue, and the sofa emits a loud tearing noise as most of its covering rips away. Cotton salvaged from the cushions, polyester from the padding, and a little thread cannibalized from everywhere else all came together to create a bag. Many bags, in fact. "That works," Ed says, but Izuku can tell he's halfway to losing it over the horrifically ruined design along the sides of the bags. He coughs to cover up a laugh and then says, "Why the claps?" "Because you do it," Izuku replies, flapping one of the bags in Ed's face and examining it for holes. "Why do you clap before you touch a circle?" Ed looks away. "Habit, I guess," he says, very unconvincingly. "Teacher did it too." He makes a face. "That's not a good sign." "Hey, kid, don't you start being another version of me, one of me is." "Enough." Izuku blows him a raspberry, because that's what he deserves. He interrupts Ed's amused snigger by tossing the other bags at his face before returning to the task at hand. Later that evening, he'd look up what tools beach cleanup teams used and plan out ways to create his own, but for now, there isn't much else he can do to hasten his progress. Technically, there's nothing wrong with that. This project is meant to last throughout his growth, after all, but the more time Izuku spends chafing at the too large appliances he can't move and picking at the too small debris littered across the sand, the more he wants the beach to be clean. Between the importance of community service and the determination to prove that he can pull off such a monumental task, Izuku finds the few square meters he cleared on his first day to be a little underwhelming. So, naturally, Izuku starts sneaking over to the beach earlier than their scheduled training. He squeezes in as much cleaning as he can before booking it, cleaning himself off, and pretending to walk over at their normal time to meet Ed on the way. Izuku counts himself lucky that Ed hasn't noticed. His tutor's been more distracted recently, as they fall into the familiar rhythm of making their way through the garbage heap. Izuku catches him staring wistfully into the distance, brows furrowed, something a little like sorrow or awe playing across his face. Have you ever been to a beach before? Izuku asks during a hydration break, and Ed glances over his shoulder. Amestris is landlocked, Ed says. He stands in the shallows, leaning over to let the waves lap at his fingers. We don't have any big bodies of water. I've seen the shore every now and then since arriving here, but I've never stayed at a beach for very long. Izuku hops over to join him, splashing through the cool seawater. Is that why you want all this cleaned up? Izuku asks, careful not to get his shoes too wet. He can't take them off to dry when the dirty sand could still be dangerous, after all. Ed, who cares much less about his shoes, ambles further into the water. It sloshes around his ankles, circling him with swirls of disturbed sediment. It's not the only reason, he says, which isn't a no. This can't be good for anyone's health, so a hero in training should do something about it. A giggle bubbles up in Izuku's chest. Okay, he says. Don't go too far out. Mom says that the currents and stuff get really strong even though it doesn't look like it, and you gotta be a really strong swimmer to get out of them. Ed gives the waves a considering look and then shrugs. I shouldn't be out here so much, anyway. Winry would never forgive me. Winry! He smiles, tapping his left leg. My mechanic. She knows everything there is to know about automail. Izuku's eyes widen with wonder. Did she make your leg then? She also made the older versions of my leg too. He laughs. She'd kill me if she knew I was dunking it in saltwater. There's a lot of delicate wiring in these things. Couldn't you just transmute it back to normal afterwards? Ed makes a face. That's what I said, but she always knew when I did it. Said I never got it right when I transmuted it, probably 'cause of all the little moving parts. She's the expert, so I do listen. I don't do it except for last resort. He backs out of the water now, and Izuku goes with him. She's not with you here, right? Izuku asks. No. Puzzled, Izuku says, is that okay? If the wiring is so delicate and there isn't anyone who knows about automail around, your leg doesn't need a checkup? Ed waves it off. I grew up with her and with this thing. I'm good at automail upkeep, he assures. Have been for years. Having a mechanic's a nice extra, but it's fine as it is. In hindsight, Izuku should have known better than to believe him. His new school isn't perfect. Teachers still overlook him more often than not, and when Izuku fails to be forthright with his quirk, or his lack thereof, his classmates fail to approach him. But at least he isn't being hunted through the halls by a roving pack of peers illegally flexing their quirks, so there is that. It doesn't stop the weird looks and whispered rumors, though. All it takes is one person. Just one. One student with a friend at Izuku's previous school, one student who knows enough gossip to notice, one student who stands in the doorway during lunch and opens their mouth and says, "Hey, isn't that useless Deku?" Izuku stiffens. His fingers pass over the penciled circle in the edges of a worksheet he was putting away, and blue lightning hisses at his fingertips as his emotions roil. Who cares? Comes someone else's voice, low and harsh. Some scattered gasps draw Izuku's attention, and he glances over in time to see a group of would-be bullies scatter under the scowl of another kid looming in the hall beyond them. At a glance, Izuku doesn't recognize the purple hair or pale scars pinching the edges of the student's mouth, but they might be in the same grade. Different classes, maybe. Their eyes meet briefly. Izuku gives a tiny nod of thanks, committing the other's appearance to memory, and turns back to his paper. The half-transmuted wrinkle in the sheet is easily smoothed out, and the sketched circle cleanly erased. His new school isn't perfect. It doesn't even feel that good, really. But it is better. Izuku can work with better. It doesn't take long to learn that the other social pariah is named Shinso Hitoshi, mostly because he and Izuku are the only two transfer students this year, so their names wind up in the same sentence a lot. That said, they don't spend a lot of time within speaking distance. Occasionally, Izuku catches sight of Shinso in the halls and sends him grateful and encouraging looks, but the most he ever gets in return is a wary glance. Izuku isn't pressed about it. He's busy navigating his own school experience, delightfully boring, and hurrying out to the beach whenever he has the time. It's not until he spots the dangling keychain of slitted yellow goggles swinging from Shinsu's backpack that Izuku realizes he has to talk to him, because few people appreciate underground heroes and fewer still carry their merch, and that subtle Eraserhead tribute means Shinso has great taste, if nothing else. Izuku taps out a quick text to let Ed know he might be a little late to their beach meetup. It's fine, he's already more than made up for days' worth of cleanup on his own time before he hurries after Shinso. Rushing out the front door of the school with everyone else is still a novelty for Izuku, but now it's more a hindrance than anything. He can't get Shinsu's attention like this, so Izuku hikes his backpack higher and determinedly follows that mop of purple hair until the crowd finally thins as people take their own routes home. Finally, Izuku manages to trot up to Shinso. Hey, Shinsu-kun? Shinso whirls around, guarded and narrow-eyed, until he realizes who he's looking at. Oh, he says. You're the other transfer student. Midoriya, right? Yeah, that's me. I just wanted to wait. I never thanked you for that time on my first day. Izuku drops into a quick bow. Thank you for that. You're welcome. Shinso seems more baffled than anything, but quickly shakes it off and says, Look, you should I have somewhere to be. His gaze darts from side to side, agitated. Izuku winces. Sorry, I won't be long. I just wanted to say about your keychain, is that Eraserhead merch? He's such a cool hero, and underground heroes don't ever get any recognition for their work, so it's really cool that you support him. Surprised, Shinso turns to face him fully. You recognize it? He says, and Izuku beams. You're right, he is a great hero. He's my favorite. Mine is All Might, but Eraserhead is a good favorite to have, Izuku says, and he's about to back this statement up with pages upon pages of information compiled with a great deal more effort than any other hero had required, since underground heroes are so secretive, but he's cut off by a rough shoulder pushing him aside. For the thinnest of instants, he thinks he's back in his old school with quirks hovering threateningly over him again, and he tenses. What's this? Someone jeers, and Izuku braces himself before he realizes that their attention isn't on him. A villain on our turf? They're looking at Shinso. Whatever openness Izuku had managed to pry from his schoolmate abruptly closes off, like the flick of a shutter. Shinso doesn't respond. Aren't you gonna speak up? The stranger continues, stepping into Shinsu's space with two others flanking him. They look the same age, but they're wearing different uniforms from Shinso and Izuku. They must be from another school. Aren't you gonna use your villainous quirk to get away with it? Something flashes through Izuku, white-hot and blazing, villains always lose and you're too useless to win echoing in his head. He knows what this is. It's not directed at him, but he knows. He recognizes Shinsu's clenched jaw and downturned face and the way he's getting herded into the shadows, to a part of the street where he won't be so easily seen. Izuku knows what this is, and he hates everything about it. For once, there is no history of friendship to hold his tongue, no way of redirecting it all to himself to quietly endure. Unfettered, with nothing to hold him back, Izuku hardly trembles as he moves between Shinso and the strangers. Hey, he says, and when they continue to ignore him, he channels his inner Ed to snap louder, Hey! We're in the middle of a conversation, don't just interrupt like that. That's rude. You sure you want to be chatting with this guy? One of the strangers says, grinning a row of quirk-sharpened teeth. His quirk's mind control. Shinso flinches, a JRK of movement in the corner of Izuku's eyes. If you talk to him, he might make you do all sorts of evil things. You wouldn't want to get caught up with a villain, would you? Izuku shows his teeth. My friend isn't a villain. Villains stop people from going home to their families, he says, grabbing Shinsu's sleeve. You're right, we wouldn't want to get caught up with any of them. Come on, Shinsu-kun, let's go. He doesn't see the strangers' faces twist. He doesn't need to, not when the hand coming down in his peripheral is all the warning he needs. He ducks on reflex, swinging a leg out and catching the closest one in a sweep that sends them stumbling into the others. Wait, that worked? That never works on Ed. It really must be a matter of experience. Izuku doesn't stop to revel in his little victory, though. With a tug on Shinsu's sleeve, they hurry down the open road, putting plenty of space between them and the unbalanced bullies. Like I was saying, Izuku says, loudly and without looking back, trying to keep his anxiety from bubbling up his throat. Eraserhead is a good favorite. If underground heroes track their stats, I bet he'd easily be in the top ranks for incidents resolved. He's really good at fast and quiet villain suppression. He continues on from there, letting himself ramble on and on about Eraserhead even though Shinso doesn't reply to him at all. In the meantime, Izuku keeps an eye on nearby windows and reflective surfaces. Once he confirms that they aren't being followed, and haven't been followed for at least a couple of blocks, he finally lets go of Shinso. They come to a halt. "Sorry," Izuku says. Shinso frowns and tilts his head to the side, as though asking what for. "I kind of pulled you in a random direction," Izuku says, sheepish, "so it might take you longer to get home. But it looked like you could use an exit, and I tried to keep going in the direction that you were headed." And then, when Shinso only shrugs, "It was nice to talk to you though. Maybe I can walk with you next time, too, if those students always stick around looking to bother you." Abruptly, it clicks. A transfer student, a different school, and students who came looking for a target they knew they could pick on. Shinso, who tried to usher Izuku along before it happened, as though knowing that it would. Izuku's lucky in a way. His recurring bullies haven't bothered seeking him out since his transfer. Probably because they were actually punished, briefly, at the end. "They're wrong, you know," he tells Shinso. "About villains, and you like heroes, right? I know you like Eraserhead, but other heroes too." Shinso hesitates and then nods. "Me too. I used to have classmates like that, who told me I couldn't be one no matter what I said. But they're wrong. And they're wrong about what you're like too." Shinso grimaces. "My quirk is brainwashing," he says levelly, like he's bracing for Izuku to bite him or something. "I can control anyone who answers me." He sends Izuku a significant look. "Oh," Izuku says, figuring that Shinso probably wants them to be on equal ground with information like that. "Well, I'm quirkless. An alchemist. I'm an alchemist." He thinks he might have misinterpreted that look, because Shinso seems caught off guard. "I control people," Shinso repeats, as though afraid Izuku hadn't heard him clearly the first time. "Anyone who responds to me. That's a cool quirk," Izuku says. He's not sure what Shinso wants to hear from him. That seems like it would be really useful for villain suppression in delicate situations. What kind of response do you need? Does it have to be verbal? In Japanese? Would the person being controlled be aware? And then, realizing he's kind of assumed that Shinso means to be a hero, that is, if you're interested in hero work, I mean. Your quirk sounds super versatile. I'm sure it'll serve you well in any field you want to go into. Shinso still looks at him oddly. Instead of answering any of Izuku's many burning questions, he says, You still want to talk to me? Why wouldn't I? I just told you what my quirk is." Wondering if he should feel hurt over Shinso's adamant emphasis on his quirk, but then deciding that Shinso isn't the type to rub his amazing quirk in Izuku's face, Izuku wrinkles his nose in confusion. "I know a lot of quirks. Know many villainous ones? That villains would use." Shinso bites out and that Izuku has a lot of practice with being afraid of quirks. He loves them, loves the variety and the color and the beauty of each individual ability, but he knows they can hurt him. But Shinso has already proven himself different from those who activated their quirks just to laugh at Izuku yelping in pain. "You didn't even use your quirk in self-defense," Izuku points out. "I don't think you'd use it on me or anything. Unless I asked." "Can I ask?" He's never been under the influence of a mental quirk before, and he's kind of curious. Shinso waves his hand in a later kind of way. "Are you serious? It's a scary, evil quirk." "Quirks aren't evil," Izuku says, affronted. "Quirks are incredible, and he refuses to let that remark stand. They can't be evil, they're a part of people. You can do bad things using them, that's what villains are, but you're nice and you like Eraserhead, so I know you're not going to do that. Just having a quirk doesn't mean anything." "You'd know, huh?" Shinso muses, mostly to himself. He touches the corner of his mouth idly, brushing against a faint scar. It looks like something pointy had been jammed against his face for a long time, but Izuku isn't sure, and he isn't inclined to ask. "You're really trying to be a quirkless hero?" I'm gonna be the first, Izuku confirms. I guess that explains the kick. Izuku blinks, confused, before remembering the brief scuffle. Yeah. My alchemy tutor's teaching me how to fight, because to train the mind, you have to train your body too. That makes sense, I guess. A glint enters Shinsu's gaze. You're right, it's my dream to be a hero. And having a quirk doesn't do me any good if I can't fight, either. So, out of curiosity, what kind of training do you do? And why do you want to cancel today's training, exactly? I made a friend. Izuku chirps. Ed squints. Not a friend like someone who beats you up? He clarifies, shifting to hold his phone against his shoulder. He uncaps a pen with his teeth, jotting down the name of the street in his journal as Izuku responds. A friend like someone who stops me from getting beat up, and who I keep from getting beat up. That probably seems very above and beyond for Izuku, considering his past friendships. With a good-natured roll of his eyes, not that Izuku could see it, Ed snaps his journal shut and drops the pen cap into his left hand. Fine, sure, he says. Go have fun, you can make it up on the weekend or something. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes. Okay, see you tomorrow, Ed. The line goes dead, and Ed stuffs his phone into a pocket with a huff. The journal and pen are stored with a little more care, since they're much more important to him. Bad news, calls a voice from overhead, and Ed glances up to the figure perched on the edge of a balcony like an oversized cat. Nah, he says. Good news, actually. My dumbass student is slacking off for the day. He gets a puzzled frown in response. How is that good news? Means I've got more time to F around and find out, Ed says, shrugging. Since you won't tell me where that high-security prison place is. Because there's no logical reason to let you break into Tartarus. I need all the time I can get to gather intel in other, less efficient ways, Ed continues blithely. Teaching's a full-time job, Eraser. Especially when I'm the only halfway decent reference he's got. Sounds awful, Eraserhead drawls. He tugs at the scarf around his neck, slinging one end over a railing and rappelling down to the ground with practiced ease. Remind me never to go into education. Snorts, turning to continue down an alley. Sometimes it's less about what you want to get into, and more about what the kid's best chances of survival are, he says. Anyway, are you gonna keep tailing me, or are you going back to your regular patrol route like you said you were gonna? You've got nothing on me, I literally can't use a quirk illegally. This familiar point brings a sour expression to Eraserhead's face. I regret telling you about the specifics of anti-vigilantism law every single day of my life. Unrepentant, Ed grins. That's not a lot of days. Eraserhead raises a brow. You're younger than me. It's not phrased as a question. Watch it, says Ed, very aware of the fact that he looks and acts, if he's honest, like a teenager. Especially in comparison to Eraserhead, who's in his mid-20s or so. Younger, maybe, if it's the exhaustion aging him. At least he doesn't call Ed short again. He's clearly learned from that particular incident. Look, even if you didn't tell me about that loophole, it wouldn't have changed anything. I'd still be doing this if it was illegal. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Eraserhead says, like every word out of Ed's mouth physically pains him. You're risking a lot on a hunch. What makes you so certain the HPSC has anything to hide? What doesn't make Ed so certain that the HPSC is hiding some shady sheet would make a much shorter list. He could say that the way they weaponize lives reminds him of state alchemists. He could talk about a test he passed with a simple clap of his hands, when threatening the Führer in demonstration should have landed him behind bars at the very least, but instead he'd been given a free pass and a blank check. All because of a 5-pointed circle and its 5 required sacrifices. Amestris had missed the signs. Nobody looked far enough into the few red flags that were actually noticeable because they didn't know there was more to see, not until it was nearly too late. But Ed's an old hand at this now. He knows what to look out for. You could say I've got prior experience, Ed says. For an industry as messy as heroics, the commission in charge is suspiciously clean. Hell, everything I've learned about how things work around here tells me sheets F-Ed. Criminalizing quirk use when licensing is that tough to get is just an easy way to lock up inconvenient people. Letting just one person hold back the entire shadow criminal empire means you aren't thinking ahead. Giving professionals an official ranking within their field is such a horrible idea that literally nobody else does it. Not even Amestris wanted to encourage that level of underhanded backstabbing. Eraserhead absorbs this without so much as a wince. And Amestris is what, exactly? A country that picked a fight with everyone at its borders to facilitate a blood sacrifice involving all of its citizens? Ed deadpans, because even if he isn't believed, it prompts a pretty funny look of befuddlement from Eraserhead. But at least state alchemists aren't supposed to be kids. Hero schools are real DMN close being outright child soldier programs. They're so ludicrously expensive to run that only one or two can operate without government funding, so most of them are beholden to whatever the H-fuckers demand of them. So you better be DMN well sure that the people in that thing are above board. There's a lot more that Ed can get into, because Promise Day was a cautionary tale painted in literal blood, but he stops at a dim, abandoned-looking storefront. He double-checks the faded sign leaning against the window and nods. Bingo. What does that have to do with? Eraserhead leans forward, squinting through the dusty glass. Ringy consultations? Flip the characters, Ed says distractedly, testing the front door. Hardly an issue, but still inconvenient, especially with a hero looking over his shoulder. Maybe there's a side entrance he can use? Worst comes to worst, the door itself looks fragile enough that it'd crunch like a wheat chip under a solid automail kick. Jira, you're breaking into Jiren's base? Eraserhead hisses. The arms dealer? Information broker, Ed says. And it's not his base, it's just one of his older fronts. You think his cover would be that obvious nowadays? Pfft, I'm not about to mess with someone who tampers with memories. And yet, says Eraserhead, here you are. Ed waves dismissively at him. Stay right there, he says. Close your eyes for a second, I've got to find the FNG spare key or whatever. You mean break and enter? Do you want plausible deniability or not, Eraser? Time passes quickly. Izuku spends most of his days at Takoba, hauling trash and drawing circles in the sand. It's meant to be a training ground, and for the most part, it is, but that doesn't stop him from spending an inordinate amount of time running after Ed in the maze of trash, laughing without a care in the world. He gains surer and surer footing on the uneven ground with every round of tag, and at the close of each day, he's a little stronger than he was when he woke up. A year comes and goes before he knows it. For the first time in ages, Izuku has someone new to invite to his birthday party, Shinso, who sheepishly accepts a hefty slice of cake from a very teary-eyed mom. Slowly, bit by bit, the beach gets cleaner. Izuku sifts glass shards from sand using a fine mesh he'd transmuted out of other trash. He rolls tires away from the waterline, drags plastic chairs across the sand, and splashes seawater at Ed whenever he's not looking. Maybe it could have taken less than a year to clear Takoba Beach from horizon to horizon, if Izuku was a little older, if he really wanted to push himself. But he stops to sit down with Ed and talk about his future, to compare notes on up-and-coming heroes, to go over the best formulae for transmuting refrigerators into something easier to carry. The days drag on, until, quite suddenly, he's almost done. He's 11 and nearing 12, ready to enter junior high, when he sits down on a wrecked truck and watches the tide roll in. In a few years, I'm going to apply to UA, he says. Hell yeah, Ed says. That's the best school in the country, right? There's no way they could possibly reject you. The truck is sun-warm beneath them, half sunken in the sand. The rest of the beach stretches on, uninterrupted for as far as the eye can see. This vehicle is the last thing to mar the view. Izuku smiles towards the sky. I could fail the writing portion just to spite you, he offers and rolls away from Ed when an arm sweeps towards him in a lazy attack. He lands on the sand, rocks onto his heels, and pouts at him. Hey! Don't spite me, I've been nothing but helpful, Ed says indignantly. He sits up, crossing his arms. If you're gonna spite someone, do it to everyone who says they're better than you. Kick their butts. That's a bad word, Izuku admonishes without any bite, clambering back onto the truck's hood to elbow his mentor. Yeah. Written portion aside, you know what you gotta do to pass the practical? Izuku nods. UA usually cycles through a few different entrance exams, but they're all combat-oriented with a focus on robots. I couldn't find the exact alloy of those robots, but I figured I could target steel and work from there. Ed considers this. Do they let you bring in circles? He asks. Or at least something to write with? I don't think so, Izuku says. There was a student a while ago that tried to pre-make a bunch of tools with their quirk, and they weren't allowed to bring all of them in. I'll have to register a marker as a support item or something. Draw a few matrices on your hand before it even starts, if you have a chance, Ed advises. That way, you won't have to worry about it. Most alchemists wind up tattooing their most common circles on their hands to speed things up. Izuku adds another mental tally to the number of discrepancies between what he knows and what Ed remembers. Most alchemists are quiet about their line of work, preferring to go unnoticed rather than endure public ridicule. None of them would have circles tattooed, especially not somewhere as visible as their hands. Never mind that alchemy isn't used enough to warrant tattoos, anyway. Out loud, all Izuku says is, maybe. He looks down at his own hands. I think I'll stick with marker, so it's easy to wash off and use a different circle later. You don't have any transmutation tattoos, do you? Ed shrugs. Izuku knows that Ed has a tattoo, though it isn't a circle. On his shoulder sits a snake curling over a cross, with detached wings and a crown. Never needed one. Did you use a permanent marker instead? Izuku asks, puzzled. Nope. Izuku waits for an explanation, but doesn't get one. He's not that surprised. Ed doesn't like talking about the logistics of his own alchemy. It might have something to do with why Ed seems unaffected by the passage of time. Izuku doesn't have any evidence, but he's gotten taller and Ed hasn't, and maybe it ties into why Ed seems to have lived a very different history from the rest of the world, too. Ed's not cagey about his past, exactly. He talks about his brother and his mechanic and countless others often enough, but only ever in a wistful sense. Like they're out of reach in a way that can't be bridged by plane or car. Izuku begins, if I get into you, when, Ed interjects. If, because they have a really low acceptance rate, Izuku says, does that mean are you still going to teach me? Ed levels him a disbelieving look. You mean, do I trust a hero school to teach you alchemy? Well, put like that, it sounds rather silly. I'm just saying UA's hero track is supposed to be really hard, Izuku says. It's not like elementary or junior high. Harder than regular school? Michim. You have to learn heroics on top of everything a normal high school would teach. Like what? Puzzled, Izuku tilts his head to the side. Like math and science and history? What did you learn at your high school? I didn't have traditional schooling, Ed explains. Anything teacher didn't teach, Al and I taught ourselves. Or we picked it up from other alchemists. Oh. You're doing well in school now, aren't you? It can't be that much worse from what you're already doing. Recently, Izuku's actually been doing better than ever. No more docked points for soot stains on his homework, no more finding his homework folder crumpled up under a tree after a day of desperate searching. I don't know. I think I'll do okay, but homework might take forever. So it's good that you don't have to haul trash every day for hours anymore, Ed points out. And then, dismissively, I don't have a lot left to teach, anyway. Unless you want me to list out every possible variation of circle ever, and that would be like teaching Zerzesian by reading out every possible sentence. There's no point. You already have all the words you need. Logically, Izuku knows that. He's been given the freedom to experiment with circles on his own, even though Ed's the only one with any frame of reference to weigh in on whether or not he's on the right track, which itself is a show of faith in Izuku's skill. It would be good practice, Izuku hedges, picking sand from his pant legs. He can't shake the feeling that he's constantly playing catch-up with his peers. What if he isn't enough? What if he falls behind? New heroes make the most mistakes within the first few years of their career, since they don't have a lot of experience. There isn't anyone like that for alchemy, except you. Alchemy isn't that special, kid. Just have your teachers treat it like a physics-abiding quirk that manipulates matter through circles. There's probably already a quirk out there that does that. Ed glances sidelong at him. Now, I'm not saying I'll stop you if you really want to help me out with my projects just because. Izuku laughs a little. Like a lab assistant? Was that your goal all along, making me into your unpaid intern? And what if it was? Ed challenges, hefting his chin with faked arrogance. What are you gonna do about it? Izuku doesn't bother with such pleasantries as a verbal disagreement. He just lunges, tackling Ed off the hood, laughing through the spray of sand as they hit the ground. It's not until the sun goes down that the last crackle of alchemical energy dies down, and a freshly repaired truck rolls slowly away from the beach. As it turns out, Ed was right. Not having to haul trash around for hours leaves Izuku at a loss for what to do with all this extra time. He studies until he's bored of it, does homework until he's bored of it, texts Shinso until they're both bored, texts Ed until Ed says he has to go do something else. I have to remind someone that he said teaching was awful? Izuku reads aloud, puzzled, and resorts to constantly refreshing the news to see if anything has cropped up since the last time he checked. The answer is no, of course, because the last time he checked was 5 minutes ago. Izuku heaves a sigh and scrolls back over to an earlier article discussing All Might's numerous appearances this morning, including a fairly extended stretch of time that involved the hero bounding through the city in search of a distraught infant's stuffed toy, but he's already analyzed all the event has to offer, so there's nothing new to do there either. In the end, he ends up wandering aimlessly around the house like a sad, unenriched Roomba until his mom finally gets tired of his pacing around and shoos him outside, amused and exasperated all at once. "Why don't you go out and grab some groceries?" she says, pressing a few bills into his hands. "I'll text you the things we need to make katsudon tonight. Since you don't have anything else to do, I can show you how to make it on your own. How about that?" Izuku cheers a little at the prospect of his favorite meal. "Okay," he agrees and squeezes in a quick hug before he's ushered out and waved off. Getting to the grocery store is a short trek that Izuku takes by heart, having accompanied his mom enough times to remember the route without having to reference his phone's GPS too much. The grocery list he has is really just one thing, so he takes his time with it, humming under his breath as he purchases a packet of breadcrumbs and emerges from the shop with it swinging in a bag. He's about to head home when sharp movement catches his eye. A tall, lanky figure stumbles around someone, fervently apologizing. It wouldn't be anything to raise a brow at. Even the vivid blonde hair isn't out of place in Quirk, Japan. Just look at the way Ed barely turns an eye, but then they sink into a bench with a painful-looking stoop, and when they cough, red flecks stain their too pale face and the handkerchief they have in hand. They're hurt, or at least bleeding, and that alone is enough to pull Izuku off his path. "Excuse me, sir," he says, and the person glances up with surprise at his approach. "Are you okay? I saw that you were bleeding. Did you get hurt?" No, the stranger quickly reassures. "I'm fine, thank you. I'm afraid this," and the handkerchief flutters as it's waved before getting stowed, "is already healed as well as it can be. There's no need to worry about me. But your concern is appreciated." "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku." "Midoriya Shounen, yes, thank you. I'm Yagi Tashinori, it's nice to meet you." Yagi smiles, and Izuku gets a weird sense of deja vu he can't quite pin down. "Like I said, I'm fine, I just haven't gotten used to taking it slow, I guess you could say. Like Ed on cold and rainy days, then." Izuku nods to show he gets it, and then glances down at the numerous bags piled around Yagi's ankles. "Would you like some help, maybe? I could help you carry some of your things. I wouldn't want to hold you up. You look like you've got your own errands to run." "It's okay. I'm stronger than I look," Izuku promises. He shifts his own bag to hang around his wrist, which leaves both hands free. He waves them to Yagi in demonstration. "See? It's not that heavy." "I live pretty far away, though," Yagi warns. He points in a direction at an angle away from where Izuku had been heading, but Izuku doesn't mind. "I'm really strong," Izuku repeats earnestly. "I trained a lot to be a hero, so I can definitely help with your groceries." This softens the look on Yagi's face somewhat. "Well, if a young hero to be like yourself is offering to help, who am I to say no?" he says, and with that, Izuku happily scoops up most of the bags on the ground. Sure, they're heavy, especially the jugs of milk and juice, but Izuku's carried heavier and more weirdly shaped objects. While he's never really disdained the cleanup work, this is the first time he fully appreciates all those hours of toil and sweat. If you get tired and need a break, tell me, Yagi says. And then, with a laugh, I might need the break even more than you, so don't be shy to say you want to stop, alright? Izuku doesn't think he'll take up that offer, but nods anyway. As it turns out, he doesn't need to. As they set off, Yagi takes the time to pause every few blocks or so, allegedly to catch his breath. He never looks quite as strained as he did when Izuku first approached, though, so Yagi might be doing it more for Izuku's sake than his own. Still, it keeps Yagi from coughing up any more blood, so Izuku doesn't mind. Besides, Yagi's a delight to talk with. He listens intently as Izuku rambles about heroes, and even offers his own insight. He even seems to be something of an expert on hero tactics, patching up some of the gaps in Izuku's extensive knowledge of how certain fights played out. After a prolonged discussion of exactly why only All Might fought Toxic Chainsaw despite the latter's corrosive power, which would seemingly put a close combat specialist at a disadvantage, if not for All Might's overwhelming strength, Izuku figures that Yagi must have worked with a hero or two at some point. Because, he says as Yagi freezes up at that comment, you have info that hasn't been released to the public. I looked through the officially published report, they don't talk about the villain's quirk at all. Yagi coughs into his fist, a little sheepishly, and says, My coworkers are very social and like to gossip, he says. Is that a yes? I'm afraid I can't say, Midoriya Shounen, Yagi says. That's definitely a yes, Izuku decides, because a lot of people who work closely with heroes on cases have to sign NDAs at some point in their careers. Yagi, laughing, shakes his head. No, it's mostly desk work for me. I'm just a quirkless old man, so You're quirkless? Izuku doesn't mean to interrupt, but it brings a wave of relief rushing through him. He'd been very careful to avoid asking about Yagi's quirk, since he doesn't want to have the whole yes I'm quirkless no I'm not made of glass conversation, and he hadn't realized that maybe Yagi had been doing the same. Me too. I know it's increasingly rare, especially in my year, so I don't know a lot of people like me. Wait, Yagi says, you're quirkless? Thanks. And you're trying to be a hero? Yeah, I'm going to save people with a smile, just like All Might. Izuku hefts his bags to demonstrate his arm strength, and then stops because he's going to tire out quickly if he keeps that up. Kind of like All Might, he amends. I don't have super strength, but I'm going to be the first alchemist to get a hero license. You plan on being a hero through alchemy? Yagi looks confused, which is fair. He's probably thinking of all the failed research and party tricks. Here, look, Izuku says, shuffling the bags around until he can pull out his phone and tap into his photo library. He opens a video he'd taken a few weeks ago of the sandcastle he'd proudly transmuted on the beach. As the clip plays out, blue alchemical lightning flashing across the screen, he continues, alchemy's capable of a lot more than what you see in demonstrations and stuff. My tutor says it's because our experts are missing important sources, but he's memorized it all, and he taught me how to do it. I didn't know you could do such a thing with alchemy, Yagi says. That's quite impressive, Midoriya Shounen, but heroics is dangerous work. Are you sure you can beat villains at such a disadvantage? There are plenty of heroes with quirks that are less versatile than alchemy, Izuku points out. They do fine, and so will I once I have the right training. What if, Yagi says, and there's an odd intensity in his tone now, you could have a quirk? If you could have, say, All Might's power, that would certainly open the door to heroics for you. Izuku used to wish for something like that. It's been a while, but when he was little small enough that he hadn't known. There was an indescribable gate within him. Instead of a budding quirk, he hadn't limited his imagination to fire breathing and item pulling. Having a quirk that wasn't directly related to either parent was rare, but what kid resisted the hope to mimic All Might's greatness? That would be a lot to handle. And impossible, Izuku adds with a laugh. But what if it wasn't? Yagi presses. Izuku makes a non-committal sound, and then shakes his head. You can't transmute with a quirk, he says, and I think I can do more good like this. He doesn't have to talk about how being quirkless has only gotten harder from generation to generation, as they get rarer and the quirks get stronger. There are so many quirked heroes already. Izuku wants to be more. I see, Yagi says slowly. I can't say I looked into alchemy very much when I was young. I didn't know it could do such things. I could teach you. Izuku brightens, clasping his hands together or, well, trying as best he can with so many bags hanging off his arms. It's really cool. Abruptly, Yagi coughs into his handkerchief. I'm too old to learn such new tricks, he says, somewhat flustered, though Izuku can't imagine why. I don't have the talent for it. You're never too old to learn something new, Yagi-san, Izuku says sagely. Plus, it's a skill, so you have to practice it to be good at it. I can show you some circles, and you can try them out when you have the time and energy. Just the two things I'm short on, Yagi says, and despite his light-hearted tone, Izuku falters a little. It's all right, Midoriya Shounen. You've shown plenty of kindness already. Look, you've helped me bring everything all the way to my doorstep. He accepts Izuku's help until it comes to actually putting everything away, and offers Izuku a drink for his efforts. Izuku turns down anything more than a bottle of water, and with that done he waves Yagi goodbye and starts heading home again. Before he steps outside, however, Yagi calls out again. Midoriya Shounen, he says. Thank you for your help, really. I think you're right, a hero like you will be sorely needed in the coming years. Izuku flushes pink, bowing with a tremulous, thank you. Yagi's words stick with him on the way home, though. His gratitude seems almost disproportionately generous, and it makes Izuku want to do something to properly deserve it. He thinks back to Yagi coughing wetly into a handkerchief, and he wonders, can alchemy be used to heal? Ed, who is still processing the can of motor oil that Izuku dropped into his lap, mostly as a GG gift, since he doesn't know if Automail uses that kind of oil, glances over to him. What? Can you heal an injury with alchemy? Izuku says. Can you transmute someone's wound shut, or correct a poorly healed injury? The motor oil clinks as it rests against Ed's metal leg. What would you be transmuting? He asks. Blood. Bigger. Izuku frowns. A body? Oh, so that would be human transmutation. So that wouldn't work. I didn't say that, Ed says. He meets Izuku's gaze. I said that human transmutation is not allowed, not approved, and that you can't create human life. And I asked if you could come up with anything that could possibly balance the equivalence needed for a life, and you said you couldn't. I remember, Izuku says. It was a long time ago, but he remembers. Ed's expression twists into something of a frown. Good, he says simply. Don't forget. Anything goes. Anything really? Izuku frowns. Are you sure? Or hand-to-hand only if you want, I don't care, Shinso grinds out. Today SCKD. I just want to get it over with and think about something else. Izuku grimaces in sympathy. Technically, he's the one in the most trouble. Shoving into his classmates' pointed conversation had spent the last of his teacher's patience, and nobody would listen when Izuku pointed out that they'd been talking about muzzling specific quirks, but if he thinks about it any more, he's going to tear up in frustration again. Shinso's right. Today SCKD. Out loud, Izuku says, hand-to-hand only. No quirks, no alchemy. First to be immobilized or tap out has to bring ice cream later. That last point surprises Shinso into nearly dropping his scowl. Wait, what? Since when was that a rule? Since forever, Izuku says, even though he definitely came up with it on the spot just now. Loser buys ice cream. Rulebook says so. You're such a liar, Shinso says. He sounds more amused than anything else, though. Where's this rulebook you're talking about? Beat me and I'll tell you, Izuku says, settling into a ready stance. Shinso rolls his eyes. No need, I already know you don't have one. And then, before Izuku can retort, he lunges. Twigs crack underfoot as Izuku darts out of the way, rolling to his feet in a swift recovery. He leaps towards Shinso while Shinso's still turning around, slipping a little on leaf litter. Izuku's footing is more certain, earning him a glancing hit before Shinso retaliates. Since the beginning of junior high, they've started sparring in earnest. The UA entrance exam feels closer than ever, looming right over the horizon, and considering that they've only got 1 year left, it might as well be. I hate Nabu students, Shinso says through a heavy breath, as though reading Izuku's mind. Or maybe it's obvious it would be lingering in both their heads right now. Izuku weaves out of the way of a punch and says, "We're students Nabu Junior High too, you know." Shinso grunts, though that might just be because Izuku's gone on the offense and nearly unbalanced him with a sweep aimed at his legs. At least Nabu isn't as bad as it could be. The way Izuku sees it, his first elementary school was on the worst end of the spectrum, his second was on the better end, and Nabu is just the weak, lukewarm average. It's not so bad that either of them need to bring their parents/guardians into it, but the grating irritation is annoying. Throwing each other around for a few half hours helps work out the stiffness from sitting in a chair all day, at least. Shinso's gotten good at holding his own, but Izuku's trained for longer, and with Ed, who's faster and stronger than either of them. With quirks and alchemy off the table, Izuku tends to come away better off than Shinso does. Case in point, after a few too-close scrapes, Izuku catches a punch and turns, dragging Shinso with him into a roll that leaves Izuku jamming an elbow into his gut and pinning him to the ground. Immobilized, Izuku announces. Shinso tries to kick him off, but he can't land a good enough hit with Izuku's knee locked against his ankles. All right, he says, "I yield, you be." Rude, Izuku says, but lets him up with a grin. They brush the dirt from themselves, and then Shinso mutters, "Thanks. For, you know," and he gestures at Izuku that could mean anything from standing up for me in class to agreeing to train with me to all of you. Izuku grabs their backpacks from where they'd shoved them aside and tosses Shinso's over to him. "I always like spending time with my friends," he says brightly. Immediately, Shinso pretends to retch into his bag. "Please," he says melodramatically, "enough with the cavities." "You're still getting me ice cream," Izuku reminds. "Cavities," Shinso repeats, but he keeps pace as they head back into the busier parts of the city. They're discussing rumors of some high-ranking team-ups under Edshot's guidance when Izuku slows to a stop, looking around in confusion. "Is it just me," Izuku says, "or is the ground shaking?" Shinso says, "I was hoping you weren't going to say that," and then yelps as Izuku drags him out of the way of an entire car hurtling through the air at them. The vehicle crashes into a storefront, immediately catching itself and everything around it on fire. Screams fill the air as Izuku scrambles to his feet, Shinso's fingers digging into his biceps as they haul each other up. "Let's get out of here," Shinso hisses, pulling Izuku along, but Izuku's craning his head back to look back at the source of the thrown car. At first, all he can see is a faintly moving silhouette through the smokescreen of settling dust, but it doesn't take long before a writhing mass of dark green sludge rises over the debris, rounding a corner and coming into full view of villain. Izuku realizes. There's something off about the villain. The sludge's jerky, unsteady movements remind him of a flag flapping wildly around a pole, as though the viscous quirk is grounded in a solid core that's being clumsily hauled along. Maybe it's the villain's real body, operating as the control center buried under all that mess, but that doesn't explain the slowness and inexpertise of the movement, the way the sludge strains against some kind of unseen resistance instead of flowing naturally. And then the villain turns, revealing someone sunken neck-deep in the grime. The person seems to be struggling to escape, which would definitely account for those aberrations in the villain's movement. Izuku winces in sympathy for the hostage, but the heroes will be here soon. All Might himself was in the area earlier to stop a bank robbery, so it shouldn't be long now. In the meantime, the villain roars out a laugh that bounces off the surrounding buildings. A ripple of sludge wraps around the victim's arm, completely snuffing out the firecracker pops of heat sparking across the victim's palm. That's familiar. Why is that familiar? Why does it remind him of? Izuku stops breathing. That quirk, he knows that quirk. It's louder and brighter and stronger than he remembers, not to mention bastardized through the thick sludge that's now using it to pulverize another wall, but the way it lights up the palm before blasting out with concussive force is unmistakable. Those deafening explosions are unmistakable. If Izuku had known that this is how he'd see Bakugo for the first time since elementary school, he would have laughed until he cried. As it is, Izuku barely reacts to the whistle of displaced air as several pro-heroes swoop in to handle the situation. His breath gets knocked loose in his lungs as he stumbles after Shinso, letting his friend pull him to the crowd waiting and watching from the perimeter. "Next time," Shinso says, faintly out of breath, "save the analysis for when we're not in line of fire, Midoriya." Izuku gives himself a shake, trying not to think of starburst burns and the taste of ash on his lips, snuffing out anything he might have said in response. The dull boom of explosion running rampant doesn't help, but at least his years of skirmish chasing have trained his gaze to lock onto the heroes first, eager to watch them take care of this villain quickly so he can go home and bury himself in his analysis. Except they don't. The heroes don't engage. Backdraft is busy putting out fires as Kamui Wood swings away with evacuees in his branching grip. Death Arms starts muscling through the debris below, looking for trapped civilians further away. The looming figure of MT Lady hovers over the block. But they're not fighting. The sludge villain squelches through the streets unchecked, scorching walls and flipping cars with Bakugu's quirk, and the pro-heroes keep their distance. Something twists in Izuku's stomach. "What are they waiting for?" he says. "What?" says Shinso. "The heroes," Izuku says. He sees the sludge swell around Bakugu until it covers his mouth and nose, silencing any noise he might have been making under the sound of the villain's laughter. "He's going to the hostage. Why aren't they doing anything about the hostage?" Bakugu thrashes. He throws his head this way and that, fighting to clear his airway, struggling for even the barest gasp of air as the sludge drowns him deeper and deeper, until the only thing left visible is his terrified eyes, huge and helpless, pleading for help. Help him, he needs help, help him. Izuku rips his notebook from his backpack and breaks from the crowd. The pages fall open in his hands, and his focus narrows down to the empty path before him. He runs without hearing Shinso scream his name, without hearing the heroes cry out and rush after him, without hearing anything but the sound of his own heart demanding that he cut the distance and get in closer, closer, closer than all the heroes have dared to come, close enough that the villain swings an engorged limb in his direction with clear intent to blow him to smithereens. Izuku dives under the blow, feels an explosion devastate the air behind him, and slaps his open notebook against the ground. "Sneaky little brat," the villain garbles through Bakugu's mouth, and Izuku feels the steel of his resolve sharpen. Izuku's words choke in his throat, so he says nothing as he claps his hands together and slams them into the notebook. The paper lights up blue. Immediately, the ground beneath them buckles. Two slabs crash into each other over Izuku's head with a hiss of lightning, sheltering him like a tent, giving him the precious few seconds he needs to drag together the material for a bigger transmutation. Alchemical energy sings to life beneath his fingers, stretching across the ground. He visualizes a mesh, with generous openings just slightly too small for a person to pass through, and yanks it into existence. A crosshatch of solid concrete erupts upward in a shower of dust and debris, and Izuku drives it into the villain with as much force as he can muster. He folds the edges around the mass of sludge before the villain can think to back away, and starts to tighten it. Izuku grinds his teeth, focusing on compressing his transmutation until the amorphous sludge has no choice but to pass through the countless holes in the concrete mesh. The villain pulls away from it easily enough, looming with malice over Izuku's crumbling defenses. But Bakugu isn't sludge. He can't pass through the concrete strainer, so when the villain moves forward, he gets left behind, coughing wetly from within the transmutation as it unfurls like a flower and sinks into the ground below him, moving him as far back as Izuku's circle can reach. Luckily, the villain doesn't seem interested in him anymore. Unluckily, all of the focus is on Izuku instead. That's not good. Izuku scrambles to pick up his notebook and back away, but the sludge crawls up his ankles and this is actually very bad now that he can't escape. He's going to die here like an absolute idiot and traumatize poor Shinso and disappoint his mentor, and it'll be all his fault for diving in without thinking of an exit route. "Your body might not be so bad either," the sludge villain says, beady eyes rotating grotesquely around a free-floating mouth. "That quirk." "What quirk?" Izuku forces out, struggling to back away. "Yours," the villain snarls, and Izuku could laugh, because he doesn't even have one. But before he can say as much, the sludge rushes up his legs. He fumbles with the pages of his notebook, thinking of the thousands of ways he could twist the air to his bidding, but he doesn't have time. Something booms. It isn't thunder. It sounds like comes from the skies, but they're clear, and the wind that bellows past nearly drags Izuku into it as well. Squeezing his eyes shut, he hisses in a deep breath and braces for the worst. Something catches him by the back of the neck. Someone. "It's all right now," booms a voice that Izuku has only ever heard from the other side of a screen, and Izuku startles so badly he nearly slips from the muscular hand that keeps him from blowing away, and there's another rush of air as the heavens stir to rain, and the slime villain just scatters. Like blowing on ashes. Why? All Might the All Might, Izuku thinks, borderline giddy, halfway wondering if he died already and is hallucinating all of this, says, his voice a resounding, comforting roar. "Because I am here." In the ringing echo of this declaration, Izuku makes a strangled noise, which seems to remind All Might that he is, in fact, holding Izuku as easily as anyone else might hold a leaf. Izuku squeaks, rapidly coming to the realization that all of this is very real, actually. He's set back onto the ground carefully, and manages a somewhat coherent, "Thank you." All Might laughs, patting him on the back with surprising gentleness for someone who'd literally just punched rain into existence. "You were very brave, young man." The fact that All Might is not only talking to him but complimenting him makes Izuku feel like he's about to short-circuit, but he miraculously manages to scoot back just enough so he has the space to drop into a deep bow, holding out his notebook with trembling arms. Thank you. Again. Could you maybe? There's a blur of movement, a shift in the way his notebook sits in his hands, and Izuku looks up to see All Might giving up a bright smile and a thumbs up. "No worries, my boy. You did well. I must be going now, but the other heroes will take care of you from here." And with that, the number one hero abruptly vanishes in a blink of wind and color, leaving Izuku shell-shocked in the middle of the goop-splattered road. Speaking of the goop, pieces of it are slowly starting to come back together, but this time Kamui Woods has swung in with quirk-suppressing cuffs in hand to make sure there won't be further incidents once the villain returns to a solid form. Izuku scoots back, and then glances up as Death Arms shouts, "Hey, you there. Are you all right?" He opens his mouth to respond, but out of the corner of his eye he sees Bakugo slowly get up again. All Might's control must be impeccable. Bakugo is still where Izuku's transmuted strainer left him, albeit slightly windblown. Izuku meets his gaze, struggles to find something to say, and eventually just looks back over to the approaching heroes. "I'm fine," Izuku tells. "Death Arms. Just a little shocked." "Ah, hero worship," he intones sympathetically, and Izuku flushes pink. All Might inspires that in everyone, don't worry. I'd be a little more concerned with your unsanctioned quirk usage. It was very impressive, but it wasn't a quirk, Izuku says and hesitates. Death Arms raises a brow. "Look," he says, "it's fine. You're young, and the villain scared you into using your quirk to defend yourself. Nobody'd give you anything more than a slap on the wrist." Something bitter twists in Izuku's gut, and he should probably start shutting up and nodding. Instead, he shakes his head. "I don't have it wasn't a quirk." The word catches against his teeth for a fraction of a beat, years of derision fighting against years of support, until Izuku manages to say, "It was alchemy." He was expecting it, but even so, the way Death Arms' expression sours is a blow. "You're quirkless," he says sharply, which of course draws the attention of Backdraft and Mount Lady nearby. Izuku tries not to shrink on himself as the hero continues, admonishing, "You shouldn't have run out like that, then. I know that was dangerous. You could have gotten yourself and others hurt. I'm sorry." He'd do it again. Izuku doesn't say it aloud, but he thinks it. "You weren't doing anything, so I did, and if it happened again, I'd do it again. What good are quirks if their users won't even try to help?" He lets the heroes usher him along, once they take down his information for later contact in case they need to ask questions. They promise him it's unlikely, and herd him back towards the crowd. The last thing he hears from them is their praise for Bakugo's resilience, but he tunes that out before it can drag up any bad memories. Luckily, Shinso is easy to find in the crowd. He looks relieved at the sight of Izuku running over to his side. When he says, "You're such a menace," it doesn't carry the patronizing tone that the heroes had. "You alright? Everything good?" "All Might signed my notebook," Izuku says, instead of "Why are my actions praiseworthy as a quirked person but punished as an alchemist?" "I know this might be kind of hard to process," Shinso says, "but that's not worth your whole and entire life." "He told me I did well." Shinso stops. Thinks about it. "Okay, that makes more sense, but that's still not worth it. And that happened afterward. What made you run out like that?" Izuku shrugs. He thinks of the utter fear on the face of someone he used to know, of the way all the other heroes kept holding back. Someone had to. He doesn't look back. He doesn't see Bakugo rubbing his wrists, watching him leave. Toshinori has seen a lot. That's a bit of an understatement, coming from Japan's #1 ranked hero and the titular symbol of peace, but it bears repeating. Between tearing open the seedy underbelly of the criminal world and beating down the greatest legacy of evil since the rise of quirks, it's been a long time since Toshinori was truly caught off guard by anything. And that's a good thing too. His health is already in shambles. Putting the ragged remnants of his respiratory system through a heart attack anytime something unexpected happens simply wouldn't pan out. Today, a quirkless child charged into a battle way over his head, while the heroes stood by waiting. It's not the first time he's seen that before, is the thing. But the last time he'd seen it, it had been him, and he had been granted one for all in the days after. What's new is that Toshinori recognizes the kid. He helps Toshinori run groceries, every now and then, ever since their chance encounter years ago. And he knows Midoriya Izuku will turn down one for all. It's a shame he'd be an incredible successor, but after seeing that demonstration of alchemy firsthand, he understands why the boy wouldn't give that up. It seems that Night Eye is right, as usual. Even after all this time. Toshinori sighs, carefully, and lucks out of coughing up any blood. He has a call to make. "Sounds to me," Ed says, not bothering to look up from massive circle he's marking into an equally massive whiteboard, like they're getting too used to someone else solving their problems. Izuku, busy trying to guess what kind of circle Ed's about to draw while rambling about his villain encounter, nearly misses the remark. He looks up with a blink, takes a moment to process that, and then says, "What does that mean?" "Your symbol of peace guy isn't a long-term solution." "All Might's a good hero," Izuku protests. "He jumped in when the others didn't, and villains have been less successful overall ever since he hit #1. Ed's marker squeaks as he snaps its cap back on. "I didn't say the guy was useless, I said he's not long-term. Hell, we might be over his halfway point already. I've seen your spreadsheets, you can't tell me you haven't noticed him appearing less and less. He's getting faster at resolving incidents," Izuku tries, but then wilts under Ed's skeptical look. It's true that All Might has been seen less on regular patrols in recent years, but on the other hand he's arriving mid-scene more and more, so there hasn't really been an obvious shift in pace. Izuku had chalked it up to preference. "The villain rates stay low though," he says. "That should tell you how much more work his reputation is putting in than he is," Ed says. "Stupid villains either run in with a half-ped plan and get caught, or balk at the idea of stepping a toe out of line. Smarter ones are biding their time. Either way, news reports swing in the hero's favor." Izuku wrinkles his nose. "So, they're waiting for All Might to retire?" "Who the f knows," Ed says, rolling his eyes. "Some big players definitely took a hit years ago, shook up the underground a bit, but whatever. My point is, if you elevate someone to being the best at everything ever and nobody bothers to keep up because they all think someone else is gonna take care of it, you're fucking done the instant that symbol falls." He snorts. Better hope they're not half as incompetent as Colonel BSTRD pretends to be whenever he steps in a puddle. The way he acts, you'd forget that hydrogen blows sheet up just fine. Izuku blinks at him, frowning slightly. He thinks he gets it. All Might isn't immortal, he's not going to be around forever, and other heroes should pick up the slack before he has to tap out, rather than scramble for it after. That's not a path of thought Izuku particularly likes, but it does give his future goals a little more shape. "Worry about that later," Ed says, reading the upset in Izuku's expression. We got science to do. Your job is to be my lab assistant, remember? Is it still a job if you don't pay me? Izuku retorts, but he approaches the whiteboard for a closer peek at the completed circle. Looks like a typical asphalt reshaper, not dissimilar to the one he used in the incident with the slime villain. I'm paying you in knowledge. Knowledge you should already have, Ed adds pointedly, jabbing Izuku between the eyes with the marker. Oh. They showed a clip of your transmutation on the news. Oh no, Izuku says, vividly reminded of Shinsu's relentless teasing and his mom's relentless worry. You saw that too? Hard to miss it. Izuku hides his face in his hands. At least his name and description were kept off air, mostly because he's still a minor, so he won't have to worry about facing his classmates tomorrow. As long as Izuku can keep himself from correcting everyone who calls his transmutation a quirk, that is. Not a single person news anchor or commenter has gotten it right, and he's faintly miffed at the journalistic inaccuracy. If Shinso makes good on his promise to glue himself to Izuku's side and stop him from running straight into trouble again, there's probably going to be a lot of toe-stepping in the future. Izuku wouldn't have it any other way, but it still makes him pout. Ed looks deeply amused by Izuku's face journey. Just clear your exit next time, kid. I know, Izuku says. When facing a bigger, stronger foe, exits are a first priority. But Izuku hadn't been thinking at the time. I wasn't planning on running in, I had to help. That's a good way to make other people jump in to save you, Ed says, less scolding and more matter-of-fact. He taps the tail end of his marker against the whiteboard. Your hand-to-hand is still which Izuku translates as excellent to everyone else but only just passable to Ed, so until that gets better, you gotta carry your transmutation further out. Izuku nods, tracing a finger along the spidering lines of the circle. Even before activation, he can feel the potential energy channels anchored in every deliberate slide. An unfamiliar formula gives him pause, half hidden in the sharp angles bouncing around the circumference of the matrix. What's this? Izuku says. Translation of energy. Ed says. Not a direct tap to the crust, 'cause that's a surefire way to overclock your circle and fry yourself, but it's closer to it than anything you've done so far. Priming for kinetic energy is usually too much of a pain, and pulling raw power out of tectonic shift is real fucking wasteful unless you absolutely need the extra kick. Which I do, Izuku assumes. Which you do, Ed confirms, because you are facing some wild shit out there, and you haven't figured out how to channel exothermic reactions into anything useful yet. Here. Light is useful, Izuku says, taking the marker from Ed's outstretched hand. Weirdly colored fire can be useful. Ed snorts, but doesn't dignify that with a verbal response. He gives Izuku more room at the board, pulling out his own journal to flip through. After years of training together, Izuku knows better than to think that Ed wants to see him copy the same circle over and over. Instead, Izuku takes a few minutes to sketch and get a feel for the formula on its own. The handful of runes redouble across the board a few times as Izuku familiarizes himself with it, and then he erases it all to start formulating a real circle. Integrating it into the circle he'd used against the slime villain would be best, Izuku decides. That's what prompted this lesson, after all. Still, even with a base circle, it's not as easy as just slapping the string of runes into the transmutation wherever there's room. Other equations need to be tweaked to accommodate for the shift in function. For example, sending a structure further means more mass needs to be processed. Izuku rebalances the matrix with the efficiency of long practice, double-checks his work, and then turns to Ed triumphantly once he's finished. Done, he announces. Ed looks up. Cool, he says, shutting his travelogue with a snap and putting it away as he steps closer. He touches his hands together, runs a finger along the edge of the circle, and nods. You're keeping a lot of the structure design mental. It'll take longer and more focus, I know, Izuku says, but I like the flexibility. Hard-coding the design wouldn't let me make more flexible structures, like the lattice grid I used to get that villain away from the victim. As long as you're aware, Ed says. Add a few static structures to your repertoire anyway, in case you ever need to react more quickly. You've got a tendency to overthink, and sometimes you don't have time for that in a fight. Izuku huffs. I've got a wall structure variation memorized for most common materials, he says, but they'd take longer anyway because I'd need to draw them out. I'm not going to have those sewn on my gloves. Right? Ed says, oddly amused by something Izuku isn't privy to. You decided on gloves, then? I thought you registered your markers already. No, I'm still using markers for the test, Izuku says. The gloves are, eventually, for my hero costume. He can't help but grin a little, revamping his old, toddler-designed, all-might-inspired hero costume with his mom had been a bright spot of this past week, free of all the annoyances that resulted from his scuffle with the slime villain. If only because she got all the crying and scolding out of her system the evening of the incident itself, but still. Regardless, Izuku digs around in his bag until he pulls out his notebook and flips to the relevant pages. Here, he says, all but shoving it into Ed's face. What do you think? Very green, Ed remarks at first glance, and then takes it in hand for a better look. Is that a did you put Flamel's cross on your shoulder? In the same place you have it, yeah, Izuku says cheerfully. It's there for the same reason the bunny ear attachments on the hood are there, and the same reason he invited his mom to help design it, as Nod's the greatest people he's ever known. Izuku doesn't say that part aloud, since Ed's ego doesn't need any more bolstering, but some part of the sentiment probably shows through, because Ed's face does something weird. Funny, Ed says, I copied that off of my teacher. Of all the reactions Ed could have, Izuku hadn't expected that one. Great minds think alike, I guess, he says. I guess, Ed says. Softer, not too alike, I hope. Don't worry, Izuku reassures. Your swear count is years ahead of me. Brat, Ed says. He laughs too, so Izuku counts that as a win. I never had marked gloves, but I know a few who use them. They're a good idea, as long as you watch for tearing. Better than trying to draw circles on the fly. He hands the notebook back. I'm just happy that those being a part of my hero costume means I won't have to turn in any more support item request forms, Izuku says. Ed raises a brow. Thought you said UA was quick in giving you the all-clear? Yeah, but the form took ages to fill out, Izuku huffs. Whoever made that thing clearly thought support items had to be quirk-related. All the options were stuff like, is this item necessary for quirk performance? Is this item necessary for health due to a quirk? There were so many if not, please elaborate sections I had to fill out. Esigus, Ed says, more amused than sympathetic. Should have followed my advice about paperwork. Making my handwriting illegible wouldn't have helped my case at all, Izuku says. In fact, he's pretty sure it would have gotten his application thrown out. Nonplussed, Ed waves it off. That's what they all say, but it worked for me. I think the fact that I was asking for markers worked for me, Izuku returns. They probably wouldn't have allowed a support item so unrelated to my assumed quirk, but markers aren't really threatening. Just weird. Quirky, Ed says and grins with all his teeth. Izuku elects to ignore that. It does make sense though, he admits. Does it? Well, if someone like Shinso asked for a rocket launcher, he could curb stomp most untrained offensive quirks, Izuku says. But it's unrelated to brainwashing, so it wouldn't be fair in a testing situation meant to measure baseline heroic capability. So what you're saying is that your friend should have been practicing with a rocket launcher since his quirk came in so it would count as quirk-related, Ed says. No, Izuku says, but the mental image is enough to make him giggle. I mean, I guess he is facing a disadvantage because the test doesn't involve human opponents, but they wouldn't let him just get a rocket launcher to compensate for that, would they? Would they? Ed parrots back. You'd know better than me. Izuku has no idea. He makes a mental note to ask if Shinso would be willing to try it. If nothing else, the request would highlight one of UA's entrance exam's greatest flaws. Its favoritism towards destructive quirks, and negligence for aspects of heroism aside for villain suppression. Also, it would be really funny if they approved it. To absolutely nobody's surprise, and everyone's disappointment, UA doesn't approve Shinsu's request for a rocket launcher. Still, Shinsu's deadpan reading of the responding letter has Izuku sniggering and contemplative in turns, taking his mind off the pit of despair colloquially known as studying for exams, so it's not an entirely worthless endeavor. UA is aware of the shortcomings that come with the situation proposed in the practical entrance exam. Shinso reads out with the barest minimum intonation needed to be understood. Rest assured that the scoring system takes this into account, so do your best to adapt to the situation at hand. We look forward to your future application. Plus Ultra. Go beyond. Surpass your limits. Onward and upward. Fucking it. To infinity and... That is not what it says, Izuku says, laughing. He makes a grabbing motion at his computer's camera, as though it'll let him reach through the video call to snatch the paper out of Shinso's hands. Shinso, please. I don't know what you're talking about, Shinso says, but his facade cracks under Izuku's unfettered amusement. What? You don't think a pro-hero staff wouldn't know memes? Have you heard Present Mike? Have I heard Present Mike? Izuku repeats, raising a brow. Fair point, Shinso concedes, probably remembering all the times he's been the other end of a rant on such popular heroes from Izuku. Present Mike in particular has a big media presence, anyway, thanks to his radio show. Anyway, this means UA says they compensate for this kind of thing, but the real question is whether or not we should believe them. Izuku taps his chin as his amusement subsides into thoughtfulness. We can't be the only students who've wondered about something like that, he says slowly. Weren't there some interviews for newly accepted UA students a few years ago? Yeah. Didn't give any details on the scoring system, just something about... Shinso clicks his tongue. Copy top hero behavior, something like that? Something like that, Izuku agrees. Which makes me think that they were told what actually goes into the score formula, but aren't allowed to talk about it. I wonder if there's a non-disclosure agreement that everyone has to sign. Shinso sets down the letter, picking at a corner of the paper. Maybe that's how they keep the acceptance rates so low, even though it's not that difficult to find out what their entrance exam is all about. Could be that, but I think the fixed class size is the real choking point for acceptance rate, Izuku says. Guess we'll find out once we get in. That's a when rather than an if, from Shinso's wording. He must be in a pretty good mood, then, despite not being allowed to bring a hypothetical rocket launcher into the entrance exam. Anyone else might think it's a bit bold to be so confident, but Izuku has full faith in Shinso's abilities. Both the written and practical exams are well within his skill level, both their skill levels, really. Izuku isn't half so sure on his own chances, though. He knows he's just as capable as Shinso is, but the difference is that Shinso has a quirk, just like each and every student that's ever been accepted into UA's halls. They've never accepted a quirkless student before. Hopefully, that's because nobody else has had the stomach to apply, or because nobody else has cracked alchemy the way Ed has. As long as it's a matter like that, and not UA privately throwing out any application that doesn't explicitly list a quirk, Izuku thinks he'll make it. Even if they filter out quirkless students on principle, Izuku just has to be good enough to change their minds. Izuku can imagine Ed's cackle of approval at that thought and grins. Yeah, he says to Shinso, once we get in. The morning of the entrance exam is bright and clear, which makes it easy to spot a familiar head of purple hair in the crowd. Izuku, shaking off the residual nerves of just finishing the written exam, perks up at the sight. Shinso, he calls excitedly, hurrying over. Over here. He hefts his backpack higher, eyes fixed on the figure of his friend, turning around to look for him but not the ground, where a ledge rises to catch his foot. Betrayed by his single-minded desire to reach his friend, Izuku yelps as the world tilts at a sudden axis. He automatically braces for a roll in hopes of saving himself a harsh bump to the head, but internally bemoans the loss of a perfect start to the day. Suddenly, there's a tug on his arm and all weight vanishes. Izuku's feet lift off the ground entirely. His stomach briefly lurches the way it usually does when Ed unexpectedly spins him in a throw, but unlike those incidents, he doesn't land hard. He doesn't land at all, in fact, and instead pivots uselessly in midair, anchored only by the person holding onto him. It takes a moment to realize what's happening, by which point the person tugs him back to the ground and says, "Sorry, are you all right? I didn't want you to fall." "I'm good," Izuku says brightly. He feels the weightlessness dissipate. As the person lets him go, hands clasped. Thank you, was that your quirk? Is it some form of gravity nullification? It didn't feel like a telekinetic quirk, but maybe that's just because the one I've felt before works differently. Oh hey Shinso. Shinso looks like he'd much rather pretend like he's never met Izuku before in his life, but he still drifts over and nods to Izuku's impromptu hero. In turn, the said person laughs sheepishly. You're right. On both counts, actually. That's so cool, Izuku starts, already formulating the countless ways a gravity quirk could be brilliant for professional hero work, not limited to the way he was saved from face-planting on the floor just now. You're here to apply to UA too, right? With reflexes like that and such a useful quirk, I'm sure you'll do great. This is Midoriya Izuku. Shinso interrupts before Izuku can get too far ahead of himself. Thanks for saving his face from smashing into the road. Oh, it's no problem. I'm Uraraka Achiko. It's nice to meet you both. She beams, looking to Izuku. I know tripping in front of a bunch of people can be mortifying, so I grabbed you without asking. Sorry? Do you feel okay? I've been told my quirk can be a little disorienting when people aren't ready for it. No, I'm fine, Izuku reassures. I've felt dizzier after sparring with my mentor. Compared to that, the weightless feeling is actually kind of fun. You must have a really good sense of balance, then, Uraraka says. Is that your? Despite himself, Izuku hesitates. It's not very sporting to keep his own abilities a secret when she revealed hers to help him, but the memory of those pro-heroes turning their praise into admonishment keeps his voice locked in his throat. Nah, Shinso says for him. We don't have anything that useful. Shinso, Izuku says, equally grateful and faux-offended. We're plenty useful. Not as useful as I would be if you let me have a rocket launcher, Shinso says, and Izuku lets out a surprised laugh. I've been thinking about it, and maybe if I hadn't checked the box saying I couldn't bring my own, they would have okayed it. They just didn't want to give me one of theirs because they'd have to pay for it. I knew I shouldn't have checked that box. Izuku laughs harder, muffling it behind a hand. Where would you have gotten one from then? He manages, grinning. Oh, you know, Shinso says, and doesn't elaborate. Uraraka says, baffled, what? I requested a rocket launcher as a support item, Shinso tells her casually, as though this is a normal, rational thing to do. My quirk esikes on robots, but it would work on, real villains, so I asked for an equivalent power-up. Uraraka blinks. Your quirk must be very powerful. It is, Izuku says, and then forcibly doesn't let himself go on a tangent about what it is exactly, because he knows Shinsu's still rather self-conscious about it, especially with strangers. Anyway, I don't think it technically counts as a support item. It supports my self-esteem, Shinso says at the same time that a different voice says, excuse me. The three of them turn to see a fellow applicant, who flicks blonde hair aside and sparkles at them. Izuku's not sure where the sparkles are coming from, and immediately decides not to ask. Did I hear that you had trouble getting your support item? The sparkling stranger says. Oh, Shinso says, starting to withdraw from all the attention. No, it wasn't. It was more of a test, Izuku says, heading off the snark that was sure to come from Shinso. I think the support item request could use, a less restrictive form, but UA has been pretty reasonable otherwise. This seems to pique the newcomer's interest. A less restrictive form? Izuku shrugs. I just needed markers, he says. Nothing to do with a quirk, it's just how I fight, but there's no option for that, so I had to write in all these extra explanations. And that's only once, for something trivial. Can you imagine how much paperwork it takes to get a mobility aid or something like that registered? Not every accommodation has to do with a quirk. That's true, Uraraka muses. Why markers, by the way? Why not? Izuku says. He'll say it's not for drawing on people, but don't believe him, Shinso says, which Izuku feels is rather unfair coming from the guy drew on him first. That particular spar had gotten derailed embarrassingly quickly, especially once Izuku broke out his stash of colorful pens. He opens his mouth to explain, but Shinso glances at his phone and adds, also, we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Are we going inside anytime soon or what? Robbed of his chance to defend himself, Izuku settles for pinching Shinso as they hurry into the auditorium. Never let it be said that UA does anything by halves. The seating room is huge, easily outclassing anything else Izuku's ever been in, and it's filled with waiting examinees. Izuku and Shinso wave Uraraka and the other student too late. Izuku realizes they hadn't gotten that person's name and weave through the rows to find their own seats. They don't have adjacent examinee numbers, since they're not the only students from Nabu, but they're close enough to exchange excited looks as the lights finally dim. All of the scattered chattering immediately hushes. The silence hangs for what feels like hours until a string of spotlights abruptly illuminate the stage, where none other than Present Mike himself walks into view. "Welcome, listeners, to the UA entrance exam," the voice hero announces, as though this were just another section of his show. "Everybody say hey." If Izuku were any less starstruck, he might have done so, but as it is he registers the call much too late to actually respond. The silence is punctuated by what might be a stifled snort in Shinsu's direction, and Present Mike shakily brushes off the frosty reception before gesturing to the massive screen behind him, which illuminates to display a rotating logo. Izuku gives himself a shake. He can't afford to be stunned with awe. UA's staff is full of pro heroes, after all. If he can't perform well in an exam in this situation, he'll never excel in class, and that removes the whole point of applying to UA in the first place. Luckily, as Present Mike continues his explanation of the rules, the test seems simple enough and lines up great with what Izuku dug up through research. He presses his palms against the table until they steady, taking a deep breath. "You can do this," he tells himself. There's no countdown, no ringing bell. The massive gate before them simply drops into the ground with a dull thud, and the timer starts ticking, even though Izuku had just spotted the student he hadn't gotten the name of and had been meaning to go up and properly greet them. As it is, the surge of examinees rushing forward nearly knocks the marker he'd been fiddling with out of his hand, forcing him several paces forward. The cap gets lost, kicked what might as well be forever away by dozens of feet, but that's not vital enough to risk getting stampeded for. Izuku tightens his grip on the main marker body as he moves at an angle away from everyone else. In a situation like this, where there's an unknown amount of limited points scattered in a wide, unfamiliar area, he'd rather not compete directly with anyone else for kill shots. What's first then? Vantage points. Izuku's mobility isn't as great as, say, that person he'd spotted with exhaust pipes in their legs, which means he should prioritize being able to locate things that others can't instead of trying to race someone who has a speedy quirk like ingenium. He catches the side of the nearest building, the freshly drawn circle on his right palm sparking to life. Part of the wall shudders as alchemical discharge sinks into it, quickly reshaping into a ladder. Izuku scales it before the transmutation even fully settles, swinging himself up onto the roof with a grunt of effort. Surveying the surrounding area, Izuku picks out several areas of thick action and faint yelling, where he assumes people are jostling for points. Smoke rises in a few points, marking the positions of already downed robots. He also sees silent, smooth movement. Sunlight glinting off metal. Izuku grins, twisting his show into the roof. The circle on his hand is meant for detail work, but the ones drawn on his shoes are better for rough and speedy transmutations, like making a sloping path over towards the alley where he'd spotted the flash of a robotic eye. He jumps on as soon as it's done, gathering momentum as he sprints down. It's not subtle by any means, and the robot has clearly seen and readied itself for his arrival, but it can't do anything to stop Izuku from rolling between its legs, slapping a palm against the road. His circle flashes, dark asphalt rippling under a blaze of alchemical light, and the robot doesn't even have time to turn before. Two spikes rip through it, neatly punching through its core. Still, it has enough function to glare at him with that red-eyed light. "I'll kill you," it intones, before a third spike completely shatters it. Izuku lifts his hand from the ground, shaking only a little bit. Less than he expected, honestly. That was exciting. And so doable. Now that he has a chance to actually look at it, it's even taller than him. Good thing he'd come in too fast to feel any fear from its stature. Netted 2 points, easy as that. With a quick glance to make sure he's not about to get jump-scared by anything else, Izuku crouches to draw up another circle on a piece of debris. It won't take long, since he knows the base circle and all he really needs to alter are percentages in the alloy, but he's keenly aware that it chews through even more of his already short limit of 10 minutes. 8 minutes now, maybe 7. It's worth it though. The circle hisses, spitting out materials in the exact ratios used in the robot's metal alloy casing, which is exactly what Izuku needs to draw up a more specific transmutation tailored exactly for the chemical makeup of the robots on his left hand. In the meantime, he stays moving. He heads up to another roof, locates another target, and transmutes a shortcut there. With his new circle, which handles most of the shape and input without conscious direction, Izuku breezes through his encounters and racks up a respectable 15 points by the time he's forced to admit that picking off completely isolated robots isn't viable anymore. He still doesn't want to actively compete against others for killing blows on robots, though, so he circles around the fringes of active battles. The robots, he figures, are programmed to always go looking for targets to attack, which means they'll often be drawn in by the commotion of the existing fight. Better yet, if a robot spots another fighter before Izuku, it'll go for them instead of him, which means it's distracted enough to be easy pickings. Point in case, a whole three-pointer comes barreling down the street, blindly set on the ongoing scuffle. Its imposing form scarcely elicits a second look from Izuku, who simply taps his foot on the ground to raise a line of spikes. The robot's mechanical joints creak in protest as it's forced to stop, dented by the spikes, before a light press on its armor leaves it alchemically torn asunder. 18 points so far. But time keeps ticking down and the other testers are beginning to enact similar tactics, so Izuku keeps having to back up to avoid going for the same robot as someone else. His next robot gets decapitated by a ray of searing light, and the one after that is chased down by another participant before Izuku managed to completely destroy it. It's frustrating, especially hearing people call out scores to themselves as they take down every robot, each one higher than Izuku's own score. 18 points won't be enough, and time's running out. There's got to be only a few minutes left if that. He dodges a one-pointer's lunge, swiping it with his hand as it rushes past, and leaving the pile of rubble behind. 19. 19 can't be enough, not with people calling out numbers in the 30s, he needs to find more robots. Maybe he changes tactics, makes some noise and rounds up a bunch of robots to take out all at once. He might be able to get enough. The cityscape trembles, and the sun winks out. Izuku rears his head up to the sound of screaming and crumbling buildings, eyes wide. What he'd originally clocked as someone's offensive quirk shuddering through the ground instead turns out to be a monstrous pile of metal, taller than even the buildings around them. He has to crane his neck to look higher in order to see the robot's looming head, red lights blinking like beady eyes on its face. The zero-pointer. In its shadow, Izuku chokes out, "That's kinda overkill for a bunch of middle schoolers, isn't it?" Nobody answers because they're too busy running, of course, and it's just Izuku's luck that the zero-pointer decides to move in his direction, which means he needs to start running too. Worse, that means he probably won't be able to round up that many robots. With something that massive on his heels, trying to corral a bunch of robots would be a waste of time, so he's going to have to scavenge points from whatever he can hit while trying to keep ahead of this thing. It might be slow enough that Izuku could slip behind it, but there's too much debris in the way to try it here. Izuku turns, mind whirling, frantically trying to figure out how he's going to make up that point differential, and a cry of alarm. Izuku looks back, sees the brown hair and pink cheeks under a pile of broken gray stone, the robot's wheels grinding concrete to dust just a few meters away and closing in fast. Izuku doesn't think, doesn't hesitate. He clocks Uraraka and the danger creeping near and stops, feet locked to the ground because the circles shining bright beneath him need maintained contact to surge through the concrete. The ground howls up at his bidding, two massive hands peeling away from the road to crash up against the massive zero-pointer, grasping at the robot's shoulders to shove it back and stop its advance. Metal creaks. Bits of rock and dust drop down as the concrete cracks under the strain, but it lasts long enough for Izuku to transmute the debris off of Uraraka. "Get up, come on," he urges, but she's already scrambling up and pulling him along, away from the zero-pointer, and he takes exactly one step before it strikes Izuku how unlikely it is that only Uraraka would have been close enough to be caught in the splash zone of the behemoth Zero-Pointer's destructive entrance. The Zero-Pointer's going to keep chasing them. Someone's going to end up crushed. Izuku pulls away and runs for the Zero-Pointer, towards it, hands pressed together in a clap, feeling the circles on his hands tingle. Against his skin. He'll only have one chance, and the circle isn't tuned to control the sheer amount of mass involved in what he's about to do, but he'll just have to think fast. Izuku slams his hands against the Zero-Pointer's armored foot, and the metal screams. Up until now, Izuku had always considered alchemical exhaustion to be a purely theoretical concept. The exhaustion itself isn't anything special, physically speaking. Alchemists seldom mix their own energy into transmutations for the simple fact that tectonic power is both qualitatively better and quantifiably more than they could ever draw from themselves, so that's not what exhausts them. Rather, the mental tax of managing so many equations of intense complexity in such a short period of time is what drains them. Transmutations lose form, growing sloppier and sloppier as even the simplest circles blur carelessly out of focus. That crucial first step of understanding is replaced by thoughtless assumption, often to disastrous results as equations fall out of balance and a rebound chunks the difference out of the alchemist as payment. Ed had stressed the danger, but Izuku hadn't thought much of it at the time. Needing to transmute enough to hit that point seemed ludicrous even when taking into account gigantification quirks. Now, with a palm-sized circle blazing against the shuddering frame of a skyscraper-tall robot, Izuku runs up against that limit firsthand. Blue lightning crackles up his arms, flickering in and out of view. For the first time in Izuku's experience as an alchemist, the discharge actually stings, as though trying to break the connection and cut the transmutation. But he's too preoccupied to listen, busy churning through the elements resonating with his will. Iron, carbon, trace manganese and silicon and copper, all of that comes together to make up the carbon steel pouring through his mind, and that's not even getting into the wiring. Just structure and parts, so many molecules to juggle and guide into new positions. He twists and pulls and rips and tears at the metal, striking with piercing javelins that protrude from within the Zero-Pointer's own hulking body. Every ruined piece of metal shrieks loudly as it settles, an ear-splitting sound that makes Izuku wince. Metals often creak when parts of them are transmuted out of shape, but sharp sounds like these are indicative of too much brute force being worked into the equation rather than properly assembling each molecule where it belongs. It's poor work, but Izuku would rather that be the case than to lose focus of the circle under the deluge of mass he's fighting to reshape, especially while the robot's still whirring determinately against him. Just hold, because if he cracks, if he breaks, the Zero-Pointer's dangerous teetering may topple right on top of everyone behind him. He reaches for anything that would cut its motor functions, directing his circle to short out any electrical system it encounters and fuse together any vaguely adjacent pieces of armor into an immobile mass. Understand, deconstruct, reconstruct, again and again and again in a heady rush until Izuku's transmutation finally reaches the furthest point on top of the robot's head. The circle dies with a high-pitched whine, his fingers numb with the tingle of alchemic energy. Izuku stumbles back, looks up to the sound of something cracking, and blinks slowly at the concrete arms giving out above him. He should probably move. But there's dust in his eyes and he's still blinking them away when several chunks of concrete come loose, plummeting directly towards him. Someone taps his shoulder, but before he can turn to look, he's also shoved sharply and sent gliding abruptly out of the way. Debris hits the ground with a heavy thud and a brief cloud of dust, but Uraraka pants untouched past it. Belatedly, Izuku recognizes her quirk as the force keeping him weightless and floaty, and finds himself wondering how it works. Maybe an anti-gravity field, or perhaps a direct immunization against gravity. The sound of Present Mike shouting over the intercom snaps Izuku out of that vaguely achy and fuzzy place in his head. He winces, rubbing at his temples and probably smearing his circles to uselessness in doing so, but Present Mike says the exam's over now, so it doesn't really matter. It takes a moment to even recall his point total. 19 points. 19 points will have to be enough. There's nothing to be done about it now. Izuku tries to put it out of his mind, though he still feels disappointed in himself. Uraraka trots over, setting him back onto the ground with a press of her fingertips together. "Are you okay?" she says. "I probably failed," Izuku says despondently, "so no, not really. But I'm not hurt, thanks to you." He perks up. "Hey, that's twice you've saved me today." She laughs, dusting concrete dust off her hands. "I think saving me from the zero-pointer makes us even. Your friend said your name was Midoriya, right? Whatever you did to that huge robot was great." Izuku glows. It's not quite enough to shake the lingering gloom of his low score, but he does feel a little better as he and Uraraka chatter together amidst the debris. Nobody seems particularly hurt, but UA was clearly ready for a severe injury, since Recovery Girl arrives shortly, and if Izuku squeaks in excitement at the sight of the hero, then that's between him and the ink he smudges while covering his mouth, to attend to everyone's scrapes and bruises. It makes you wonder, Izuku says, half to Uraraka but mostly to himself, about whether that zero-pointer's actually meant to be just an obstacle. If they've got someone like Recovery Girl on standby, they must be expecting worse injuries. If it just stood there, it wouldn't be much of a threat, Uraraka says. She pops one of the gummies Recovery Girl handed out into her mouth, watching the hero wave them goodbye and head over to another testing center. Does feel weird to have something you're just supposed to run away from. Might as well put in a track and make us race. "I suspect I know the answer to that," says a fellow examinee, who quickly straightens when Izuku blinks confusedly back. "Ah, my apologies for interrupting. I am Ida Tenya." Izuku and Uraraka introduce themselves in turn. Izuku pps his head to the side, trying to think of where he'd heard that name before. "Ida," he muses, glancing up at the other student. "Like Ingenium." Ida pushes his glasses up with a look of pride. "That's my most excellent big brother," he says. "He's a great hero," Izuku says. "I thought I recognized that style of quirk. Those exhaust pipes help you speed around, right? You looked like you were doing really well." "Your kicks are really strong," Uraraka agrees. "Ah, thank you," Ida says, somewhat flustered. "I'm afraid I was too focused on the goal in front of me, however. I saw that you two faced that zero-pointer head-on." Uraraka rubs the back of her neck with a chuckle. "I don't know about facing it head-on or anything. I just got stuck." "And saved me twice," Izuku interjects. "That's just it," Ida says, punctuating his statement with a chop of his arm through the air. "Such heroic acts surely boost your score, as we are all testing for the heroics course. That must be why the zero-pointer exists. And yet I was too narrow-minded to see it." Uraraka exchanged looks with Izuku. "If it makes you feel any better," Uraraka says, "I didn't know anything like that." "Me neither," Izuku says and then amends. "Well, I knew they had something up with their scoring system, but I wasn't thinking about it. I just moved." "I didn't even have to move," Uraraka jokes. "You looked like you were about to pass out right in front of me." Considering the fact that Izuku would have gotten brained by the remnants of his own transmutation if she hadn't intervened, she's right. He probably would have passed out one way or another. "Honestly, I kinda forgot about the test," Izuku says, offering Ida a slight smile. "So, I think that means you have better judgment of the actual situation than someone like me, who goes head empty at the first sign of trouble." "Each outlook has its own strengths," Ida begins, but he's cut off by a sudden commotion around the entrance. The gates, which were shut right during the exam itself, have fallen open again. Over the intercom, present mic calls, "That marks the end of the UA entrance exam, little listeners. Please exit your test centers and file out the same way you came in. Goodbye." "Looks like it's time to go," Uraraka says. Izuku nods. They move towards the exit, but before they lose each other in the crowd, Izuku digs up his spare marker to quickly trade numbers with Uraraka and Ida. He even spots that other student he'd met on the front steps of the exam hall, and though they don't get much of a chance to chat, Izuku does learn his name to be Aoyama and his sparkly demeanor to be matched only by his equally sparkly quirk. That makes Izuku 3 friends richer but 19 points poor. Even if UA doesn't accept him, he can be content with that, at least. "Give me his file." Netsu blinks innocently, paws wrapped around the warm and steaming cup of freshly brewed tea. What file? Aizawa scowls down at him, or at least Nedzu presumes he does. It's hard to tell with that ever-present capture weapon covering the lower half of his face like a particularly ragged scarf, but Aizawa scowls often for one reason or another, so it's a safe bet. The kid who took down the zero-pointer, he says. Give me his file. So proactive. Nedzu hides his grin. For someone who scoffed and dismissed a teaching position out of hand, Lonely Eraserhead has been a rather incredible addition to the staff. Try as they might, no other teacher has been able to give general education students a chance to shine quite like he has this year. The sports festival, a more holistic test of heroic ability than the entrance exam, had been more hectic than ever, with 20 whole seats open for filling in the hero course. The Rising Class 2A may not have the brilliant triumvirate of the Rising Class 3A, but they're certainly more well-rounded. It's a shame Aizawa declined to advance to the next year with them, but his intentions have become clear now. By volunteering to judge the entrance exam, he can get a head start on his eventual homeroom class rather than waiting until after the sports festival to know for sure. Time is precious, after all, and every one of these little students needs all the training they can squeeze in. Aizawa has come to understand that quickly, and now he's even seeking students of his own accord before official results are published. Nedzu could shed a tear had he been the sentimental sort. Better yet, he could cackle. Humans always think they know themselves better than they really do, but Nedzu sees them more keenly than they ever could. Why, Eraserhead? The mouseish principal trills, setting down his tea. You know that a tester's file must be hidden from judges until after official placements are determined. You wouldn't want to sully someone's score with bias, would you? Don't play coy, Aizawa says. I know as well as you do that he's going into 1A. Oh, but Vlad tells me he's quite impressed with that one's performance. Aizawa levels a dead-eyed gaze at him. Between me and Vlad, you know which is the more logical choice to teach a quirkless student. Of course, the observant underground hero would pick up on something like that, wouldn't he? People working in the underground are much more likely to brush shoulders with the oft-wronged populations of the country, and there's no doubt Aizawa has quirkless contacts to tap. Nedzu folds his paws together. I do, he allows. Yes, this student will be in Class 1 as roster. How could he not be, with a sufficient 19 villain points and an overwhelmingly strong 60 rescue points? Midoriya Izuku is the highest scoring examinee this year, with a 1-point lead over second-place Bakugo Katsuki. Give me his file, Aizawa says again. I've got my work cut out for me and a lot of research to get started on. He sighs. Unless you have insight into alchemy that you feel like sharing? Oh, I think I'll be learning quite a lot from this Midoriya Izuku right alongside everyone else, Nedzu says, which neatly avoids confirming the question one way or another. He sends Aizawa the file he wants, and then waves the tired hero out of his office with a pleasant well-wishing. A quirkless student at UA, using not an adopted quirk but the overlooked art of alchemy. Who would have thought? And in the same year that All Might asks to sign on as staff too. Perhaps there's something to foster between them, when All Might's business with his would-be successor settles down, to allay the quirkless student's nerves and All Might's own worries. Nedzu hums, picking up his tea again and taking a delicate sip. It's high time he starts planning for the year ahead, as it's sure to be an interesting one. I survived the UA entrance exam and all I got was this anxiety. Show more messages. Midoriya. Okay, so it's probably not that then. But you can't just make someone immune to all the laws of physics. Uraraka. Gods forbid a girl boss do anything unamused face. Uraraka. But yeah, I think it's more like a really specific field around whatever I touch. Sort of like bubble wrap. Gravity just bounces off. Midoriya. That doesn't sound right, but I don't remember enough about gravity to dispute it. I'm too rusty for this. I need to brush up on my gravity facts. Translation. Where in these hundreds of notebooks are my Pro Hero 13 notes? Midoriya. Listen. Uraraka. I'm a big fan of 13 too. I had such a space phase when I figured out my quirk. Midoriya. 13 is a great influence and inspiration. Not to mention the research that Black Hole helped out with. Research. Midoriya. Not math. Just some physics experiments with vacuums. Uraraka. No, he's right. You can't fool us, we know physics is math in a science hat. Tensa. If you bust out a unit circle Aaron, I'll never forgive you. Midoriya. I was thinking something a little more. Gravitationally relevant? Uraraka. Like what exactly? Midoriya. So you know how 13's quirk doesn't actually create real black holes but closely mimics one? There's the vacuum and destruction effects, but without the mass and only in one direction, so it's not usable as a case study for scientists regarding actual black holes. I was thinking if we could find a way to get a better understanding of how gravity interacts with that kind of thing, then we could probably apply it to analyzing your quirk too, Uraraka. Midoriya. Mido, are you saying you want to make a real-life black hole here on Earth where we live and are alive? Uraraka. You can do that? 10 minutes and no response. We've lost him. Well, if a black hole explodes our planet, at least then I won't have to worry about exam results anymore. Uraraka. Why did you have to remind me? Ida. Wait, can he actually create a genuine black hole? That's incredible. What exactly is his quirk? Well, you see, he uses a lot of Ds. Midoriya Shounen. Izuku jumps in surprise, and then yelps as the topmost book of his unwieldy pile starts sliding to the side. Despite his best efforts to flail around and counterbalance it, the book slips off anyway. Yagi catches it before it hits the ground, which is an impressive feat when he already has another book tucked under an arm. Goodness, he says. Sorry, Midoriya Shounen, I didn't mean to startle you. It's fine, Izuku reassures, carefully adjusting his grip on the rest of the books. I was just really deep in thought. Nice catch, Yagi-san. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. A little busy, Yagi admits, but not too bad. You seem pretty busy yourself. What's this you're studying, black holes? He looks at the title in his hands. Izuku nods. I'm just grabbing some reference materials. We're trying to figure out how one of my friend's quirks works. In retrospect, he probably should have brought a bag to help carry everything, but he'd been so excited at the prospect of theorizing on gravitational effects through, probably inoperable but still informative, equation, he'd run out of the door without thinking. That sounds much more exciting than what I'm looking for, Yagi says. How about I help you out with these, since you helped me out with my groceries? And so we have more time to talk. Izuku hesitates, but acquiesces at the chance to spend more time with Yagi. He's got a lot to catch him up on. Sure. Oh, wait, did you get what you're looking for first? In response, Yagi shows him the book he'd been holding under an arm. It's titled Teaching for Dummies, which Izuku cracks a grin at. I'm starting a new job soon, he explains sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. You're going to teach? Where? My old high school, actually, Yagi says. It's my first time in a teaching position, so I'm a bit nervous. I'm sure you'll be great at it, Izuku says, meaning it. He can easily imagine Yagi being a better teacher than some of the ones he's had. I can already say that your lectures are more exciting than most of my teachers. That's very kind of you, Midoriya Shounen. I hope my future students feel the same. Yagi gives him a considering look. Aren't you heading into high school as well? Izuku winces and looks away. I applied to UA, he says, missing the way Yagi freezes up. Really? Yagi says. I mean, the results haven't come in yet, so I don't know how I did, Izuku clarifies, glancing back to Yagi. He notes the odd expression on Yagi's face but decides it's probably due to them standing around and holding heavy books. Here, let's check our books out and you can walk me home. Once they do so, and exit the library, however, Izuku changes his mind. Ed's apartment is closer, and he'll probably need to badger Ed for some answers regarding the more complex matrices he's about to tackle, so he leads Yagi there instead. Yagi attempts to pick another book off of Izuku's pile from time to time in a well-intentioned move to lighten his load, but Izuku turns him down, assuring Yagi that he's strong enough on his own. Sure, it's a little hard to see around the stack, but Izuku can be very perceptive of his surroundings regardless. By the time they arrive, it's developed into something of a game, where Yagi will surreptitiously reach for Izuku's books, only for Izuku to duck and weave out of the way, laughing all the while. It's right after another of these dodges that Yagi suddenly stills. Air, he says as Izuku follows his gaze up along the side of the apartment complex. Is that? Izuku quickly spots what Yagi's talking about and breaks into laughter. That's Ed, he says cheerfully. My alchemy tutor. Said tutor is currently scaling the side of the building with seemingly minimal effort, and what looks to be a pastry of some sort clenched between his teeth. After swinging up to a window ledge, he spots them standing below and waves. Izuku nods back, and they watch as Ed cracks open the window and vanishes into his apartment. Yagi says, does he? He can keep track of his keys, Izuku says. He just doesn't bother to, because nobody else is going to climb up to the third-story window to pick it open. Izuku would wager that he's used the door more often than Ed himself has, since Ed always goes for weirder modes of entry. Yagi makes a disbelieving noise. And you said he's your alchemy tutor? Izuku takes advantage of Yagi's momentary stun to shift his book pile into one hand, reach over, and grab the book that Yagi had been holding on for him. I'm gonna go now, but good luck with your new teaching job. Right? Yagi says, giving himself a shake. And best of luck to your studies. I'm sure Yue would be thrilled to have you. They might not have me at all, Izuku says reasonably, and Yagi pats him on the shoulder. You'd be surprised, he says with heartfelt sincerity. They bid their farewells and Izuku trots into the building. Ed's left the door unlocked for him since he saw him at the front, though Izuku has a key anyway, so Izuku pushes his way in and calls, Hi, Ed. I'm stealing your space because it's closer to the library than home. From another room, Ed grunts a greeting back, evidently preoccupied with something else. Izuku leaves him be. He drops his books onto the dining table and starts cracking one open, all the while flipping to a new page in his notebook. Black holes, as it turns out, probably aren't going to be something anyone can just transmute into existence. If Izuku thought the zero-pointer was a lot of mass to control, he definitely isn't ready for the literal mountain's worth of mass that would need to be crammed down into such an itty-bitty space for that to work. No, what he's more interested in is the equations surrounding it. Pretend, for an instant, that creating one isn't the issue. How could a matrix control something like that? Not very well, Izuku figures. The circle would probably get eaten. Transmutations don't exactly resist gravity on their own. Still, he gets about halfway through a very sloppy theoretical transmutation circle before Ed finally emerges from his study, stretching his arms over his head with a yawn. What are you working on? He says, leaning over for a peek. His gaze scans past Izuku's notes, only to suddenly snap back to it again. Wait, are you doing? What is this? Izuku grins at the double take. It's a safety catch, he explains, tapping part of the circle with the butt of his pencil. See? I've disconnected the input from the main circle, so no deconstruction or reconstruction will ever happen. That's not what I asked, Ed says. Are you trying to make a FING wormhole? What? Ed mimes folding a paper in half and stabbing a finger through it. A wormhole. Hole in space-time, whatever you call it, he says impatiently. I know what a wormhole is, Izuku says. I just didn't think that's what this looked like. Is trying to manipulate a gravity well by abusing the laws of physics meant to look like anything else? Ed says, somewhere between amused and hopeful, almost. Izuku laughs nervously. I'm just theorizing on how alchemy could maybe work against the pressures of a black hole. Specifically with, space-time warping. So you're not trying to make one. I can't get enough energy together for that, Izuku points out, as though that's the only problem with that idea. Anyway, like I said, it's purely theoretical, which is why it's disconnected. I'm not actually going to try anything. It looks like he's about to argue, and then pauses, looking more closely at Izuku's work in progress. Huh, he says. What? Nothing, Ed says, but he's frowning. Hold on. He returns to his study, and Izuku stares blankly at the doorway as the sounds of paper being tossed around echoes out into the hall. Eventually, Ed returns, this time with a journal of his own in hand. He sets it on the table, flipping to a certain page, and then tilts it for Izuku to see. Izuku squints at the scribbles stretching down the side of the page and says, I can't read this, Ed. Your handwriting really SCKS. It's not even that bad, Ed says, tilting it back towards himself for a skim. You just can't read. It doesn't even look Japanese. I'd hope not, Ed says. What does it look like? There's an odd severity to his voice, and Izuku meets his gaze in confusion before glancing down at the journal again. It's surely coded in some way, but Ed prefers to encode his notes more subtly in a travelogue rather than outright switching out characters for indecipherable symbols. Besides, that doesn't explain what Izuku assumes to be a very strange sentence structure. Wait. Those symbols aren't substitutions for characters, they repeat too much for that. They're letters. Which means this isn't a language Izuku can read at all. He doesn't recognize any part of it, and that's strange, because he can at least identify most languages on sight. He looks up, meeting Ed's gaze, and says, "What language is this in?" Amestrian, Ed says, a word that he's clearly familiar with even though it's completely foreign to Izuku. A weight seems to light off Ed's shoulders as he takes a breath and continues, "As in Amestris." As in the place you're from, Izuku clarifies. The very faraway place that you don't know how to get back to, that one. Is there any other? Ed says. Izuku looks more closely at the journal. The notes scrawl lazily across the breadth of the page, only to cram up in tight loops around the edges when Ed had run out of space and been reluctant to turn the page. A few alchemical symbols are sketched between lines, with arrows jutting towards or away from them, scattered with underlines and circles. It takes a moment, but Izuku thinks he can see all the components he'd been fiddling with in his circles scattered across the page in one way or another. The way you're going at it won't work, Ed says, with the confidence of someone who's tried. Even with there's not enough energy in the world to warp space-time with alchemy alone. If you want to run gravitational checks, this isn't the way to do it. A pause, and then a flash of a grin, Ed's smirk crooking up across his expression like a passing shadow. If you want to play with wormholes, though, there's a shortcut. A one-way ticket to the truth. Izuku's attention snaps to Ed. He isn't saying that is he? A shortcut, Izuku echoes, and doesn't allow himself to think of the implications yet. Later. Right now, Ed's concentrated on a truth he's never fully illuminated before, casting all those blurry past references into sharp relief. Is that how you ended up here? Ed smiles, grim and determined. My situation at that point was very weird, so I don't know what exactly got me dropped here. It could have been something to do with being one of the 5 sacrifices, or punching that demon father, or going through someone else's gate, or some mix of all those parts. I haven't been able to tell. What I can tell is that I'm not supposed to be here. Ed gestures to himself. Hell, if the existence of quirks alone isn't enough to confirm that, the fact that I'm not even aging on the same timescale is pretty solid FANG evidence, yeah? So, Izuku says, quite remarkably keeping it together considering the information he's been given, you came here through a wormhole? It's the best word for it I got. Ed rakes a hand through his hair. Like brushing a curtain aside, a hint of desperation pokes through the more ragged edge of his smile. The short of it is that alchemy sent me here. Makes sense? That alchemy might send me back. Izuku almost asks why he hasn't sent himself back, then, if the only roadblock is performing high-level alchemy, but something cold and knowing settles in the pit of his stomach. Each and every time he's asked for a demonstration, Ed has turned him down for one reason or another. The memories rise to the surface, playing across the back of his eyelids. You need the experience, I don't have the energy, you need the practice, I'm too lazy. There's not too many examples. Izuku's a quick study and Ed's a good fighter, and between the two of them there haven't been many requests for an example transmutation. Not once has his alchemy tutor sparked a circle to life, despite everything. Is your alchemy suppressed? Izuku asks, thinking of quirk suppressors and the like. It's not unheard of, but to last this long there must be something serious involved. Sure, suppressed, the same way a flattened building is technically locked. Dizziness rises in the back of Izuku's head like an incoming tide, ever encroaching with anxiety on its left and confusion at its right, and all he can say is, I don't understand. You need a gate to perform alchemy, Ed says, to channel and guide the tectonic energy that powers a transmutation. I gave mine up, I went through someone else's because that was my only other way back. And now I'm here, in a world of quirks and new languages and no alchemists. Probably because you never had a Xerxes. What's a Xerxes? Ed flaps a hand dismissively. Lost city, died overnight. Alchemy and alkahestry tie back to it. My point is that this FING world has a different history entirely that's left you all without alchemical prowess. And I can't do it because I don't have a gate, but I need to go home. I thought I was going to be stuck here forever, till I found you. And you're digging into wormholes now. On your own. Meaning I can help you, Izuku bursts out, his apprehension dissolving into giddy joy. He's a good enough alchemist now to help with a real problem, is what Ed's saying. I can send you back. It's not that easy, Ed cautions, eyeing the eagerness radiating off of Izuku with good-natured wariness. Just getting to your gate costs a lot. But it's possible, Izuku says. Yeah. And I can do it. We'll, Ed says, dragging out the syllable with teasing skepticism until Izuku pouts at him. Yes, you could do it. Academically, it's not that difficult to hit your gate. All it takes is FING up really bad. The issue is un-FING the situation once you're there without getting yourself killed. But, he continues, before Izuku can interrupt, that's an eventually kind of issue. Once I go, I'm definitely not coming back, which means I've got to teach you everything I possibly can while I'm here. This, at least, draws Izuku to a pause. He hadn't considered that. He should have, since Ed's never sidestepped around the fact that he doesn't see Japan as home, so it's not a surprise. Exactly. It makes sense. It still makes him nervous. That's a lot, Izuku says. It really isn't, Ed says. There's just a few edge cases that I should cover with you, probably. Maybe. He wrinkles his nose, visibly reluctant to elaborate. Izuku prompts, like wormholes? Like whatever this mess is, Ed says, gesturing to Izuku's work-in-progress circle. His words ring a little hollow, but they regain their normal force and volume as he adds, I don't need to tell you that this isn't practical. I mean, neither is the taboo, but at least that one works. This doesn't even check out theoretically. The taboo. There's a number of taboo topics, but the taboo can only mean one thing to an alchemist: human transmutation. Izuku hesitates, weight rocking back in equal parts surprise and confusion. He says, slowly, human transmutation opens a wormhole? Not a real one, but it's DMing close. You get tossed into wherever the F-, lose a few limbs or organs, and then God punts you right out the door again, Ed says, with a degree of forced dismissiveness. Discussing this subject seems difficult for him, but he pauses only briefly before pressing on. You remember how I said that human transmutation's illegal? Izuku nods. Technically, it's actually not illegal here, since alchemy has never been significant enough to be mentioned anywhere beyond the loosest quirklessness law, but he figures it's different for Ed. Why yeah, I remember. Did you pick up what I didn't say? Ed presses. Izuku bites the inside of his cheek, but nods again, slower this time. According to Ed, human transmutation is morally forbidden, and creating life is impossible. But creating life isn't the only thing under human transmutation's umbrella, the same way turning water to ice isn't the only water transmutation there is. If transmuting life from nothing is the only impossible aspect, that still leaves a lot open to possibility. The subtle distinction between forbidden and impossible is one that Izuku never quite allowed himself to confront before, for fear of what it might mean about his tutor. Now that Ed's bringing it into the limelight himself, however, some of it, Izuku says, is possible. Not everyone who transmutes human material gets dragged to the gate, Ed says. He scowls, gaze drifting away from Izuku and towards some unseen memory. That's only if you're stupid enough to ask for the impossible, like bringing back the dead or unseating the natural order. All the rest, no matter how many lives it takes, no matter how old or new the battery or how many souls burn to make it happen, the gate doesn't step in. That's not what it's there for. It's there to make sure we don't overreach. And to let alchemists channel tectonic energy? And that. Ed shakes his head as though to dismiss the topic at hand, and Izuku can practically see the gears turning behind his eyes as he refocuses. Got time to put that gravity well on hold for a bit, kid? That was just for fun, Izuku says, already pushing his papers away. Why? You're a good enough alchemist to stand on your own two legs and keep moving, Ed says, and if your fancy hero school doesn't at least keep up your physical ability, then they aren't good for anything. But even the most isolated alchemists use others' research. Being the only alchemist this world's got puts you at a huge disadvantage because you don't have anyone or anything to work off of. He pauses here, clearly for dramatics. Izuku, who has no idea where he's going with this, merely nods. The reminder of Ed's inevitable departure stings like a paper cut, but at least it makes the stress of UA's entrance exam feel far and away now, overshadowed by the daunting nature of everything he's learned today. Once Ed leaves, he'll be gone for good. It's a good thing. Ed has friends and family waiting for him, and Izuku doesn't need his hand held through transmutations anymore. Maybe if he ignores the pitching feeling in his stomach hard enough, maybe it'll go away. Except I wrote everything down, Ed continues, triumphant. He uses his travelogue to gesture at Izuku, and then at the scattered books all laying around. I can't bring anything with me anyway, since there'll be an equivalent cost. Which leaves you with nothing but shelves and shelves of reports in coded Amestrian. Oh, Izuku says, and then registers what Ed's implying. Wait, you mean you're going to teach me Amestrian? Ed says something. It's natural and whip-quick, and even though Izuku never questioned the fluency of Ed's Japanese before, it's clear that this is the tongue he's most familiar with. He does switch back, though, to say, that's the hope, anyway. I don't have time to give you everything, but it'll be better than nothing. From there, their tutoring sessions pick up a sense of urgency that had never been there before. For all that Ed's been searching for a way home this entire time, it's the realization that it might actually, finally be possible that lights a fire under him. He fights harder, moves quicker, rattles off theorems and vocabulary at a breakneck pace, and it's all Izuku can do to keep up. Izuku never got the sense that Ed had been holding back previously, at least not since Izuku learned to hold his own in a spar, but now Ed's motivated and Izuku's staggering in the aftermath. He is also having the time of his life. Never mind the grassy stains and dirty scrapes from rushing a roll or flinging himself out of the way of another sweeping kick. With his head spinning from state change and subatomic manipulation lectures, not to mention a whole new language, Izuku doesn't have any room to spiral dejectedly about his lackluster exam performance or Ed's inevitable departure. So, yes, he's living his best albeit slightly achy life. You hit harder than actual robots, Izuku tells him, having been tossed off of what would have otherwise been a proper pin. Except the one that was bigger than a building. That one was scarier than you. Ed scoffs. Robots aren't anything to fear, he drawls. It's people that you need to worry about. People? Why people? You can brute force the matter with robots through any number of physical means, but you can't expect to use those same methods on people, Ed says. It's harder to keep them out of the action, especially if they've got the sense to be cunning about it. I doubt those robots knew how to improvise an ambush or take advantage of an unfamiliar situation. In other words, destroying robots isn't a good measure for heroism. Izuku already knows that, and Shinsu's struggles with the test prove it true, but it reminds him of the enormity of his goal. When bringing the zero-pointer to a stop took so much out of him. A light slap on his shoulder brings his focus back to Ed, though, who then proceeds to ruffle his hair. Hey, when are your results supposed to come in, anyway? Couple more days, Izuku says. It takes a whole week for them to decide if 19 points are too few. You sound like you've already made a decision about it. I just don't know what kind of background scoring system they're using to balance out the fact that the test so heavily favors combat quirks, so I have no idea what I've actually scored and whether or not it's any good, Izuku says. He tries not to sound like he's whining, but the amused look on Ed's face tells him he doesn't succeed. I'm sure you did fine, Ed says. You can't do any worse in an exam than I did, and I still got in just fine. Izuku knows he's being baited, but takes it anyway. What did you do? Attacked the leader of my country to prove a point, Ed says cheerfully. And as Izuku sputters, he continues, granted, they wanted me so bad they probably would have accepted me even if I tore down the building while they were still in it, But my point stands. I don't think UA wants me that bad, Izuku says weakly. Quite the opposite, in fact. They might reject him for any reason at all, on the sole basis of being an alchemist, no matter how well or how poorly he performed in the entrance exam. They will, Ed says confidently. They'd be stupid to turn down someone who's completely revolutionizing the way they see a field. Besides, even if they do turn out to be idiots, you've still got options. Like another school? Izuku says, though his heart isn't into it. He likes what he's heard of UA, and their alumni prove they're doing something right. He has his mind set on it. And then another thought occurs to him. You don't mean vigilantism, do you? Izuku asks suspiciously. Don't be silly, Ed says. And then, just as Izuku's shoulders drop with relief, he adds, we don't have quirks, it's legally impossible to charge us with vigilantism. Don't let Mom hear you say that, Izuku says. By the end of the week, though, Ed's proven right, the letter arrives, declaring Izuku an official UA student of Class 1A. Izuku sheds tears of joy. By some slide of luck or possibly the same administrative coincidence that put them in the same testing center to begin with, all the friends Izuku made in the entrance exam are in Class 1A, too. They'd been eager to share the good news of their acceptances with each other via text, which means it's no surprise to Izuku when he opens the unnecessarily large classroom door to the sight of Ida in the middle of an authoritative rant. The person he's talking to, however. Ida glances back at the sound of the door sliding shut and lights up, very briefly abandoning his conversation about respecting school property to raise an arm in greeting. Good morning, Midoriya-kun, he says. Good morning, Izuku says, deliberately not looking past him. He scans the rest of the room quickly, waving to Uraraka and Aoyama as well. Most of the other students are already present, chattering in small groups or getting settled in. Izuku idly notes the lack of purple hair as he starts heading for his own seat before he realizes where it is. Or, more precisely, who he sits behind. Bakugo, legs propped up on his desk despite Ida's ongoing rebuke, has his head turned just enough to watch Izuku out of the corner of his eye. Words burn in the back of his throat. There's a lot that Izuku wants to say to congratulate him on getting into his dream school, maybe, or to ask if he's alright after that villain attack, or to apologize for getting him into trouble all those years ago, but he keeps them tucked behind his teeth. Oi, Deku. Unfortunately, Bakugo has no such reservations. Ida's lecture pauses as Bakugo continues, I don't know what kind of trick you pulled to get in here, but you won't fool me. Trick? Ida says, somehow getting even more riled up than before. The skills of our fellow classmates are not mere tricks. Passing UA's entrance exam shows exemplary performance without exception. To disparage both the judgment of the school and the hard work of the testers is indescribably rude and uncouth behavior. Whatever Ida says next goes over Izuku's head, because it suddenly occurs to him that the only reason Ida affords him any respect in the first place is because he doesn't know that Izuku's an alchemist. Izuku never told them that he was quirkless. Nobody saw his transmutation circles close enough to identify them in the entrance exam, and very few people actually know what alchemical light looks like in comparison to a quirk's electrical discharge. They probably think the sparks are a side effect of a quirk that manipulates metal. Bakugo could open his mouth and break that facade like glass. He's going to. Izuku can see it on his face. And Izuku. Actually, Izuku's okay with that. The calm surprises him too. But the thing is, he's already in UA. If they think he can't save people just as well as they can, after he's already conquered the odds to stand here on equal grounds with them all, then he'll just prove them wrong. They're already wrong about what people like him can do, and part of the reason Izuku's here is to correct that. His chin lifts. Bakugo inhales, snarled words visibly bubbling up in his throat, and Izuku braces himself. But before the words emerge, someone else bumps into Izuku and says, Midoriya, scoot over. Izuku whirls around with a grin. Shinso, he says, stepping back to let him pass. Did you just come in? I didn't hear you at all. Yeah, you looked pretty distracted, Shinso says, and there's a line of concern threading through his otherwise flippant tone. Well, Izuku says, hands fluttering wildly in an attempt to convey that everything's fine, And then he completely fails to come up with something else to say that won't immediately give him away. He switches topics entirely. Anyway, hey, who do you think our homeroom teacher will be? Most of the hero course's teaching staff is made up of pro heroes, so it's probably someone we'd recognize. Actually, Shinso begins, but then stops when another voice cuts in. Class has started, says a lump on the floor. A vaguely person-sized lump. If you're here to make friends, get out. This is the hero course. Izuku blinks. The entire class seems to take a collective moment to stare at the figure wrapped up in yellow fabric, inching slowly into the classroom proper like a very tired worm. Shinso quickly returns to his seat, though not before giving Izuku a very significant look of excitement. Why excitement? It's not until the figure slowly sits up in what's now clearly a sleeping bag, revealing a scruffy face with a jelly pack hanging out of their mouth, that Izuku realizes. "Your eraser head," he blurts out, and then claps his hands over his mouth in mortification as several heads turn his way, including Eraserhead's, who shuffles free of the sleeping bag like a recalcitrant moth from a cocoon. "You're noisy," pro-hero Eraserhead says, flat. Izuku kind of wants to hide in a hole for forever. "I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. The start of class means you should be in your seat already, and silent. All of you," he adds in a louder tone, looking over the room. Wasting time otherwise is illogical. And that's all the introduction they get. No ceremony, no nothing. From there, Eraserhead Aizawa simply distributes everyone's gym's clothes and herds them all outside to the open grounds. "We're testing your quirks today," Aizawa says once they've finished changing and lined up in front of him. Izuku's hand immediately drops to where his pockets would be, if he weren't in gym clothes, and bites back a curse. He'd left his markers behind in the locker room, thinking he wouldn't need to take notes for what was looking to be an impromptu fitness activity. If they're going to be testing quirks in particular, though, he'll just have to improvise. Aizawa briefly explains the fitness test before calling Bakugo up to demonstrate. In a single explosive throw, Bakugo launches a baseball hundreds of meters away, an impressive display that leaves everyone else raring to go and eager to stretch their quirks. And then Aizawa adds, "Also, whoever comes in last place will be expelled for having no potential, which evaporates the enthusiasm in an instant." Wonderful. That's exactly what Izuku's nerves need right now, a chance to screw up so bad he might get himself expelled from his dream school on day one. He shrinks into himself, nervously watching as the first of the tests begin. Luckily, he's the second to last seat in his class, which gives him plenty of time to sit, calm down, and breathe while the others start running their 50-meter dashes in pairs. There has to be some way to apply his abilities in a test like this. He just needs to figure it out. The key, Izuku thinks, is that this isn't actually a test of fitness. It establishes a physical baseline for each student, yes, but what's truly being tested is how well they can use their unique advantages even if the situation isn't specifically compatible with them. Ida barely has to think to clear the 50-meter dash with ease, but how's he going to apply his quirk in the ball-throwing event? Izuku, reminded of the way so many heroes balked at the sludge villain when their quirk wasn't immediately and perfectly suited to counter the situation, does see the merit of this kind of test. But that doesn't make expulsion a reasonable punishment, especially when some students have to be more creative than others due to sheer luck of the draw when it comes to their quirks. They're students. Isn't this what UA is supposed to teach them, not expect them to already know? Forget rooting out lack of potential. This is just rewarding physical, forceful quirks that are geared towards fighting. Shinsu's excitement over having his favorite hero for a teacher has visibly faded. Now, he looks disgruntled and stung, even as he crosses the 50-meter dash finish line with a new personal best. Eventually, it's Izuku's turn. He and the student he's running with line up at the start, watching as the dust slowly settles from Bakugo's explosive blast to the finish. The person Bakugo had been paired up with, the student with an invisibility quirk, ended up finishing much later than him. The truth is, much like that invisible student, Izuku can't really use his abilities for the dash like this. The ground's packed too hard to draw on with just a finger, and even if he had something sharp or inky to use, he doesn't have the time to do so before the whistle blows and he's off running. Meanwhile, the person Izuku's running with pulls an entire scooter from their own body and easily takes the lead. When Izuku reaches the end a little over 6 seconds later, he stands there, panting before turning to the other student and saying, "Did you just are you creating matter out of nothing?" And then, remembering his manners, "I'm Midoriya Izuku hi." "Oh," the other student says, "I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. It's nice to make your acquaintance." As for your question, my quirk uses lipids from my body to create things, so it's not out of nothing, per se. Lipids. Izuku's pretty sure he looked this up once, but the elemental composition of organics other than wood isn't something he's ever focused on. That's mostly made up of carbon, I think? Organic matter usually has lots of that in it. That sounds right. Is your scooter made of carbon then? Steel, Yaoyorozu corrects, throwing Izuku for a loop. She looks intrigued by his line of questioning. "Where'd you get the iron for that?" "I made it," she says. "You're right, lipids are mostly made of hydrocarbon chains, but I can make other elements with them." "You can make any element from just lipids with your quirk?" Izuku says, nearly vibrating with excitement. "That's so cool. Does it work in reverse too?" "No, once I make it, I can't reabsorb it," Yaoyorozu says. "I can only change my own lipids, so once they're used to make something else, that's it." She looks at her scooter with a slight frown. "Which means I'll probably have to leave this behind. It won't be useful again until the distance run, and I don't know if I'm even allowed to bring it to the other tests." "Still, that's amazing. Changing even the smallest amount of elements must expel huge amounts of energy. The fact that your quirk can handle that is incredible," Izuku says, already trying to envision an equivalent circle and how complicated it would be. And then, "Wait, you're not going to use your scooter anymore?" She shakes her head. "Can I borrow it for a few minutes, then? Not for any of the tests, just for a bit between them." "I don't see why not," Yaoyorozu says uncertainly. "Can I ask why?" "I need something to write on myself with," Izuku says. "I didn't bring a marker with me because I didn't think I'd need it, but it turns out I really kind of do need it. I was thinking if a part of your scooter was sharp enough, I could cut the marks into my shoes or something." As he speaks, Yaoyorozu looks contemplative. "I don't know if any part of the scooter is sharp enough for that. The version I made was intended to be as safe as possible," she says apologetically. "If it's just a matter of being able to write, would a pen work instead?" "Yes, if not better," Izuku says, and then yelps and waves his arms when Yaoyorozu cups her hands together, a shimmering glow emerging from one palm. Wait, you don't need to make something new for me. I'm sure you'd rather save your quirk for something better." She hesitates at his flailing, but creates the pen anyway and holds it out to him. "It's small," she assures, "and I can't think of a better use than helping a classmate. We're supposed to be testing our quirks, after all, and you can't do that if you can't even activate it." Izuku doesn't immediately burst into grateful tears, but that's only because he's busy wincing internally. "Thank you so much," he says, eyes watering, and lets the quirk comment slide. Although he has something he can work with now, the way this test runs bugs him. Izuku has an easier time, as proven when he scrawls a circle on his palm that crumples the handle of the grip strength device and skyrockets his score into the hundreds, but he can't help noticing the way a few other students continue to struggle with finding ways to apply their quirks. One is trying to electrocute the grip strength device, it seems, to no avail, and seems to zap himself more than anything else. Another student looks at their score with discontent, mumbling something about how they should have eaten something sugary before class so they could actually use their quirk. Izuku pauses. He knows how to make sugar his mom ran out, once, and rather than making anyone brave the storm outside, Ed taught Izuku the circle and the materials are easy to find, especially in open air like this. Pleased to have an opportunity to pay Yaoyorozu's kindness forward, he waits for everyone to be distracted by Bakugu's explosive standing long jump before quietly transmuting a handful of sugar cubes and passing them over to the student who mentioned needing them. The grateful look he gets in return makes the effort well worth it. He wishes he could do something similar for the invisible and electric students, but in their cases it's not so much a matter of activation as application, and Izuku can't exactly help with that. Izuku's still brainstorming when he's called up for his turn on the standing long jump. With the soil-based transmutation circle penned on his shoes, the earth roils and launches him into the air so well he clears the sandbox altogether. Aizawa is watching him closely, he's pretty sure. It's hard to tell, because Aizawa is never actually looking directly at him, but the way he angles himself makes it seem like he's tracking Izuku nonetheless. As is Bakugo, though he's more obvious about it and audibly grinds his teeth whenever Izuku is within hearing range. Izuku doesn't meet either of their gazes. There's no easy way to improve his sidesteps, unfortunately, but before the start of the ensuing ball throw rounds, Izuku takes a moment to find an increasingly frustrated Shinso. "Anything goes," he says, and Shinso blinks, startled out of his reverie. "What?" "You can use your quirk however you want for these tests," Izuku says. "Remember? Anything goes. That means anyone is fair game. Everyone. Every single person here." Shinso stares at him. No. Absolutely not. Do you want me to get in trouble?" "Quirks are listed in the class roster," Izuku reminds. "And don't forget erasure. There's no way he doesn't know how to avoid it if he wants." "You're a bad influence, Midoriya," Shinso says, but he doesn't contradict him, and his gaze is sharper now, finding a single point over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku grins. When it's Shinso's turn to throw the ball, he makes a decent effort, but doesn't immediately step out of the circle afterwards. "Hey, Aizawa-sensei," he says. "What?" Aizawa says and then stops. "Come over here for a moment, please. I have a private question I want to ask." Aizawa walks over, slower and less coordinated than would be expected of a pro hero. Shinso speaks to him in low tones, too quiet for anyone else to hear, if only because the student with the duplicating body parts is all arms right now and the one with earphone jacks is conveniently preoccupied by a conversation, and then Aizawa taps on his tablet a few times before returning to his original spot. Only then does Shinso exhale and step out of the circle himself. At the same time, Aizawa abruptly stiffens. Izuku holds his breath. He's fully prepared to run in and claim responsibility if Aizawa gets angry, since the last thing Shinso needs is to be punished for using his quirk, and Izuku will absolutely take the fall instead if it means Shinso won't have another bad experience with his quirk. He knows Aizawa shouldn't be angry, because Aizawa told them they could use their quirks however they wanted as long as they stayed in the circle, and he should already know brainwashing's activation requirements from Shinso's file, so he had multiple ways of avoiding it if he really wanted to. And Shinso even waited until after he threw the ball, so there's still a record of his physical ability if they really do need that score to track growth. He's done nothing wrong, and their teacher shouldn't be mad. But Izuku's long since learned not to rely on what a teacher should or shouldn't do. Shinso tenses. Izuku rocks his weight forward, indignation clawing his anxiety to pieces, not angry but ready to be. About to be. And then Aizawa says, "Shuji, it's your turn," and all that tension escapes in a rush. As the next student walks into the circle, Izuku hurries over to Shinso, who looks relieved and confused all at once. "Shinso," he says. "I told him to mark me down as infinity, like Uraraka," Shinso says, and then laughs a little, though it sounds brittle. "That didn't feel very good, but I did it and well. Hopefully that keeps my score up." "It's good that you did it," Izuku says firmly. The rest of the test passes without incident. Izuku's ball throw is boosted by a makeshift dirt trebuchet, and he scores acceptably in the endurance run by having the earth carry him when his leg's tired. The seated toe touch is a little harder, but an ongoing transmutation helps his sit-ups tremendously. At the end, when everyone's done, Aizawa says, "By the way, I lied about expelling the student in last place," and displays everyone's scores before that statement can sink in. Izuku finds his name in 14th place, with Shinso right behind him in 15th. The student in dead last is Kaminari, the one with the electric quirk, who exhaustedly slumps to the ground with a relieved kind of noise. A few students sputter in outrage at the so-called logical ruse, but Izuku's just glad to know that pro-hero Eraserhead doesn't actually judge hopelessness based on such a narrow physical test. No wonder the premise of this entire apprehension test itched at him. He's right, it doesn't make sense. "Shinso," Aizawa adds, and Izuku's growing satisfaction grinds to a halt, a word. Shinsu's shoulders hike up a solid inch, defensive, but he plods over obediently. Izuku reluctantly lets himself be carried away with the flow of the other students heading back inside to change back into their uniforms, but lingers near the back of the pack and walks as slowly as he can get away with, craning his neck to keep an eye on his friend. He can't hear anything, but he sees the way Shinsu's defensiveness melts into relief, and then into something much closer to the excitement of earlier, in the classroom. Figuring that means Aizawa isn't about to bite Shinsu's head off for anything stupid like using his quirk when he was instructed to, Izuku turns back to the rest of his classmates and joins the casual chatter. Kaminari is still wobbly-kneed with relief over not getting expelled the first day. The second-to-last place student, the one with the earphone jack's quirk, looks equally queasy, while the invisible student pats them both on the back. The student who Izuku transmuted sugar for finds him to introduce himself as Sata Rikadu and thanks him again, coincidentally in the middle of Izuku thanking Yaoyorozu again, which prompts some laughter. Satu and Yaoyorozu quickly find common ground in their quirk's dietary needs, a discussion Izuku is all too eager to jump in on with all the background knowledge of someone who once spent whole months analyzing fat gum. More than once, Izuku catches himself rambling half under his breath while the other students stare, but they don't pull away, and they seem at least invested enough for him to continue. He has to stop when they finally return to their seats in the classroom, pressing his lips shut against the slew of information he can still call up at a moment's notice, but he feels a little more settled now. He sits a little straighter, despite Bakugo constantly remaining in line of sight before him. All things considered, his first day at UA has panned out pretty well. He even meets up with more people than expected on the way out. In Nabu, it would have been only him and Shinso. Now, Yaoyorozu drops by to exchange contact information, Sata gives him a wave, and Aoyama winks in a distinctly sparkly manner. Ida and Uraraka accompany them all the way to the front gates of the school, discussing everything and nothing at once, and Izuku wants. He wants to keep this burgeoning warmth. He doesn't want it to fracture when his quirklessness becomes common knowledge, to turn clumsy and uncomfortable. So, right before they have to split off in separate directions, Izuku says, "Wait." He's gotten to know Ida and Uraraka fairly well over text. Aoyama doesn't message much, but these two do, and he knows they're not the worst of his old classmates were, who took any weakness as an invitation to mock and belittle and make the butt of a joke. And he isn't afraid anymore. Izuku says, "Listen, I think you'll find this out soon anyway, but I want to tell it to you two first." Uraraka and Ida exchange looks. Thus, Uraraka says, "Shinso already knows," Izuku says, and Shinso nods. "You've asked about my quirk before, right, Ida?" "Well, I'm quirkless. I don't have one." Ida blinks and says, "But during the quirk apprehension test and the entrance exam, used alchemy," Izuku interrupts. He shows them the smeared remains of the circles he'd used for the test today. "All of that was alchemy?" Uraraka says. "I didn't know alchemy could do that. I thought you had an earth-manipulating quirk or something." "Most people don't know that alchemy is capable of this." Izuku rubs his hands together, as though trying to scrub out the remaining ink. "And nobody really saw the circles I used, so I'm not surprised you didn't figure it out yet. I just didn't want you to be surprised if Bakugo says something about it." Ida says, "The student sitting in front of you? How does he know?" "We used to go to the same school, years ago," Izuku says. "Hold on," says Shinso, abruptly coming to a realization thanks to information he knows from unlocking Izuku's highest tier of friendship forever ago. "Bakugo Katsuki. Is he the one who came up with Deku? I thought I heard him say that this morning." Izuku doesn't say anything, but Shinso reads the confirmation off his face anyway. "Cool," he says icily. "Great, be right back, I need to throw hands with someone real quick." Izuku grabs his arm before he can make good on that statement, feeling vaguely like he's scruffing an angry cat. "Don't, please, that's really not necessary," he says. "It's just a stupid nickname from elementary school." "I heard him say that too," Uraraka says, frowning. "I'm sorry I didn't stop him. I thought it meant something like, I can do it. Not anything mean." "It's fine," Izuku says, though his mind catches at those words. I can do it. That's an angle he hadn't considered, like new light in an old room. It works because it's true. He can do it. He's going to become a hero. He repeats, it's fine, softer, but more sincerely. That does help actually. Uraraka brightens a little. Really? Yeah, he says. It's good. Really? As the transmutation dies down, Izuku groans and flops backward onto the sand. The bowl of seawater he's been trying to manipulate for the past hour ripples sadly at him, still liquid despite his best efforts. He debates kicking sand at it to flip it over, but sense unfortunately wins out over impulse. Sitting up, he experimentally sticks a finger into the water. It's cold, but not noticeably colder than it normally is. Izuku moves the bowl aside with a sigh and swipes a hand over the sand beneath, erasing the circle. He flattens the area as much as possible before starting again, tracing out the borders of the matrix with a finger. He gets about halfway through piecing together his next attempt when the sound of footsteps in the sand catch his attention. Fear snaps through him on reflex, and his hand moves before his brain, sinking into the sand to erase his work as he looks up guiltily. The sight of Yagi, as unexpected as it is to see him, makes him relax. Still, he can't help but feel a little foolish for freaking out in the first place. It's not like people commonly recognize incomplete alchemy, and he's going to have to get used to it, anyway. He told a few of his classmates earlier, and the rest will find out eventually. Ed would probably start screaming if he saw Izuku acting like his skill set is something to be ashamed of. For now, Izuku pushes those thoughts aside, brushing his hands off and straightening. Hi, Yeti-san, he says. What are you doing here? Takoba Beach still isn't a very popular place to visit, even though it's been clean for a while now. Izuku comes around every so often to make sure it stays that way, but its reputation for being a garbage heap hasn't quite faded enough to see regular visitors otherwise. Just taking a walk, Yagi replies. I was hoping some fresh air would help me feel more at ease. Are you not feeling well? Izuku says, worried. No, he reassures. I'm simply going to teach my first class tomorrow, and I'm a little nervous, you could say. Izuku perks up. Oh right, he says. I'm sure your class will go fine, but good luck. What kind of class is it? Yagi coughs into his first. That's a bit difficult to explain, I'm afraid. I'm a sort of last-minute addition to the faculty and had to rush through some certifications, so I can't say I'm as prepared for it as I would like to be. That does sound intimidating. Izuku can't imagine being underprepared to teach a classroom full of people. Being unprepared to enter a classroom full of people is scary enough. Izuku knows that firsthand. Do you think you'd feel better if a more experienced teacher sat in with you? He asks, and then frowns. No, they'd probably be busy with their own classes, or on break. Sitting in on someone else's class might have been better, but you don't have time for that if it's tomorrow, unless your class is later in the day. I'd be more of a distraction than anything if I sat in on another teacher's class, Yagi says, scratching sheepishly at his cheek. Don't worry about it, Midoriya Shounen. I'll work something out with the principal. What are you doing out here if I may ask? Practicing, Izuku says. He crouches, smoothing the sand over again. I'm trying to figure out the equation for state of matter change. Technically, it's temperature manipulation, I guess. He could just ask Ed for the correct equation, but he has to practice solving these kinds of things for himself. Yagi just looks puzzled, so Izuku jots a quick circle into the sand to demonstrate. Look, he says, filling in a quick matrix and setting the bowl of water on it. He touches the edge of the circle and activates the transmutation, moving the water into a cubic shape, leaving behind a crust of salt and other minerals, as he hadn't accounted for them in this simplified matrix. While the transmutation's active, it's basically a solid, Izuku explains, lifting one hand to pat it in demonstration. His palm hits the surface and can't push through, instead bouncing off with a crackle of alchemical discharge. He scoops up a handful of sand to drop on it as well, immediately provoking another wave of staticky sparks, and the pile of sand sits on top of the water without sinking. But the moment I let go, he lifts his remaining hand from the circle, cutting off its power. The water immediately loses form and splashes back into the bowl, cloudy with sand. Dipping a finger into it now nets no resistance. So I haven't actually turned it into ice, Izuku concludes. I've just been holding it in position to act like a solid. That tracks with how I've run the rest of my transmutations, and I've never actually tried change of state ones before, but I can't work out how to make it stay. I get the theory, but in practice I must be missing something. Controlling for heat happens a lot, but funneling all the heat out isn't a common function formula. He trails off, muttering under his breath about possible niche uses before Yagi shifts his weight, catching his attention enough to snap him out of it. Oh, that's probably not very interesting to you, Izuku says, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry. No, I'm quite curious about it myself, Yagi reassures. I wish I'd known this option was available to me when I was younger. That kind of response is exactly why Izuku wants to be a hero. It's not even about alchemy specifically, to be honest. It's about an unequivocally quirkless trait proving just as capable as a quirk, reminding others that they're not missing anything, that they're not useless. It's about bringing that hope to people who need it, the same way Ed had for him. Some part of that thought must show on his face, because Yagi sits down beside him, long and skinny limbs rearranging into a more comfortable position. You have a very difficult path ahead of you, he says. But I'm rooting for you, Midoriya Shounen. Izuku ducks his head, bashful. Then, remembering his other personal project and a good chunk of the reason he'd all but leapt at the chance to interrogate Yaoyorozu and Satu about organic chemistry, he perks up again. If I can ask, how's your health, Yagi-san? Yagi coughs wetly into his fist, which is kind of an answer in and of itself. You can ask, he says, but there's not much to say. It's healed. And stable enough. What brings this up? Don't tell me you've been worrying about this old thing. I was thinking I could learn how to use alchemy to help you, Izuku admits. I don't know if it would actually work, since organic systems are really complicated, but I think it's possible. Maybe. Hopefully. It's difficult, harder than state of matter change, harder than subatomic manipulation based off sheer complexity alone, and apparently harder than making a kind of wormhole, since doing it wrong will make that last one happen automatically. Izuku hasn't done any of those. Worse yet, Ed isn't particularly enthusiastic about the topic. Adjacency to human transmutation aside, he doesn't seem comfortable with biological alchemy in general. Yagi chuckles. Well, he says, if it's for my sake, don't distract yourself from whatever else you're studying. Being able to heal is a great boon to heroics work, but ultimately the goal of a pro-hero is to be the preventative, not the cure. Not to mention that figuring out the logistics would be a long-term kind of goal, Izuku silently appends, so better to set the topic aside for now. Instead, he says, speaking of pro-heroes, have you heard anything about the newest debuts? Yagi says, I don't know anything you don't already, but when Izuku promptly launches into a spiel about the latest graduates from UA and Shiketsu, Yagi still fills in some informational holes without needing to be asked. At this point, he's given up on hiding the fact that he has a connection with the hero industry. What that connection is, Izuku hasn't wriggled out of him yet, not that it seems nearly as important as the fact that Yagi's willing to discuss anything at all. By the time they realize how late it's gotten and have to part ways, the state of matter change circle hasn't progressed very much, but Izuku's happy to have traded a bit of late-night work for another chance to catch up with Yagi. He hopes the older man's class goes well. Izuku's excited for his own classes tomorrow. There's rumors that All Might himself may be teaching one of them. Even a night of bracing himself doesn't truly prepare Izuku for the sight of All Might marching merrily in through the classroom door, though. I am here. Like a normal person. Japan's #1 hero announces, exactly as loud and boisterous as Izuku remembers him being during that encounter with the sludge villain. Maybe even more so, in contrast with the exhausted monotone their homeroom teacher always maintains. Izuku can't help the grin that widens across his expression, empathizing wholeheartedly with the reverent whispers darting between his fellow classmates. I will be teaching basic hero training to you all. All Might continues, striking a pose. Specifically, we'll run some basic hero incident scenarios in ground beta today. We've got a lot to ground to cover, So grab your uniforms and let's head to the gym right away. As the class eagerly files out of the room, though, Izuku notices Aizawa pick up his sleeping bag and follow behind them all. He would have expected their homeroom teacher to leave All Might to it, like he had for all the other classes, but he supposes it makes sense that Aizawa would want to keep tabs on how his students perform in this subject specifically. Izuku sits on a bench in the locker room, cracking open the case holding his very first hero costume. It's nothing particularly flashy, especially next to, say, Aoyama's dazzling getup that catches his eye even through the general hubbub of all his classmates gushing over their gear, but it's exciting all the same. The simple green jumpsuit his mom had volunteered as a base fits him perfectly, as do the unmarked white gloves. The embroidered symbol of flannel stands out on his left shoulder in bold red. Izuku runs his hands down the sides of his costume once it's on, checking for the countless hidden pockets he'd requested the support company add. Those are quickly filled by a scattering of markers in various colors and inks, as well as in the adapted tool belt that clicks snugly around his waist. By the time he's organized it all, most everyone else has finished changing. He hurries out of the locker room, quickly taking in the variety of outfits, and almost missing Shinsu's dark, stealth-oriented gear hidden behind the distraction of Aoyama's glittery flourish, as All Might clears his throat. Looking sharp, young students, All Might says, giving them a thumbs up. Now listen up. In most common incidents, there are generally 3 types of people on the scene: heroes, villains, and civilians. That's a bit of an oversimplification, but it's what we're starting you zygotes out with. We'll be assessing how well you handle these situations in an urban environment today. First, everyone will be assigned a partner based on what seat numbers I pull. All Might thumps a hand on the box sitting on the table beside him in demonstration. Each team will take turns being the heroes, villains, or civilians for 5 minutes. The civilians begin already inside the building with something they must do before leaving. The heroes win once both civilians are evacuated and the villains are defeated, but the villains win if they defeat both members of either team. Civilians cannot use their quirks in battle, and both villain and hero teams have capture tape to defeat whoever they've wrapped with it. The ends of the tape must touch for it to count. A hand goes up. All Might Sensei, Ida says, a little muffled through the helmet of his unsurprisingly ingenium-like armor. It doesn't sound like there is a way for the civilian team to win. And wouldn't they side with the heroes, making the villain's task more difficult? Indeed. All Might booms. Well caught, Ida Shounen. The opportunities for victory are not evenly distributed. That's why everyone gets a turn in every seat. It is up to the teams to do their best in the position they're in, and that effort is the metric we're examining, not the overall result of the incident. Got it? Yes, thank you. Nobody else comes forward with questions, though whether that's because they all understand everything or because nobody wants to delay the activity any further is debatable. Excitement buzzes through the room as All Might begins drawing tokens from the box, and Izuku is no exception. He brightens further to hear that he's paired with Uraraka in Team A, and they trade delighted looks. While he wouldn't have been opposed to working with someone new, teaming with a friend is definitely easier on his nerves. That relief only lasts until he realizes what teams they're facing off against, though. Team A is going first as the heroes, alongside civilian Team G and villain Team D. Team D consists of Ida and Bakugo. Izuku worries at the edge of the sleek earpiece they've been handed along with a roll of capture tape. Jairu and Kaminari have already headed inside, each with a slip of paper detailing their civilian instructions, and Team D is on the far side of the building, out of sight and out of earshot. Mostly out of earshot, that is. The yelling travels quite a bit. Are you all right? Uraraka asks. She tucks her earpiece into place, carefully fixing her helmet over it. You kind of look like you're gonna be sick. I'm fine, Izuku replies, lying through his teeth with a smile. It's just that we're up against Bakugo and Ida-kun. They're tough opponents. Uraraka purses her lips. Right, she says. Well, my quirk's kind of a bad matchup against Ida-kun's, so maybe you can focus on him, and I'll get the other guy. Startled, Izuku blinks. What are you talking about? Your quirk's a great matchup to Ida-kun, he argues. He doesn't have anything long-range, his propulsion isn't anywhere near his center of gravity, and I'd bet he's never run in zero gravity before. And even if you couldn't use your quirk directly on him, matchups are much more complicated than one just being good or bad against the other. Oh, I know, Uraraka says, amused. I was trying to give you an out to avoid dealing with Bakugo-kun. Oh, Izuku says, and buries his face in his hands to stifle the rest of his rant with an embarrassed flush. In that case, thanks? But I think he'll seek me out anyway, so it doesn't matter. The real question is how the civilian team is going to play it. If they're smart, they'll try to be sneaky, letting the heroes and villains wear each other out while they do whatever they have to do. I think Jiru's quirk helps her hearing, so they might have a better sense of who's where than any of us. That's good for us too, Uraraka says. Izuku nods. It's an interesting thought, actually, because the biggest problem with the civilians trying to find the heroes for help is the danger of running into a villain instead. If they can track and maneuver around that, I think we can immobilize Ida-kun quickly, with or without the capture tape, he says. It's Bakugo I'm worried about. He has a lot of firepower that isn't easily handled by either of our skills, and we have to intercept him before he reaches a civilian or it's over. I'd bet on them splitting up, with Ida-kun starting from the ground floor and Bakugo jumping right to the top, so they meet in the middle. Uraraka looks up at the building, squinting towards the roof. I could get up there too, but maybe not as quickly, she says. If we split up the same way and rush it, we might be able to stay ahead of them. They toss around a few more ideas, during which Izuku uses one of his markers to scrawl the circle for cement manipulation. With Cementos on the UA staff roster, it's easy to guess what the majority of the construction will be made of onto both of his gloves. Their preparations conclude with a tentative fist bump at the ringing of the bell, punctuated immediately by the sound of popping explosions on the other side of the building. Uraraka immediately nullifies gravity on herself, breath visibly held as she fights her incoming nausea. Izuku boosts her up the side of the wall for a head start before transmuting ladder out of the side of the building for himself. He's not even 3 floors up when a muffled thump crackles through over the comms unit in his ear, followed by her voice. Fancy meeting you here, she says, only slightly out of breath. Staticky expletives overlay her words as she adds, lower, I've got him. Go. He thinks, through the static, he can make out the furious roar of Deku. Izuku shakes his head and keeps moving. Ida's thorough nature will have him checking the bottom floors room by room on foot, but Izuku transmutes an opening to quietly slip inside the 5th floor directly. The civilian team wouldn't have stayed any lower, with Ida's obvious speed on their minds. Still, his head start of a few floors won't last long. He crouches, beginning to draw a matrix across the width of the hall. Jiru-sen, Kaminari-kun, I'm on the 5th floor, he says. He makes sure to project, but not shout, since he doesn't want to risk Ida catching on. He hurriedly finishes the circle just before a series of footsteps patter up to him. Hey, Midoriya! Jiru whisper shouts. She and Kaminari rush over, taking care to avoid stepping on his matrix despite their visible confusion, which Izuku appreciates. Can you leave yet? Izuku asks. Kaminari shakes his head. I need to find a teddy bear, he says, with a wrinkled nose to show his displeasure with the task. It could be anywhere. And I can't leave because of stuff I left in a safe that I don't have the key for some reason, Jiru says. He's moving on, comes Uraraka's voice at the same time. Safe first, Izuku decides, tapping a finger against his mic to let Uraraka know he heard her. Where is it? Jiru grimaces. 1st floor, she says. Bolted into a wall. We knew Ida would catch us instantly if we stopped to pry it out. That's why we're looking for Kaminari's thing instead. Izuku nods. He can also hear a series of thumps approaching. Whether it's Ida's footsteps or Bakugo's explosions is still up in the air, but neither option is good. Uraraka-san, start looking. For a teddy bear, he says, and hears a muffled tap of acknowledgement. We're heading down. Jiru-san, Kaminari, stand in the circle with me, but watch your step. And please don't smear anything. He presses his hands together to steady himself, really hopes he'd calculated this correctly, and reaches down to touch the circle. On second thought, he adds, You might want to sit down for this, just as blue lightning flashes across the dark ink. His classmates scarcely have time to gasp before the floor shifts. Cement ripples into motion as Izuku tugs at their surroundings, pulling in material wherever he can and reshaping it in his mind's eye. A solid column of cement pours together, encasing a dome of air around them before running straight through every floor above and below them. Since the whole building's made out of cement, there's an abundance of material to work with. Izuku keeps widening the structure even as he begins lowering them through the cylinder. It's not a smooth ride. The matrix shudders and crackles loudly when outside influences shove against it, demanding Izuku's complete attention. Metal and fabric scrape at the outer edge. Izuku thinks. And that tearing blasting input of heat and force trying to disrupt the material above them must be Bakugo. If this circle were more flexible, he'd wrap some cement around whatever limb Ida is using to prod at the tube and trap him in place. There's a reason he hard-coded the shape into the transmutation, though, and its name is Bakugo. The destructive power of explosion would have shattered Izuku's focus already if he had to handle the cement's shape on top of everything else, and he would rather let Ida go than lose the transmutation prematurely. For now, Izuku grits his teeth and ignores them. The point of the cement column is to distract the villain team and conceal what floor he and the civilian team are actually at by spearing through all of them. He lets the material flow and mold around the air pocket they're in, lowering the floor they're standing on until it reaches the level he estimates the ground floor to be. Izuku opens his eyes as the circle powers down, flickering sparks dying and leaving him and his classmates in the dark. The dome of air suddenly seems a lot more cramped than before. Okay, Izuku says, only slightly dizzy, and puts his hand on the side. Transmuting and opening is much easier than the feat he just pulled, and a door peels open in seconds. Ground floor. Which wall? Jiru-san. Jiru, who'd been staring wide-eyed at him along with Kaminari, gives herself a shake. She clambers out of the concrete pillar and says, "There. But it's still locked, I can't open it." Izuku follows, relieved to see that it's only a bit larger than a shoebox. "I can get it," he assures. "You can," Kaminari says. "What even is your quirk, anyway?" "That was crazy." Izuku opens his mouth. A rattling explosion sounds off, echoing through the building, and the words catch in. Instead, he says, "Wait, Kaminari, you need to find somewhere to hide." "Uraraka-san, how's it going?" "I'm looking," she says, and a faint crunch of static punctuates her words. In that case, there's no time to figure out what the safe is made of, so Izuku transmutes the wall around it to slide it right out, dumping it on the floor. His next step would be to pry it open or move it outside with Jiru, but he's interrupted by the ceiling caving in with a concussive boom. "You!" Bakugo snarls, emerging from the dust. He found them a lot faster than anticipated. Izuku quickly circles away from the civilian team, taking advantage of the fact that Bakugo's fury still seems fixated solely on him. That gives Jiru a chance to drag the safe out with her as she escapes, at least. Bakugo doesn't acknowledge her at all, only sneering, "Trying to ignore me, coward?" "Hi, Bakugo," Izuku says. He slides into a ready stance, trying to ignore the way his growing anxiety claws his heart rate up another notch. "I'm not." Bakugo doesn't wait to hear him out. He lunges, palms crackling, and Izuku's mouth snaps shut without his input. The sight of those explosions threatens to freeze the rest of him in place too, but Izuku focuses on the movement behind them instead. A grasping hand, an overextended stance, and the obvious cue of an incoming right hook. There's nothing special about it, except that it's clumsy compared to what Izuku's used to, too reliant on speed and force, like a running toddler kept upright only by their own momentum. Countering is simple. Duck into his guard, let the strike swing wide, and drive an elbow into his gut while he's off balance. Bakugo grunts, grabbing at his abdomen more out of surprise than pain. That, Izuku thinks, might be the first time someone he's targeted landed a hit on him first. Still, the opening snags Izuku's focus like a hook, because Ed's taught him better than waste an opportunity when he sees it. He leaps for it or drops, rather, to reach the floor. The transmutation snaps to life, forming a sloppy cement wave that crashes into Bakugo and wraps around him. Having focused on speed over form, the matrix fizzles out a moment later and the cement freezes in place, but its job is already done. Bakugu's hands are pinned against himself under the makeshift cocoon, palms turned inward. He can't blast anything but his own body. The fury on his face is blinding. "Quit it with these cheap tricks and face me head-on, Deku." Bakugu shouts, already trying to yank and squirm his way free. Izuku, watching Kaminari duck beneath a desk and Jiraiya wave over Bakugu's shoulder before making for the exit with the safe in tow, says, "I don't think that's the point of this exercise." It occurs to him, past Bakugu's loud and fantastical anger, that Uraraka hasn't spoken in a bit. Izuku lifts a hand to his ear, trying to tune out the noise in the background, and is completely unprepared to be bodily tackled from the side. "Halt!" cries Ida, shoving Izuku to the ground, and he's momentum-heavy, yes, but otherwise suspiciously easy to kick off and send sailing weightlessly through the air. Uraraka got to him after all then, good. Izuku wishes he could have heard or seen that, but he suspects Ida might be why she hasn't been in touch. Said student hits the ceiling, but adjusts to push off again with a determined scramble. "I have already conquered your partner and come to stop you from arresting my ally, Hero," he says, apparently getting very into the whole villain thing. "Stay the F out of my way, glasses." Bakugu snarls, not willing to play along at all. With the way he's thrashing, he'll work himself free soon enough. Izuku doesn't like the odds of the 2-on-1 looming over the horizon, so he pivots to focus on Ida. Luckily, Uraraka has already done the bulk of the work here. Between the lack of weight in his kicks, his unfamiliarity with zero gravity, and the fact using that his quirk will only send him spinning wildly if he's not careful, Izuku's confident he won't need to transmute a thing. He lets Ida crash into him on his next rush, wincing as the rigid edges of his armor poke against the thin padding of his own costume, and uses the proximity to grab Ida and hold him up off the ground. Ida tries to shove himself away, but his weightless thrashing does little to actually stop Izuku from darting towards the front entrance and tossing him out the door that Jiraiya left open behind her. Months of grappling with Shinso have paid off. "Ah," Ida says a beat later, slowly drifting upward without a surface within reach, "I see you've neutralized my movement." Izuku grins up at him. "I'll get Uraraka to let you down in a sec," he says, satisfied that one of his and Uraraka's plans managed to come to fruition, only for his heart to drop at the sound of an explosion. Turning, he quickly readies himself at the sight of Bakugu clawing free of the remaining cement. One of his arms is bare of the glove and grenade gauntlet that used to adorn it. The other is raised and pointed directly at Izuku. "You demon nerd," he says, teeth bared. "You PSS me off. If you won't face me properly, I'll effing make you." I don't know what you're talking about." Izuku tries. In response, Bakugu pulls the pin. The world lights up white, bright and burning. Izuku shuts his eyes too late to keep spots from being seared into his vision, and the explosion's roaring radius catches the edge of his shoulder hard enough to wrench him off balance, throwing him against the wall. He blinks away blurs of darkness and smoke. His entire left side feels scorched, but compared to the massive hole that's been gouged into the wall 2 steps away, he got off easy. So did Ida, with the trajectory of his slow float upward putting him well out of blast radius. And Kaminari, whose hiding spot put him behind Bakugu. So that definitely smarts more than his usual post-sparring. There's an overhead click and abrupt silence of an intercom turning off, which is the only reason Izuku knows he missed an intercom announcement while he was regaining his bearings. He hopes the message wasn't anything important, though he's surprised the speakers still work after such an attack, and he wonders why it didn't come through the earpiece. He coughs through the dust, lifting an arm to try and clear the air in front of him, and pauses at the sight of bare skin, red and raw, where the sleeve of his costume is supposed to be. Note to self: make the next iteration of his hero suit out of something a little sturdier. This hadn't even been a direct hit, though he should probably be thankful that the heat didn't melt the material into his skin. Izuku shudders at the thought, and then shakes it away as he gets to his feet. Bakugu stands across the room from him, a couple paces back from where Izuku remembers him standing. He's muttering lowly and rubbing his shoulder, scowling even more deeply than normal. When he meets Izuku's gaze, he snaps. Well, your shitty tricks can't do anything now, can they? At least I'm not a one-trick pony like you, Izuku would say if he could unlock his jaw. Also, did you get quieter? But in lieu of that, he slaps his right palm against the crumbling wall. Blue lightning crawls across the cement. An earthen hand emerges, curling into a fist as it sails towards Bakugo. It gets blown to smithereens before it lands, of course, but Izuku darts out of Bakugo's line of sight while the dust in the air smokescreens him, running further into the building. A wordless roar of anger gives chase, and something in Izuku's stomach balks. Isn't he going the wrong way? Out is safer than in, better than being unable to dodge in a hall full of students, so what is he doing? He stomps down that old, almost forgotten reflex. These halls are empty, and this isn't his old elementary school. Besides, the name of this game is distraction, not escape. Every second Bakugo spends chasing after him is another second Uraraka has to find Kaminari's teddy bear, assuming that she feigned defeat to Ida as planned and hasn't been actually tagged. The disabled comms weren't part of the plan, but with Ida out and Bakugo loudly chasing after Izuku, Kaminari should at least be safe enough for Uraraka to call out to. But if Bakugo gets Izuku first, and he's certainly gunning for it, slamming into and through walls to chase him, well, he's really counting on Uraraka. Izuku turns a corner to see the stairs, decides he won't be able to climb them faster than Bakugo, and turns to face his incoming pursuer. He needs to buy time. Between his cement column and Bakugo's giant blast, the building's on its last legs, so he can't pull much more from the building without bringing it down, but he can raise the floor instead. Izuku launches himself forward just as Bakugo rounds the corner, managing to catch him off guard enough to hit the ground behind him and skid, dragging his palm over the ground as he goes. The ground ripples, nearly liquid, and envelopes him just before Bakugo's explosion reaches him. Instead, the blast scrapes a cement wall that only thickens as Izuku pours more and more material between them, blindly filling in the hall as best he can. The cement only goes down so far, but Izuku digs for raw materials in the earth below and adds them to the matrix, letting it spiral out. It's a shame he doesn't have the breathing room to draw another circle. With so much dirt within reach, he could make almost anything, but he'll settle for this, baiting Bakugo into blasting towards him, filling the cracks with fresh cement, counting molecules as they pass beneath his fingers, feeling the matrix grow warmer and warmer as the transmutation prolongs until it's almost hot enough to burn. Come on, come on. The hero team wins, crackles All Might's voice in his ear, and Izuku releases the transmutation with a relieved sigh. All at once, the rumble of moving matter grinds to a halt. The quiet helps ground him, giving him a moment to breathe and pull his mind away from numbers and symbols and back to his surroundings. No yelling pierces the cement pocket he'd buried himself in, though Izuku isn't sure if that's good news or not. After a beat to brace himself, he activates the circle to dig himself free, though the transmutation is much easier and cleaner this time without any explosions to fight against. When the last of the cement falls away, melting back in with the rest of the ground, Izuku notices Bakugo literally vibrating with rage a pace or so away. He bites back a nervous laugh. Luckily, he stands between the other student and the exit, so he manages to scurry out of the building without provoking a confrontation. Jiru and Kaminari are waiting outside alongside Uraraka. They wave him over with excited congratulations and some fussing over his ruined costume, and as Izuku lets himself be pulled into the conversation, something warm and satisfied unfurls itself a little in his chest. After a quick stop by the first aid station for burn salve and bandages, the three teams converge in the monitoring room with the rest of the class and their teachers to go over their results. Uraraka had, of course, found the teddy bear and simply jumped out a window to float down to the ground floor and retrieve Kaminari from where he'd been poking around the lobby, still searching. She'd purposefully spun into Ida's capture tape when he confronted her, but caught one end with her hand and held it over where the other end was to make it look like she'd been defeated, and put up a pretty convincing act to go along with it too. Ida had been canny enough to smash her comms unit in the scuffle, though. Watching the highlights replay through the security cameras spotted throughout the building only makes Izuku wish he'd been there to watch it happen. Not as a member of the hero team, but as a spectator, the way he's seen so many other battles. While the muted recording plays, All Might clears his throat. "What are your thoughts?" he asks the class at large, and then when Yaoyorozu's hand shoots up before any others, "That was fast." "Yes." But Kogukuin didn't act in the spirit of a team, she says immediately, and ignores the angry "what was that?" she gets in response. He was fixated on Midoriya-kun to the point of neglecting his team's goals, such as by leaving Uraraka-san instead of defeating her and taking out his headset entirely. But Koga growls, "It didn't fit my gear. I'd rather be able to hear what's around me than what Glasses wants to say." As Ida sputters, All Might shifts a little sheepishly. "Yes, that's on me for not having thought of that," he says. In the field, failing to integrate with another hero's line would be a support misstep. It does happen, unfortunately. With that in mind, I'd say Bakugashounen made the right decision with what he had. "That's all the more reason for the villain team to stick together," Yaoyorozu says, but they didn't. Bakugakuen nearly caught his own teammate in his blast, and although Ida-kun evened the field by taking out the hero's communication, the hero team's planning and trust made it less effective than it would have been otherwise. Midoriya-kun's decision to stall for time only worked because of Uraraka-san's near-flawless execution, though the level of destruction involved was unthinkable from a pro-hero standpoint. Eyes turn to Izuku at that point, and he winces. "I thought it would be easy to fix, and got a little carried away," he admits. "Even if it's easy to fix," All Might says gently, "better not to break it at all. I know the building is obviously empty to us, but remember that we're trying to model a real situation here." Good analysis and self-reflection, though. All three teams did very well overall. Something like a scoff gets caught in Bakuga's throat, but even that barely makes Izuku twitch when he's too busy sharing a quiet low five with Uraraka. The next groups are sent out soon after, though they're directed to a new building since the original one is too damaged for further use. Izuku scoots in close to watch, and if he uses one of his pens to write notes on his forearm while observing the other teams, that's his business, and nobody tells him to stop. He does have to hastily snap out of it as the 5th round starts, though, since it's his and Uraraka's turn to play the civilian Team A. Aoyama and Ishido are Hero Team E for this round, with Tokoyami and Azui serving as Villain Team H. At this point, everyone's done a round at least once before, so there's not nearly as much first-time jitters going around the participants anymore. Or maybe Izuku only feels that way because he doesn't have pre-existing history with any of the other students involved this time. "What did you get?" Uraraka asks as they enter the building. "I need to run around and check a bunch of rooms." Izuku looks down at his own slip of paper, which reads in neatly printed script, "I didn't want to get caught in the crossfire in the open. Find a hiding spot and stay there." It feels oddly genuine. "I wonder," he says after reading it out loud, "if these are actual reasons people have given for staying on the scene before?" "Maybe," Uraraka says. "Ours are different enough that we shouldn't stick together, huh? I want to start from one end of the building, search through it to the other, but that's not something you can really do." "Not if I'm supposed to be hiding the whole time," Izuku agrees. Without any overlap in their goals or earpieces or capture tape, there won't be much teamwork involved at all, really. The hero team this time doesn't have much vertical mobility, while the villain team is really primed for it. Uraraka hums. "You think I should start on the 1st floor, then work my way up? If you're up for that? It is a little risky if the villain team decide to start from the bottom too." "I can handle it if they do," she says decisively. He leaves her to find a place to begin at on the lowest floor, and heads for the stairs himself. From watching prior rounds, Izuku knows that Tokoyami excels in darkness and that Azui is incredibly versatile, whereas Ishido and definitely Aoyama aren't stealthy at all. His best bet will probably be to hide until the heroes take the villains out, rather than trying to be stealthy alongside the hero team while the villain team is out and about. He finds a spot to hide a couple floors up, gives the nearest security camera a ready thumbs up, and tucks himself into a broom closet with intent to stay there for the next 5 minutes. A low thump resounds from below, followed by muffled voices. Izuku leans against the wall, vaguely tracking the tones, but not particularly concerned. The thing is, out of the past 4 rounds, Only villain team Jiru and Kaminari in the one preceding this one ever actually came to blows with the civilian team. Most villain teams seem happy to attack the heroes the moment they come into contact rather than trying to track down the civilians, and Izuku doubts this will be much different. It's a shame that he's not likely to land a surprise attack on anyone, but his mind's elsewhere anyway. With nothing else to distract him, Izuku thinks he's worked out the pattern to this exercise. Actually, each hero team is 3 letters up from the villain team, and the civilian team is 3 letters down from the villain team, looping at the ends. His and Uraraka's team A, then, will be villains to hero team H and civilian team D. That's Tokoyami with Azui and Ida with BGMI, respectively. Jiru and Kaminari might have been the only villain team to have targeted the civilians so far, but they did so to great effect, handily taking out Kirishima and Siro with ease since they couldn't use their quirks. Nobody else has really exploited that limit, but it's a tempting prospect to Izuku, knowing what he does about Team D's quirkless fighting capabilities, or a lack thereof. Scarcely a minute passes before the intercom rings out with All Might's voice, announcing the villain team victory via the defeat of the heroes, and Izuku has to wonder how that happened, when he'd expected Aoyama to counter Tokoyami and Ishido to wall Azui, but even that time is enough for Izuku to gather a few ideas. He reunites with the others, who only have mild scratches or acid burns, and finds out on the way to the first aid station that Ishido had accidentally melted Aoyama's support item, giving Tokoyami basically free rein to grab and immobilize them with his quirk while Azui handled the capture tape. Aoyama, who was initially rather distraught, manages to cheer up a little with Izuku's reassurances and brainstorming for improvements by the time they reach the monitoring room. Once they're there, though, Izuku discreetly tugs Uraraka aside. There's not much analysis to be done for the both of them, anyway, as they barely saw any action. "Hey," he says, keeping his voice low. "What do you think of taking out the hero team and civilian team simultaneously when it's our turn?" Uraraka blinks, surprised. And then, with a widening grin, "I think, plus ultra."